Chapter 363. Forget it. You guys wait here first. I'll inform the master. It's up to him whether he wants to see or not. We can't make the decision. A creature covered in silver glanced at Chen Ning, Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others at the entrance of the palace with an impatient expression. Then, he turned around and walked into the palace. The indifference and impatience on his face immediately turned into respect. Thank you. Ji Yaoxing cupped his hands slightly. I wonder which orthodoxy's prodigy will intervene in this matter. It seems that the matter of the Sky Palm Tower will be even more difficult. Hearing this, Ji Chuyue's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. What she was most worried about now was that if the Sky Palm Tower appeared later and the person in front of her interfered, what would happen to the Ji family? Judging from this posture, this person's identity was definitely not to be underestimated. This made the Ji family's siblings feel gloomy. The Sky Palm Tower was related to the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. If the Ji family behind them wanted to restore their past glory, they had to find the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. How could they be willing to give up the Immortal Palace's secret treasure? However, at this moment, Chen Ning's thoughts were different from theirs. Her eyes were slightly filled with curiosity and splendor. Although the Sky Palm Tower was important, it was only a weapon. Even if it was related to the Immortal Palace's secret treasure, they still needed to find all 7 Sky Palm artifacts. Find all 7 Sky Palm artifacts. This was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty was self-evident. And the opportunity in front of her now was to come into contact with a level that she could not come into contact with before. It was clear at a glance which was more important. Master, outside the palace, the hidden Ji family and the hidden Chen family ask for an audience. This creature covered in silver stepped into the palace and reported to Gu Chang'e, who was on the high platform. Do you want to meet them? Gu Chang'e naturally heard the words coming from outside. He put down the teacup in his hand and couldn't help but be interested. Not interested. Yu Mingkong shook her head. Her expression was a little languid. She lay on her side on the bed. Her black hair fell between her eyebrows. She was not as indifferent as before. Instead, she was more aloof and detached from worldly affairs. Gu Chang'e smiled, got up and walked out of the hall. In fact, some time ago, he had asked Yin Mei to investigate the hidden Ji family. The biggest reason was because Gu Chang'e felt that Ji Qingxian had ambitions in her heart. She would not be willing to be forced by the reclusive Ji family. The seed of ambition had already been planted, and it was just waiting for the right time to sprout. Ji Qingxian, who was obsessed with power, would not let go of such a good opportunity. It just so happened that he had this opportunity to control the reclusive Ji family. Having one more chess piece wouldn't be a bad thing. Gu Chang'e. How could it be him? How could he be here? Just as Gu Chang'e walked out of the hall, the expressions of Ji Yaoxing and the others in front of the door changed. Their pupils couldn't help but shrink in shock. This. Ji Chuyue also opened her mouth in disbelief. They naturally recognized the young man in front of them, which was why they were so shocked. I heard that you are looking for me. Gu Chang'e ignored everyone's shocked expressions and asked casually with a smile on his face. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. I'm Ji Yaoxing of the Ji family. Ji Yaoxing cupped his hands. He, who was usually calm and reserved, was very respectful at this time. Ji Chuyue greets young Lord Chang'e. When Ji Chuyue reacted, her large and bright eyes seemed to be sparkling as she hurriedly bowed and greeted him. No one expected to see Gu Chang'e here. Didn't he just destroy the Purple Mansion and return to the Immortal Academy? Gu Chang'e's appearance was not a secret in the upper realm. As long as it was an orthodoxy, even if they had not seen him in person, they would have seen his portrait to avoid accidentally offending him one day. It had to be said that after experiencing the destruction of the Zifu, Gu Changa's power in the upper realm had reached an unprecedented peak. Even the heavenly kings, Buddhas, and ancient emperors were far from such power when they were young. Greetings, young Lord Changa. Chen Ning's heart could not help but beat wildly. She forced herself to calm down and showed the sweetest smile she thought she had and greeted Gu Changa. In the upper realm today, if there was a young prodigy that everyone knew, it would be Gu Changa. Therefore, seeing Gu Changa here made Chen Ning very excited. Even her voice was trembling uncontrollably. In the past, she had only seen Gu Changa in those portraits and shadow recording stones. She had never seen him in person like today. It was not an exaggeration to say that for many girls in the upper realm, the most ideal and perfect future husband was Gu Changa. Appearance, temperament, strength, talent, power, background, no matter which aspect it was, there was almost no flaw to be found, let alone find a man who could be on par with him. Of course, they also knew their own limitations and could only fantasize in their hearts, knowing that they were far from being good enough. Gu Changa smiled warmly and nodded slightly. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. However, he had no intention of inviting everyone into the hall. So young Lord Changa has also come to this place. I knew it. With such power, how could he be an ordinary person? Ji Yaoxing smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt that the opportunity to snatch the heavenly palm tower this time had become more and more elusive. It did not mean that he would give up when he met Gu Changa. Instead, he felt that compared to Gu Changa, his strength was much weaker, not to mention that Gu Changa had many followers with powerful cultivation bases. He could only hope that he could find the heavenly palm tower before it appeared. This way, even Gu Changa would not have the right to snatch it from him. However, Ji Yaoxing had other plans in his heart. If Gu Changa was determined to get the heavenly palm tower, then he could also use this opportunity to present himself to Buddha. Although Ji Yaoxing had a righteous personality, it did not mean that he was stupid. There was no need to say how terrifying Gu Changa's current power was. Even the Purple Mansion was on the verge of destruction because of him. The sect leader of the Godly Ruins sect and the others were also stunned at this moment. They simply could not believe it and felt that all of this was like a dream. Although they were short-sighted, how could they not know Gu Changa? To them, this was a person like a true dragon of the 9 heavens. Previously, they had only heard of him in those rumors. Who would have thought that there would be a day when they would actually see him in person? Until now, their heads were still buzzing, and they could not calm down. Their attitude was simply respectful to the extreme. In front of such a person, they were far inferior to dust that could be shattered with a flick of a finger. Everyone is also here to look for the heavenly palm tower. Gu Changa smiled. To be honest, young Lord Changa, we are indeed here to look for the heavenly palm tower. However, until now, we still have no clue, Ji Yaoxing said with a bitter smile. Oh. I thought you all had some clues. If you do, why don't you tell me? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Gu Changa was still smiling. His figure was tall and slender, and his robes fluttered in the wind. He was spotlessly clean. If there are any clues, we will definitely inform young Lord Changa, Ji Chuiwe said. Ji Chuiwe also spoke at this time, her bright eyes constantly sizing up Gu Changa. In order to leave a good impression in front of Gu Changa. At this moment, she also revealed her original appearance. Her small face was the size of a palm, her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were big and bright, her eyelashes were very long, and her delicate eyebrows were slender. She was like an unrestrained fairy from the mountains and forests, giving people a natural good impression. Then I'll have to trouble you all. Gu Changa smiled. His tone was casual and natural, without any arrogance. However, everyone could still feel the huge gap between their identities. This kind of extraordinary, natural immortal aura and nobility could not be nurtured without a deep and terrifying foundation. Young Lord Chang'e, don't worry. If Ning obtains any information or clues, I will definitely come to inform young Lord Chang'e immediately. Since young Lord Chang'e also wants to find the Sky Palm Tower, then Ning will definitely instruct my subordinates to help you find it. Chen Ning's heart was thumping as she hurriedly said after hearing this. She was only in her 20s. Her figure was slender, her skin was smooth, her eyes were misty, and her lips were red. She was very beautiful and smart. She immediately expressed her thoughts and her standpoint. She did not want the Sky Palm Tower anymore. She only wanted to be able to help Gu Chang'e. Although this decision was made by her without the consent of her family. Chen Ning knew that if her family knew of her decision, they would definitely support it. Hearing this, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue looked at each other and noticed the caution in each other's eyes. In their opinion, Chen Ning's actions were not inappropriate. After all, the reclusive Chen family was different from the reclusive Ji family. They did not have a strong foundation. She would definitely not give up an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. Although the reclusive Ji family was in dire straits, they still had pride in their hearts. Not to mention, the existence of the Heaven Palm 7 artifacts was an opportunity for them to become strong again. It was clear at a glance which was more important. Oh. Thank you, Miss Ning. Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little surprised when he heard this. Then, he looked at her and smiled. Young Lord Chang'e, you are too polite. It is Ning's honor to be able to work for you. Chen Ning's voice trembled slightly as she hurriedly lowered her head. She felt that her heart was beating very fast, and her palms were sweating nervously. This was Gu Chang'e taking the initiative to talk to her, which made her feel a little fearful. However, young Lord Chang'e's temperament was really good. Just like the rumors said, he treated people peacefully, gently, and elegantly. It was an exaggeration to say that he was as handsome as jade. He did not look down on them because of their identities at all. This made Chen Ning unable to help but feel admiration and a faint extravagant hope in her heart. But then again, wasn't this also an opportunity for her? If she could grasp this opportunity, not to mention her, even the reclusive Chen family behind her would undergo a tremendous change. Chen Ning was very confident in her looks. Thinking of this, she quickly forced herself to calm down. She looked up at Gu Chang'e and revealed what she thought was the sweetest smile. Young Lord Chang'e, if you have any instructions, you can tell Ning. I have already sent my subordinates to search the vicinity of the Heavenly Spiral Mountain range for a week. I am very familiar with it. If the Heaven Palm Tower has any strange movements, I should be able to know immediately. Chen Ning's legs were straight and slender, and her skin was as white as snow. As she spoke, she smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. She was very obedient and moving. Ji Chuiyue, who was very familiar with her character, could not help but curl her lips in disdain. In the past, Chen Ning was as arrogant as a swan and had her eyes above her head. Many young prodigies did not enter her eyes. Only her brother, a young paragon, could be slightly valued by her. Now, Chen Ning's almost fawning actions could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. But then again, at this time, even if it were other girls, they would not let go of such an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. The many Chen family disciples behind Chen Ning were also very envious of her. However, as a member of the Chen family, if Chen Ning could be valued by Gu Chang'e, it would be a good thing for them. Thinking of this, they could not help but reveal some smugness on their faces as they secretly glanced at the Ji family members. Seeing this, the Ji family members did not look too good. They looked at Ji Chuiyue, who was in front of them. However, as the little princess of the reclusive Ji family, she did not have much face. Ji Chuiyue only revealed her true appearance to show her respect for Gu Chang'e. She did not have any other thoughts. Although she was curious about Gu Chang'e, it was not to the point where she wanted to curry favor with him. She had pride in her heart. Since Miss Ning has said so, I will thank you in advance. Hearing Chen Ning's words, Gu Chang'e smiled warmly and naturally. It was like a spring breeze, giving people an indescribable good impression. Chen Ning's face was slightly red as she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Young Master Chang'e, you are too polite. It is Ning's honor." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Gu Chang'e again, and then she mustered up her courage to ask, "Young Master Chang'e, Ning saw that you didn't have anyone by your side to serve you this time. If you don't mind." Her words were very bold, and it was no different from offering herself to sleep with him. Ji Chuyue could not help but widen her eyes in shock. She felt that it was inconceivable. As the young miss of the reclusive Chen family, Chen Ning had a noble status and many pursuers. Even among the clan members behind her, there were many young people who admired her. However, she was usually very proud and had her eyes on the top of her head. She did not put those so-called geniuses in her eyes. Who would have thought that she would be so bold as to come to this place and say these words in front of Gu Chang'e, in front of everyone? However, it could only be said that Chen Ning was bold and did not let go of any opportunity. Otherwise, with her status, she would not have been able to come into contact with Gu Chang'e. Even Ji Chuyue admired her. Hearing this, many of Chen Ning's followers' faces turned ashen and gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly, and their hearts were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. Looking at the fairy they admired, recommending herself in front of another man, who could stand it? Gu Chang'e did not seem to expect Chen Ning to say these words. There was just the right amount of surprise on his face. However, before he could speak, a faint voice came from behind him. "No need. He doesn't mind, but I do." As these words were spoken, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Black hair fluttered in the wind, white clothes whiter than snow. Her face was as beautiful as a painting and her facial features were beautiful. Every glance was as cold as ice and contained a suffocating and terrifying might. Chen Ning's face paled in fear. She could not help but take a few steps back as a terrifying chill appeared on her back. At this moment, she felt as if she was being watched by a supreme empress. Her entire person was as small as an ant. Crown Princess Mingkong, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue's expressions also changed as they recognized this white-clothed woman who had suddenly appeared. "Mingkong, you're scaring me. Didn't you say you weren't interested?" Gu Chang'e smiled. Yu Mingkong glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. She seemed to be saying, "If I didn't come out, would you have agreed?" She knew that with Gu Chang'e's personality, it was impossible for him to have any thoughts about this girl named Chen Ning. However, seeing him talking and laughing with another girl made her very uncomfortable. She wanted nothing more than to slap Chen Ning to death. Gu Chang'e's smile did not change. "You scared me to this extent." Yu Mingkong glanced at him but did not say anything. However, the terrifying aura that was as cold as ice made everyone feel a little suffocated. They did not dare say anything and only dared to think to themselves. As expected of someone who was called the future empress, her every move gave off such a terrifying aura that it was almost suffocating. Even her cultivation was unfathomable. Ning has overstepped her boundaries. I hope that Crown Princess Mingkong will be magnanimous and forgive Ning this time. Chen Ning naturally recognized Yu Mingkong. Her face was pale and her back was a little cold as she hurriedly apologized. She knew Yu Mingkong's identity. She was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty and also Gu Chang'e's fiancée. Her identity was indescribably noble. She never thought that Yu Mingkong would actually follow Gu Chang'e to this place and felt a little regret in her heart. She said those words just now because she knew that Gu Chang'e did not follow a maid on this trip. After all, how could Gu Chang'e appear and not a maid appear? But who would have thought that he did not have a maid by his side, but his fiancée? Miss Ning, is just being kind. Ming Kong, don't lower yourself to her level. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa could not help but persuade with a smile. Yu Ming Kong coldly glanced at him, snorted, and disappeared from the hall. She also knew that if this continued, it would give people the feeling that she was narrow-minded. It was just Chen Ning, so why should she care so much? She only appeared now to let Gu Changa know that when she was around, no other woman could appear by his side. Ming Kong's personality is so strong. I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Gu Changa smiled. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly waved their hands. How could that be? Young Master Changa must be joking. Crown Princess Ming Kong's true temperament is admirable. Yes, young Master Changa and Crown Princess Ming Kong are a perfect match. They are a match made in heaven. It is really enviable. They spoke one after another, not daring to say anything disrespectful. Moreover, their hearts were even more solemn. Not only had Gu Changa appeared in the heavenly spiral mountain range, but now even Yu Ming Kong had appeared. The matter of fighting for the heavenly palm tower had become more and more difficult. After that, the visit ended. Ji Chuiyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others also bid farewell and left one after another, planning to go back and discuss what to do next. Although Chen Ning, was still a little scared, she quickly calmed down and still had hope in her heart. After all, this was a rare opportunity for her. How could she give it up so easily? In her opinion, as long as she could help Gu Changa find the location of the heavenly palm tower, she would definitely be valued by him. Today's small setback did not hit her. Very quickly, she regained her previous haughty, swan-like appearance. There should be something special about the man beside Ji Chuiyue. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Ji siblings to value him so much just because he is a mortal. If I have time, I have to start with him. Chen Ning narrowed her eyes. She already had a plan in mind. After returning to the palace, Gu Changa looked at Yu Ming Kong coldly and laughed without any self-awareness. What's wrong? What's the smell of jealousy? Where did the vinegar jar overturn? Yu Ming Kong glared at him. You are not allowed to be good to other women in front of me. You are really overbearing. Gu Changa shook his head and said helplessly, a good chess piece was scared away by you. At least she mustered up the courage to recommend herself to you. Why don't you learn from her? I don't care. Yu Ming Kong glanced at him, and then the corners of her mouth curled up. Her voice was cold and murderous. If I see her again, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and slap her to death. In the next few days, the surroundings of the heavenly spiral mountain range became more and more restless. Many rainbows and ancient chariots could be seen rolling past in the sky, making rumbling sounds. More and more cultivators and living beings heard that the heavenly palm tower was about to appear here and rushed over. In addition to the younger generation, there were also many experts of the older generation who had arrived. There were even some saints. Many forces in the vicinity were trembling with fear and anxiety. Since when had so many cultivators come to a place as remote as the heavenly spiral mountain range? In addition, the news of Gu Changa's appearance here also spread, causing an uproar. Many cultivators were shocked. They hadn't expected Gu Changa to come here after destroying the Purple Mansion. He planned to intervene and fight for the heavenly palm tower. However, some people knew that Gu Changa actually had the heavenly palm bottle, one of the 7 artifacts of the heavenly palm tower. It wasn't surprising that he would come to fight for the heavenly palm tower. After hearing the news, many people retreated and chose to leave. They knew they couldn't compete with Gu Changa. Of course, there were only a few cultivators with such thoughts. Most of them knew that treasures were Taoist objects where virtuous people lived. When the time came to fight for the treasures, it would depend on their own means. How could they choose to give in just because someone had a terrifying background? On the other hand, Ji Chuiyue, Ji Yaoxing, and others didn't leave the school of the divine ruins after bidding farewell to Guchanga. Instead, they went to the servant peak, where the servant disciples lived, to discuss something with Jiang Chen. In front of the cottage, Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged on a bluestone, practicing, feeling the flow of the spirit of the universe. He opened his eyes when he heard Ji Chuyue's voice from far away. He looked over with a smile. So beautiful. However, he was struck dumb as soon as he saw Ji Chuyue. Even though he was very strong-willed, he was still struck dumb for a while. Chapter 364. Ji Chuyue was wearing a light yellow dress. She was tall and slim. Her pretty face was fair and shining. Her facial features were exquisite, like a fairy walking in the mountains. Her every frown and smile was otherworldly. Jiang Chen had seen many beautiful women. Although most of them were with Gu Chang'e, his enemy, it didn't stop him from enjoying her natural beauty. Different from Xiao Ruoyin's beauty, Ji Chuyue's beauty was natural. She was flawless, like a hibiscus in clear water, carved by nature. Ji Chuyue was followed by her elder brother, Ji Yaoxing. What's wrong? Why are you staring at my face? Ji Chuyue asked in confusion as she approached him. Jiang Chen coughed slightly and looked away. He had guessed Ji Chuyue's appearance wasn't her real face, but a disguise. However, he hadn't expected her to be so beautiful. I forgot, Ji Chuyue suddenly exclaimed. Not until then did she recall she had regained her original appearance. No wonder Jiang Chen had been staring at her. However, this helped her regain some confidence. When she had been with Gu Chang'e, he had been very calm. Her appearance hadn't changed at all. This caused Ji Chuyue to feel a little frustrated. As a woman, how could she not care about her appearance? It was just that she hadn't shown it. Soon, Ji Chuyue waved her hand casually. A misty light flashed across her face. She regained her usual, ordinary appearance. Jiang Chen was struck dumb. Not until then did he realize Ji Chuyue had regained her original appearance because she had gone to see Gu Chang'e, not because she had come to see him. Although there was a faint sense of loss and discomfort in his heart, he quickly regained his calm. You said you were a divine origin master. Ji Yaoxing came up to him. He came straight to the point. His eyes were shining with golden light, as if there were two little golden suns in them. He was staring at Jiang Chen, as if he was going to see through him. Yes. I learned a little from my ancestor, but it was only a superficial knowledge. Jiang Chen said frankly. He wasn't worried about Ji Yaoxing's scrutiny at all. It is indeed a kind of saint body. Just after that, shock appeared on Ji Yaoxing's face. Since he also had a sacred body, he could easily detect the fluctuations in Jiang Chen's dantian. Although he had yet to open up his spiritual ocean, there was no mistaking the star-like brilliance. At the thought of this, he started to believe what Jiang Chen had said. He was a good seedling worth cultivating. Besides, if Jiang Chen was really a divine origin master, he would introduce him to the Ji family, which had been living in seclusion for a long time, at any cost. The value of a divine origin master didn't need to be said. Jiang Chen, didn't you say you were a divine origin master? At this moment, Ji Chuyue 757 also spoke. Her eyes were filled with inquiry and curiosity. Jiang Chen looked calm and confident. He had communicated with the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind before they had arrived. Facing Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing's curious and puzzled expressions, he simply waved his hand in front of him. Whine. Suddenly, an indescribable charm and aura slowly flowed through the void, as if it could communicate with the mighty power of heaven and earth. Boom! Along with the loud noise, Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing were both surprised. The mountains in front of them started to move. The grass, rocks, rivers, lakes, and so on the ground were also moving in different directions, as if they were being pushed by a pair of invisible hands. The two found it hard to believe. They could only vaguely feel the geographical changes and a force called momentum. Is this the power of a divine origin master? Moving mountains and filling seas without using any magic power. It's really mysterious. Ji Chuyue's pretty eyes were filled with surprise. She stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. If he were a practitioner, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do this, but he's only an ordinary person. No wonder the inheritance of divine origin masters was lost in the long river of history. Ji Yaoxing took a deep look at Jiang Chen. He already believed Jiang Chen was the successor of a divine origin master. A divine origin master, who had disappeared in the long river of time, had reappeared in the world. What kind of disturbance would it cause? See, brother. I told you I wasn't lying. Ji Chuyue was smiling. Jiang Chen is really a divine origin master. This time, we'll definitely find the sky-reaching tower in front of everyone. She was very confident. Ji Yaoxing nodded. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, there's something I need to make clear to all of you. At this moment, Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the two's shocked expressions. Although this had nothing to do with him, it was more or less because of him. The weapon spirit of the celestial boat of nature didn't let him down. However, he didn't forget another important thing. What is it? Just tell us. We'll do whatever you want as long as we can do it. Ji Chuyue nodded. She was smiling. She thought Jiang Chen was going to take the opportunity to state his conditions. As a matter of fact, there's a grudge between me and Gu Chang'e. Jiang Chen wore a calm expression. He said each word clearly. What? Ji Yaoxing was struck dumb. Then his pupils shrank. He turned pale. What did you say? Ji Chuyue was also struck dumb. She couldn't believe it. She even wondered whether she had misheard him. Jiang Chen said there was a grudge between him and Gu Chang'e. What was Jiang Chen's status? What was Gu Chang'e's status? How could he get in touch with Gu Chang'e? No, why did he say that all of a sudden? Did you know Gu Chang'e had come to the school of the divine ruins before this? Ji Chuyue came to herself quickly. Gazing at Jiang Chen, she stopped smiling. She became very cautious. After all, this was related to Gu Chang'e. They had to take it seriously. Ji Yaoxing's face fell. He was calculating his gains and losses. I saw Gu Chang'e at that time. But considering other reasons, I didn't tell you about it. Jiang Chen seemed to have expected their reactions. He wasn't surprised at all. He said calmly, I told you this because I wanted you to be prepared. Otherwise, you'll think I'm tricking you. Besides, I'm not afraid you'll take me to see Gu Chang'e. He was confident. The black-robed senior wasn't far from where they were. He could show up at any time to take him away. It's not too late for you to tell us this now. Hearing this, Ji Chuyue heaved a sigh of relief, then revealed a smile. Compared to the others, you still have a conscience. Jiang Chen didn't use this to trick them. If Gu Chang'e thought they were with Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be good. They would get into big trouble. Actually, you don't have to worry. Gu Chang'e and I do have grudges, but it's still unknown whether he remembers me or not. After all, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, I'm just an insignificant ant. He can stomp me to death easily. Jiang Chen smiled, but there was bitterness and self-mockery in his smile. At the same time, there was hatred in it. Ji Chuyue understood. It wasn't Gu Chang'e who held grudges against Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen who held grudges against Gu Chang'e. Their focus was different. In this way, it would be much easier to deal with. After all, Gu Chang'e didn't have time to deal with such a trivial matter. As to how the grudge between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e had come about, it didn't matter. Leave the sect of the divine ruins now. Just pretend I didn't hear you, however, At this moment, Ji Yaoxing suddenly spoke. He sounded resolute. He was upright, but he wasn't stupid. Although Jiang Chen had a sacred body and the inheritance of a divine origin master, he had grudges against Gu Chang'e. Just this point alone was enough to make him a bomb that could explode at any time. Elder brother, are you stupid? It's true that Jiang Chen has grudges against Gu Chang'e, but it's none of our business. If Gu Chang'e knows about it, we'll just say we didn't know about it. Ji Chuyue hurried to pull the serious-looking Ji Yaoxing aside and said in a low voice. Besides, don't you understand? It's Jiang Chen who hates Gu Chang'e. As far as Gu Chang'e is concerned, he doesn't seem to know about Jiang Chen's existence at all. Why would he care about it? What do you mean? Ji Yaoxing frowned. He didn't understand what she meant. We can ask Jiang Chen to change his appearance. Anyway, he's only an average person. It's easy for him to disguise himself. As long as Gu Chang'e doesn't look at him carefully, he won't see through him, Ji Chuyue said. Besides, Jiang Chen is a divine origin master. He can help us find the heavenly palm tower. Ji Yaoxing understood what she meant. Frowning, he pondered for a while. In the end, he nodded. Then the two discussed for a while. Then they walked up to Jiang Chen and told him their plan. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't turn her down. He wished he could change his appearance during this period. Because he was worried Gu Chang'e would notice him. With Gu Chang'e's character, he probably wouldn't let him go. Then Ji Chuyue helped Jiang Chen to change his appearance. From a handsome and tall man, he had turned into a youngster who was a few years younger. Even those who knew Jiang Chen best wouldn't be able to recognize him at this moment. Thank you, Miss Chuyue. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with his new appearance. At the same time, he was relieved. Great. We're running out of time. More and more practitioners are coming here. We have to find the heavenly palm tower as soon as possible. Ji Chuyue said with a smile. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Then, after a discussion, they decided to search around the Tianxian mountain range that night. In Jiang Chen's words, at midnight, the spirits of the universe and the terrain would converge to the lowest point of the day. When the sun and the moon started to rotate, many things that couldn't be sensed during the day would show up. This was great news for the Ji siblings, who wanted to find the heavenly palm tower. Before this, they were like headless flies. They didn't know where to find it at all. Jiang Chen also prepared some things according to the spirit of the celestial boat of good fortune, because the appearance of the heavenly palm tower would cause a great sensation and attract many people. At that time, he would need some means to protect himself. The Ji siblings were relieved. Then they left one after another. They planned to meet Jiang Chen at night. Not long after the Ji siblings left, a figure appeared behind Jiang Chen. A figure suddenly showed up behind Jiang Chen. He had a gloomy face and was wearing a black robe. He gave off a chilly vibe. Senior. Jiang Chen hurried to greet him. However, the black-robed old man didn't pay attention to him. He extended his cold hand and pressed it on Jiang Chen's shoulder, as if he was checking the results of his practice. Jiang Chen felt a strange power pass through his lungs and fall on his dantian. You let me down. I gave you the inheritance of the 1,000 transformations demonic technique, but this is what you did. You haven't even developed your spiritual C yet. I wish I could slap you to death and find another inheritor, the black-robed old man said. The black-robed old man spoke. His voice was so cold that Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. Senior, with my current strength, it's difficult for me to kill the other disciples. They started practicing long ago. Jiang Chen tried to explain. It would be too difficult for him to kill them with his current strength. He would have to break through to the Sea of Spirit state at least to do that. You're really a piece of trash. This Ji family's divine son has a sacred body. As long as you devour his practice, you'll make great progress in a short time. The black-robed old man's voice was cold. That Ji family's girl has a good body. If you can't kill her, I can help you. Jiang Chen was shocked. When he was about to refuse, the black-robed old man disappeared. He didn't give him a chance to answer. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the black-robed old man was very strong. If he really attacked the Ji siblings, they would probably die. Moreover, he had a good impression of the Ji siblings. He didn't want to attack them. Looks like I have to start with the Worker Peak's disciples. Even if one of them is missing, it won't cause any trouble. Jiang Chen's look turned cold. He looked at the other houses. Killing intent rose in his heart. Jiang Chen can't help but want to attack. Looks like he'll help me find the Skypalm Tower soon. On top of a mountain, Gu Chang'e gazed into the distance. Strange runes flashed in his eyes. They seemed to turn into black and white. The whole world changed color in his eyes. All kinds of lines representing rules, luck, general trend, geography, dragon veins, and so on could be seen clearly. In such a situation, almost all living creatures in a 10,000-mile radius couldn't escape his eyes. If Gu Chang'e wanted to, it would be easy for him to use his holy awareness to scan an area with a 1,000,000-mile radius. If he was asked to look for the Skypalm Tower by himself, he could do it. However, Gu Chang'e found it troublesome and a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to have the treasure-seeking mouse find it for him? At that moment, he could see clearly all of Jiang Chen's actions. He could see clearly all the details, including how he approached another worker disciple secretly, how he killed him with a sneak attack, and how he dragged him away and hid him. This made him smile with interest. Compared to the other sons of Providence who were bright and righteous, this son of Providence was more daring, careful, and adaptable. Jiang Chen, once you've tasted the benefits of such a practice, you'll be unable to control yourself. After all, it's like poison. Once you're infected, you won't be able to get rid of it. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Gu Chang'e's mouth. He had a deep understanding of such a feeling. This was why forbidden demonic techniques were so dreadful. He let the demonic technique puppet plant a demonic seed in Jiang Chen's body. On one hand, he wanted to control him better in the future. On the other hand, he wanted Jiang Chen to practice the 1,000 transformations demonic technique. After all, the function of the 1,000 transformations demonic technique was to provide him with ripe doctrine fruits so that he could pick them more easily in the future. Gu Chang'e was looking forward to seeing what Jiang Chen would become in the end if he kept developing. The son of luck had suddenly gone astray. If the natural law sensed this, would it get angry? Soon, night fell. The moonlight, which looked like a veil, hung over the mountains. It looked like they were wrapped in silver. It was very quiet. Due to the fact that so many cultivators had come here during this period of time, many of the ferocious beasts were frightened and fled to other places. The night was very quiet. Jiang Chen, Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others were walking on a path in the mountains. They were going deep into the mountains to look for changes in the terrain so that they could find the exact location of the Skypalm Tower. Following them were the Ji's trusted subordinates. They were not worried that this matter would be leaked and attract other people's attention. The bright moon was high in the sky, but there was a faint fog rising. Ji Chuyue was also holding a compass in her hand. Starlight was shining in it, as if it was holding a starry sky. It was also a secret treasure for exploration. Follow this path and go straight ahead. If you destroy the changes in the terrain, you should be able to find something, the artifact spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said, showing Jiang Chen the way out. However, Jiang Chen was walking at the front of the group calmly. He was leading the way for everyone, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Maybe we can really find the Skypalm Tower tonight. Gazing at Jiang Chen walking ahead, Ji Chuyue's eyes lit up. She could not help but say to her brother, Ji Yaoxing. Don't be too optimistic. It's said that the Skypalm Tower is being carried by an immortal beast. If that immortal beast is alerted, we'll all be in trouble. Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice, it's not realistic to find the Skypalm Tower in one night. Ji Chuiyue nodded. However, the people of the Ji family did not notice that not far behind them, there was a faint brilliance flashing in the darkness. Chen Ning was holding an ancient bronze mirror in her hand. The light reflected in the mirror was shining on her. Her and her subordinates' energies and figures seemed to have merged with the surroundings. It was hard to notice them. Looks like the Ji's siblings really have a way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to explore in the middle of the night. Although the youngster in front of them is in disguise, he should be the man who was with them. If I hadn't been careful and sent people to keep an eye on them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that they had already found some clues. No, I can't alert them now. I'll tell young Lord Chang'e about this when we find the Skypalm Tower. He'll definitely think highly of me. Chen Ning's heart was pounding. She was very excited. Following them quietly, she did not make any sound. Chapter 365. We'll get a clue tonight. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling through the window. It looked like algae intertwining with each other. It had a different kind of purity. On the bed, Yu Mingkong turned her head. Her hair was soft and smooth. She looked at Gu Chang'e's profile and asked in a low voice. If my guess is right, the Skypalm Tower will show up tonight. Gu Chang'e looked at the jade communication charm in his hand. He was very interested in it. It was sent by Chen Ning, of course. She said she had found some information about the Skypalm Tower. If she had more information, she would inform him as soon as possible. As to how Chen Ning got the information, Gu Chang'e was not interested. For him, even without Chen Ning, he could get the Skypalm Tower easily. However, if Chen Ning intervened, it would save him a lot of trouble. He would have many excuses. So we're leaving now? Yu Mingkong vaguely guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. No rush. Gu Chang'e walked to the window with his hands behind his back. His robe was fluttering. He looked at the mountains in the distance. Squinting, he said, the Skypalm Tower hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what Jiang Chen is doing. He's taking his sweet time. Jiang Chen. Yu Mingkong raised her eyebrows. She had never heard of this name before. She had no impression of it. A man of great luck from the lower realms. Gu Chang'e smiled and said briefly. A man of great luck. Yu Mingkong felt lost. She was thinking about the owner of the Skypalm sword in her memory. Was he also the man of great luck that Gu Chang'e had mentioned? In her memory, the owner of the Skypalm sword did have a lot of luck. And according to the time, the owner of the Skypalm sword should show up soon. The great world of heaven, a world where swords were respected, however, she was not worried. This was because in the memories of her previous life, that heaven-reaching sword master had been slapped to death by Gu Chang'e in the end. Gu Chang'e had forcefully taken away the heaven-reaching sword. According to the sequence of events, it was only a matter of time before the heaven-reaching sword fell into Gu Chang'e's hands. If we get the heavenly palm tower, we are only missing the heavenly wheel and heavenly sword. After gathering all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, we will be able to find the immortal palace's hidden treasure. Yu Mingkong said softly. I don't know where the sky-wielding sword is, but the sky-wielding wheel should be in the hands of the Ji siblings. I am very sure of this. Gu Chang'e smiled. The Ji siblings clearly knew the consequences of competing with him for the heavenly palm tower, but they still wanted to do so. This could only mean that they were determined to obtain the immortal palace's treasures. As for why this was the case, this meant that they definitely had other heaven-wielding artifacts in their hands. The heaven-wielding bottle, the heaven-wielding jar, the heaven-wielding mirror, and the heaven-wielding seal were all in Gu Changa's hands. Only the heaven-wielding tower, the heaven-wielding sword, and the heaven-wielding wheel were still missing. The heaven-wielding sword was the most mysterious. It was said that it had appeared in the past as a divine artifact with peerless sharpness and unparalleled offensive power. It had once set off a boundless bloody storm, causing countless people to fight over it. It was known as the #1 divine artifact of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. There were even rumors that said that anyone who obtained the heaven-wielding sword would be able to grasp its mysteries and possess great power, becoming invincible in the world. Although these were all rumors, it showed how mysterious the heaven-wielding sword was. Gu Changa didn't think that the Ji siblings would have the heaven-wielding sword, so it was most likely that they had the heaven-wielding wheel. Hey, looks like there's news. We can go now. Suddenly, Gu Changa noticed the brilliance on the message talisman and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and nodded. Then the two called their followers over and flew into the air. They turned into divine rainbows and flew across the sky, leaving this place. On the other side, Jiang Chen, Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others had no idea that Chen Ning was following them. They followed Jiang Chen into the depths of the mountains. The fog around them was getting thicker and thicker. It almost covered everything. The sky was pitch black. Even the moonlight couldn't shine in. Only a cold wind was blowing, penetrating their bones. They couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. This cold wind was no ordinary wind. It even contained some of the force of the rules of the universe. There are many innate formation patterns in the terrain ahead. We can't pass until we crack them. But we can also find another way out. Jiang Chen looked calm. Led by the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune, they passed through the formation patterns he had mentioned smoothly. Ji Chuyue didn't believe it. Looking at the place where the divine light was shining, she threw a leaf over. Lights flashed in the air instantly, like many knife radiances. The leaf was torn into pieces in an instant. Ji Chuyue and the others were shocked by this scene. The power of such weird innate formation patterns was dreadful. Even if a practitioner entered this place by mistake, his body and soul would be destroyed in an instant. If Jiang Chen hadn't warned them, they wouldn't have known such innate formation patterns were hidden here. Even if they had protective magic weapons, it would be troublesome if they ran into them. They might even be killed. Don't touch them. Jiang Chen looked back at Ji Chuyue and frowned unhappily. He scolded her, if anything unusual happens here, other practitioners will be attracted here in the middle of the night. You'll be the one to suffer losses. Ji Chuyue took back her hand, embarrassed. She couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "Why are you so mean to me? I'm just curious." Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing frowned. He said, "Can you keep your mouth shut? Since you promised Jiang Chen you'd listen to him when we're here, don't touch anything around here." Ha! Ji Chuyue snorted, but she couldn't argue with him. She knew Jiang Chen was thinking for them. Although Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person, he had become the backbone of the team. Glancing at Jiang Chen, Ji Yaoxing's eyes flickered with a strange light, but they went back to normal soon. Soon, Jiang Chen and the others entered a relatively low-lying valley basin. The mountains nearby were high and lofty. They were hazy, like ferocious beasts standing there. This should be where the heavenly palm tower is, Jiang Chen asserted calmly. He was communicating with the spirit of the celestial boat in his mind. We've searched this area before. We didn't expect such a valley to be hidden here. It's like a whole new world. It's incredible. Ji Chuyue glanced around in surprise. In the end, she laid her eyes on the deep purple mountains deep in the valley. The valley was surrounded by purple lofty mountains. Each of them was emitting a purple mist. It was hazy. The valley was spacious, too. There were many ancient relics. Many collapsed underground palaces could be seen. It was obvious this place used to be a holy land. Even Ji Yaoxing was surprised by such a sight. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they probably would never have found this place. This mountain isn't simple. There's a disturbing energy in it. Maybe something is sealed in it. Jiang Chen, can you tell what it is? Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice. He laid his eyes on Jiang Chen. Then golden divine runes started to appear on his body. He looked like he was made of gold. Even his eyes were like small suns. Ji Yaoxing was sizing up the mountains in front of him. He was sizing up Jiang Chen, too. At this moment, a powerful energy surged from him. He exerted his half-saint state cultivation. He was vigilant about the surroundings at all times. A jade-like flute appeared in Ji Chuyue's hand. Hovering in the air, it emitted a misty green light. She could throw it out at any time. Everyone was on guard. They were looking around vigilantly. Since they had arrived here, even their skin had been tingling with coldness. They couldn't help but shudder. I don't know, but I don't think it's anything good. Jiang Chen felt uneasy, too, but he forced himself to calm down. If a great battle broke out here, he didn't know whether he could survive with his current strength. Not to mention, he was actually still wary of the Ji siblings. He was worried that the Ji siblings would kick him to the curb. When he found the Sky Palm Tower for them, they would turn against him immediately. They would capture him and send him to Guchanga. Ji Chuyue looked innocent, but she was actually very clever. Although Ji Yaoxing was an upright person, he kept sizing up Jiang Chen on the way. In front of absolute benefits, it was hard to believe that a person's character could change anything. People were treacherous. Jiang Chen had to be cautious. He had a good impression of the Ji siblings, but the premise was that they wouldn't betray him. Little Chenzi, there's a familiar energy here. Don't act rashly. Let the Ji siblings explore it first. At this moment, the immortal boat's artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jiang Chen's mind. It sounded cautious. Besides, you're probably the only one who can get this opportunity. Its voice contained a wisp of unconcealable excitement and excitement. Only I can get this opportunity. Is there something else here besides the Sky Palm Tower? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, but he soon calmed down. However, the immortal boat's artifact spirit didn't answer him. According to the terrain, the Sky Palm Tower should be hidden here. Maybe it's in this purple mountain. Jiang Chen spoke in a calm and confident tone. There was a low mountain in the center of the valley. It looked like it was made of purple gold. It was more than 3,000 feet high, emitting a misty purple light. There seemed to be something hanging on it. Pointing at the purple mountain, Jiang Chen said to the Ji siblings, "Brother, our brother is right." "Brother," Jiang Chen said, "the sky-ruling tower is probably there. Are we going in now?" Ji Chuyue's eyes were shining with a light green light, like a green lake. She was sizing up the purple mountain in front of her. Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice, "I just checked it with my eye of heaven. This purple mountain is extremely dangerous. Anyone below the saint state will definitely die." His voice was cautious. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm and confident. He didn't want to go in at all. Then he looked down and said, "Chuyue, stay outside. I'll go in and check it out. If there is any danger, you can leave first. I have ways to protect myself. Don't worry." Ji Chuyue looked worried, but she didn't try to persuade him. Nodding, she said, "Brother, be careful." Hearing the Ji siblings' conversation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Ji Yaoxing with appreciation. In such a situation, he still wanted to protect his sister. This Ji Yaoxing was really worth befriending. Those people who had been sizing him up didn't seem to believe him. Buzz. Then a buzzing sound came from the void. Ji Yaoxing started to move. He strode forward. Golden lights fell from his body. They flowed like water. He looked like a small sun. Especially his arm bone, it was shrouded in layers of incomparably resplendent golden light, looking incomparably holy and pure. A divine bone. This divine son of the Ji family is also a man with great luck. The voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune sounded surprised. What's a divine bone? Jiang Chen was surprised. He had sensed how powerful Ji Yaoxing's arm bone was. He felt suffocated by it. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune explained it to him. She begged him for fresh flowers. A divine bone, as its name suggested, was the bone of a congenital divine being. And it was a hand bone. Jiang Chen vaguely saw an ancient golden divine being sitting in it with his legs crossed, reading an ancient scripture. Congenital divine beings weren't the same as so-called true gods. In ancient times, divine beings were recognized by the universe. They had the mark of the universe. They were the most mysterious creatures in the universe. Some congenital divine beings were born with the fighting power of the doctrine achievers. It was said that divine bones were the hardest bones left by ancient divine beings after they passed away or failed to achieve nirvana. They contained death and vitality. Some even said they could come back to life in the future. While Jiang Chen was communicating with the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune, Ji Yaoxing turned into a golden divine light. He dashed toward the purple mountain. That's not good. He's going to beat us to it. At this moment, Chen Ning, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chen and the others, suddenly turned pale at the sight of this. At this moment, she didn't care about alerting the enemy. She had learned from the conversation between Jiang Chen and Ji Chuiyue that the sky-reaching tower was probably hiding here. This was the best chance for her. Whoosh! A whooshing sound came. Chen Ning threw a red long sword out. It was crystal clear and surrounded by a red glow. She threw it toward the purple mountain to stop Ji Yaoxing. Who's that? Ji Chuiyue, Jiang Chen, and the others were shocked. They turned pale, too. It had never occurred to them that there were other people here besides them. Ji Chuiyue's trusted subordinates looked over vigilantly. They all took out their weapons and looked toward where Chen Ning, and the others were. However, Ji Yaoxing moved very quickly. He only left behind a lightning-like afterimage in the void as he quickly entered the purple mountain. He did not stop because of the fiery red longsword that suddenly slashed at him. 0. People could faintly hear a rumbling sound coming from the purple mountain. It sounded like the sky had been split open. It was extremely heavy. Since you've been exposed, why don't you show yourself? Ji Chuiyue shouted coldly, frowning. She looked toward where the long sword had come from angrily. Jiang Chen took a few steps back calmly. He was worried that the fight would affect him. With his current frail body, any cultivator could easily kill him. And he was also curious about who was hiding there. Had they followed them here secretly? He became more vigilant at the thought of this. He had to be more cautious in the future. In this world, the methods of cultivators were simply unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Ji Chuiyue, how dare you come here secretly in the middle of the night? You found the sky-reaching tower, but you didn't inform young Lord Chang'e first. Instead, you planned to keep it for yourself. It was accompanied by a silvery laugh. Chen Ning, and the others showed up in the darkness. The ancient mirror in her hand was no longer shining. No one was hiding their energy anymore. They were all exposed. Chen Ning, it's you. You followed us secretly. You even brought a replica of that weapon with you. Ji Chuiyue frowned. She had a bad feeling when she saw the ancient mirror in Chen Ning's hand. She recognized the ancient mirror in Chen Ning's hand. Although it was simple and plain, it was a replica of the sky-reaching mirror. It was very effective in hiding one's energy and figure. No wonder they hadn't noticed Chen Ning, and the others before this. Cut the crap. Ji Chuiwe, how dare you? I wonder if young Lord Chang'e knows you came here in the middle of the night to find the sky-reaching tower. If I remember correctly, who was the one who said in front of young Master Chang'e that he would tell him immediately after obtaining clues about the heavenly palm tower? Chen Ning, smiled. Her eyes were shining. She was tall and slim. Her hair was smooth. Her legs were white and straight. Her lips were red. Her eyes were watery. She was so beautiful that many young men couldn't move their eyes away from her. Not only Ji Chuiwe, but also Jiang Chen, who was behind her, turned pale when they heard this. Ji Chuiwe and Ji Yaoxing hadn't told him about this before. From the looks of it, the Ji siblings were indeed determined to obtain the heavenly palm tower. Jiang Chen couldn't help but guess that they probably still had some of the other sky-reaching 7 artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to look for the sky-reaching tower without telling Gu Chang'e. After all, they should know what the consequences would be. Between the consequences and the benefits, as long as one was more important, it would affect their judgment. So, they were prepared to offend Gu Chang'e. That's why they accepted it so quickly when they knew Gu Chang'e and I were enemies. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Chen Ning, what do you mean? Ji Chuiwe said coldly. She looked like she didn't understand what Chen Ning, was talking about. Stop pretending. I'm listening to everything you said. Unless you kill me here today and destroy the evidence, you'll offend young Lord Chang'e. Chen Ning, smiled faintly, a smile that made Ji Chuiwe loathe and dislike hung on her delicate face. In her opinion, as long as the Ji siblings weren't stupid, they would know what to do at this moment. Treasures belong to the virtuous. According to you, as long as young Lord Chang'e says something, all the treasures in the world will belong to him, and no one will be allowed to compete for them. That's really overbearing. However, before Ji Chuiwe could speak, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. His tone was full of resentment and disdain. Therefore. Chapter 366. Jiang Chen, don't get involved in this matter. Ji Chuiwe couldn't help but glance at him, frowning. What Jiang Chen had said was equivalent to pushing them to Gu Chang'e's opposite side. He didn't leave any room for negotiation at all. Although she knew there was a grudge between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e, she was still unhappy with his decision. If you have the guts, say that in front of young Lord Chang'e. You're courting death. Chen Ning, didn't care about Jiang Chen's mockery at all. She was still smiling. She even glanced at Jiang Chen disdainfully. A mortal who only knew a little bit about the general trend of the universe and the geographical changes. Did he really think he was a big shot? He even dared to provoke young Lord Chang'e. We'll explain this to young Lord Chang'e. It's you, Chen Ning, who followed us secretly. How dare you say such a shameless thing? Ji Chuiwe took a deep breath. She had calmed down. She couldn't help but say coldly. I was helping young Lord Chang'e find the Skypalm Tower. I had no choice but to do this. Chen Ning, shook her head and smiled. Her red dress was swaying. She walked towards Ji Chuiwe and the others slowly. I believe that all of you will understand my intentions. You. Ji Chuiwe looked angry. Her henchman behind her stepped forward to protect her. Bitch. Jiang Chen only wanted to curse at this moment. She was such a beautiful woman, but she had to flatter Gu Chang'e so much. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. At the same time, he felt resentful. Won't you think about how to explain this later? Chen Ning, walked over, smiling. Hearing this, Ji Chuiwe fell silent. She was secretly anxious. If Gu Chang'e knew about this, the JIS behind them would be in big trouble. They had asked Jiang Chen to help them find the Skypalm Tower because they wanted to find the Skypalm Tower secretly behind Gu Changa's back. Then they could leave with it. As long as he kept it a secret from Gu Changa, everything would be fine. But now, Chen Ning had personally witnessed everything that they had planned. If she told Gu Changa, even if Gu Changa didn't pursue the matter on the surface, they would have already offended Gu Changa. After all, this was no different from obeying in public but opposing in private. Needless to say, she knew the consequences of offending Gu Changa. When she first made this decision, she and Ji Yaoxing had already guessed that this would be the result. However, they had held on to a fluke mentality and felt that as long as they could hide it, nothing would happen. For a moment, Ji Chuiyue couldn't think of a good solution. If there were any regrets, there would definitely be. However, they already had the heaven-wielding wheel of the 7 treasures of the heaven-wielding sect. If they gave up the heaven-wielding pagoda so easily, they would not be willing to accept it. Now that things had come to this, was there any way to salvage the situation? Chen Ning looked at Ji Chuiyue's slightly pale face and smiled even more brightly. If you have the time, I'd advise you to think about how to explain it to young Master Chang'e later. Although young Master Chang'e has a good temper, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes. I think you should know what happened to the Z mansion. The reclusive Ji family behind you doesn't want to follow in his footsteps, right? As she spoke, she picked up the communication talisman in her hand and indicated that she had already informed Gu Changa. Seeing this, Ji Chuiyue's face turned even paler. She clenched her slender hands so tightly that her bony fingers turned white. She looked at Chen Ning with a resentful gaze. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Ji Chuiyue never expected that Chen Ning would not only secretly follow them, but also inform Gu Changa about this matter. Why did they only take action in the middle of the night? Wasn't it because they were worried that Gu Changa would find out? Chen Ning's current actions were simply planning to make them offend Gu Changa to the death. She was so heartless. She was so ruthless. Gu Changa is coming here. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression also changed slightly. Although he had changed his appearance, he still had an uncontrollable fear of Gu Changa. Little Chen Zi, the power of heaven and earth in this place can be used by me. For us, this is the most advantageous terrain, especially in that purple mountain. If my senses are not wrong, there is an opportunity that belongs only to you. However, at this moment, the voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune came again, resolute and decisive. A chance that belongs to me only? What on earth is that? You mentioned it just now. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked hurriedly. All you need to do is enter this purple mountain. I'm confident that I can use the terrain here to contend with the others. The voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was full of confidence. Jiang Chen was relieved to hear this. He could not understand Ji Chuiyue's panic, as if the sky was falling. As far as he was concerned, he had done his duty by helping Ji Chuiyue and others find the heavenly palm tower. As for offending Gu Changa, hadn't the Ji siblings been prepared for this? How arrogant. I don't believe Gu Changa is so strong that he can do whatever he wants in the upper realm. No one can compete with him for the treasure he has set his mind on. Jiang Chen spoke again. He sounded indignant, as if he was persuading Ji Chuiyue, but more than that, he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Gu Changa. How dare an ant talk about young Lord Changa? You're courting death. Ji Chuiyue did not say anything in response. A cold look flashed in Chen Ning's eyes. She raised her hand. Several divine runes streaked across the air. They turned into arrows and shot toward Jiang Chen, intending to kill him there and then. Although she was far weaker than those top young supreme venerables, dealing with an ordinary person like Jiang Chen was as easy as stepping on an ant. Jiang Chen turned pale. He did not expect Chen Ning to be so vicious. She attacked without hesitation, showing no mercy at all. Stop! At the crucial moment, Ji Chuiyue gnashed her teeth and attacked. The green flute in her hand flew out. It turned into a hazy light. Like a cloud, it stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Chen Ning's attack for him. Even so, Jiang Chen turned pale. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He almost collapsed on the ground. Great! Ji Chuiyue, you are really bold. This ant insulted young Lord Chang'e. How dare you defend him? I think you are going to go against young Lord Chang'e. Chen Ning said with a cold smile. Ji Chuiyue turned pale. She wanted to explain, but she did not have the nerve to speak. With the status of her family, they would never have the nerve to go against Gu Chang'e. Especially when it was something so obvious. However, it was impossible for her to watch Jiang Chen get killed without doing anything. She would just stand by and watch him die. She could not do that. Boom! However, at this moment, they suddenly heard a dreadful noise coming from the purple mountain behind them. It sounded like a wave, but also like a giant boulder rolling down. It kept rolling over. Everyone looked over with shocked expressions on their faces. They saw the mountain range shrouded in purple mist suddenly come to life. Thick purple mist started to emit from every rock. It covered the whole area in an instant. Such a change shocked everyone. Even Chen Ning and the others looked over. They could not believe what they were seeing. Buzz! All of a sudden, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky. Like a small burning sun, it was scorching hot and dreadful. It dashed out of the purple mountain. Brother! Ji Chuiyue could not help but shout. She looked very worried. It was Ji Yaoxing, who had just broken into the purple mountain. However, he was not in a good state at the moment. His hair was disheveled. He was covered in blood. His robe was in tatters. He was in a mess. Apparently, he had run into some kind of danger. However, he still looked calm. He landed quickly from the air. He glanced at Ji Chuiyue. Then he laid his eyes on Jiang Chen without saying anything. Brother, are you all right? Ji Chuiyue asked. She was very worried. At the same time, she told Ji Yaoxing what had happened outside. I'm fine. I heard about it in the Purple Mountain. Ji Yaoxing nodded, telling her not to worry. Elder brother Yaoxing, did you get anything there? Chen Ning asked with a smile, as if she were waiting for a good show. I know where the Skypalm Tower is. Ji Yaoxing said calmly, but it'll take me some time to find it. Chen Ning was struck dumb. Apparently, she had not expected Ji Yaoxing to be so calm. At this moment, Ji Yaoxing said calmly again, I didn't expect you to follow me. I didn't expect you to follow in the dark. I'm afraid this matter will alarm young Master Chang'e. I plan to give the Skypalm Tower to young Lord Chang'e after I got it. This will save him some trouble. But I have to trouble young Lord Chang'e to deal with such a trivial matter. Miss Ning, I'll see how you explain it to young Lord Chang'e. What? Not only was Chen Ning struck dumb, but his younger sister Ji Chuiyue was also struck dumb. She did not come to herself for a good while. Jiang Chen sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere. He could not help but frown. Brother, what do you mean? Ji Chuiyue felt dizzy. She did not understand Ji Yaoxing's words. Chen Ning frowned. She could not help but ask, Ji Yaoxing, what do you mean? Why do you want me to explain it to young Lord Chang'e? She was not polite at all. She called Ji Yaoxing by his full name directly. It's because of what you did that ruined my plan. Ji Yaoxing's voice was calm. Together with his calm expression, he gave people an indescribable sense of trust. Ji Chuiyue was also at a loss. Did her brother have a plan that he hadn't told her? What do you mean? Tell me clearly. Chen Ning's voice was very cold. The Skypalm Tower that young Lord Chang'e wants is here, but I can't take it out with my ability. I can't even find it. Jiang Chen, who is behind me, is a divine origin master. With him, it will be easy for us to find the Skypalm Tower and take it out. Ji Yaoxing's voice was very calm, as if he was stating a fact. At the same time, he exposed Jiang Chen's identity. He pointed at Jiang Chen immediately. Ji Yaoxing, you've outlived your usefulness. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. He stared at Ji Yaoxing angrily. What he was most worried about had happened. However, Ji Yaoxing did not care about him. He did not even look at him. Hearing this, Chen Ning's expression changed a little. She began to feel bewildered. If Gu Chang'e's plan was ruined because of her, she would be the one who deserved to die. Even if she had to die to apologize, she would not be qualified to do so. Divine Origin Master. Gazing at Jiang Chen, she was somewhat shocked. She sized him up carefully. Of course, she knew what this meant. No wonder he's so capable. Then Chen Ning smiled coldly. But what does what you've told me have to do with your plan? Jiang Chen has a grudge against young Lord Chang'e. He didn't want to help us find the Skypalm Tower after learning about it. That's why my sister and I had to resort to this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to help us find the Skypalm Tower. Ji Yaoxing sighed. His expression changed slightly. Unfortunately, because of you, we have to give up on this plan. The Skypalm Tower is here, but without a Divine Origin Master's help, we can't take it out. Since he had made it so clear, everyone knew what he meant. So there's such a thing. Does he have a grudge against young Lord Chang'e? Chen Ning could not tell whether Ji Yaoxing was telling the truth. However, if this Divine Origin Master in front of them had a grudge against Gu Chang'e, the Ji siblings would not have the guts to take him in. Elder brother, Ji Chuiwei looked at Ji Yaoxing in a daze. It seemed she had not expected him to say that either. He had pushed all the blame to Jiang Chen. This made her feel that the Ji Yaoxing in front of her had become very strange. In the past, he would never have said such a thing, nor would he have done such a thing. He had betrayed her and burned the bridge after crossing it. Although she knew her elder brother was doing this for her and for the family, she could not accept it at the moment. She threw Jiang Chen an apologetic look, but Jiang Chen did not notice her. Ji Yaoxing, I didn't expect an upright person like you to do such a thing. I was blind today. I should have led the way for you. I won't forget what you did today. Jiang Chen could not help but smile coldly. His look was very cold. There was no anger or hatred in his eyes. He was completely disappointed. He didn't expect that the first thing Ji Yaoxing did after he showed up would be to sell him out. He had sold him out, and he had cut off all ties with him. Jiang Chen was aware that if this night's incident hadn't occurred, Ji Yaoxing would have spoken in a completely different way. Previously, he had even thought that Ji Yaoxing was someone he could befriend. He was totally blind. Well, catch him then. I don't believe he will have the nerve to disobey us if we torture him. Then Chen Ning's look towards Jiang Chen became cold. However, at this moment, divine rainbows flashed in the distant sky. They were very obvious in the dark night. A group of people were coming. The leaders were a man and a woman. Their robes were fluttering in the wind. They looked very elegant. They were Gu Chang'e and Yumingkong. Jiang Chen turned pale. He wanted to leave, but he did not have the nerve to move because everyone was staring at him. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Seeing Gu Chang'e coming, Chen Ning hurried to greet him. She was a little nervous. According to Ji Yaoxing's words, she had indeed ruined his plan. Besides, it was she who had informed Gu Chang'e that he would come here. However, after coming here, she had only seen traces of the heavenly palm tower. She had not seen the real one. Compared to Ji Yaoxing's prudent approach, she had been reckless. She could not help but break out in a cold sweat at the thought of Gu Chang'e blaming her. Young Lord Chang'e. The brother and sister of the Ji family also hurried to greet him. However, compared to Ji Yaoxing, who was very calm, Ji Chuiyue was very nervous. Oh, I seem to have come too late. Did I miss something? Gu Chang'e did not pay attention to them. There was a faint smile on his face as his gaze fell on Ji Chuiyue and Ji Yaoxing. He seemed to be interested in them. Ji Chuiyue's expression changed slightly. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She had not had such a direct feeling when she had met Gu Chang'e. However, at that moment, she only felt a dreadful pressure coming at her. She was almost suffocating and out of breath. Young Lord Chang'e, it's like this. At that moment, Chen Ning hurriedly reported what had just happened, not daring to hide anything. She told him everything, including how she had followed the brother and sister of the Ji family, how she had overheard their conversation, and how Ji Yaoxing had explained to him. Yu Mingkong took a deep look at Ji Yaoxing. She looked cold and deep, but she did not say anything. She certainly knew what Ji Yaoxing was thinking, but she did not want to point it out. She wanted to know how the brother and sister of the Ji family were going to solve this problem. After hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled at Chen Ning and said, "It's been hard on you. Young Lord Chang'e, you are welcome. It's my honor." Chen Ning was flattered by Gu Chang'e's words instead of blaming her. She hurried to wave her hand. To be able to hear these words, in her opinion, it was all worth it. "Elder brother Yaoxing, I heard you are going to help me find the Sky Palm Tower." Then, Gu Chang'e looked at Ji Yaoxing with interest. There was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Although Ji Yaoxing maintained his composure, Ji Chuiyue could clearly see that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that her elder brother was not as calm and steady as he looked. When facing Gu Chang'e, they could finally experience the power that was said to make people tremble in fear and their divine souls tremble. This was the kind of huge gap that was difficult to cross. "Young Lord Chang'e, my sister and I had this idea when we heard you were going to look for the Sky Palm Tower. However, Jiang Chen did not cooperate with us, so we came up with this plan," Ji Yaoxing said calmly. "Besides, my sister and I are going to contact our families after we find the Sky Palm Tower. We will give the Sky Palm wheels we have to young Lord Chang'e as a gift. It's a pity that we didn't tell Miss Chen Ning about this. That's why young Lord Chang'e got involved." "I'm sorry." "What?" Not only Chen Ning was struck dumb by Ji Yaoxing's words. Even Jiang Chen, who had been staring at Ji Yaoxing with hatred and coldness, was struck dumb. "You have the Sky Palm wheels?" Chen Ning could not believe what she had heard. It was like a dream. The Ji siblings were going to give the Sky Palm wheels away. This was beyond her expectation. However, it seemed like this was the only way. "Yeah. That's what happened." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue. "It's true. I wouldn't dare lie to young Lord Chang'e." Ji Yaoxing looked at him calmly. He was sweating. Ji Chuiyue lowered her head. She clenched her fists. She knew why her brother had said this. After all, they were in a disadvantageous situation. Ji Yaoxing's explanation could fool Chen Ning and others, but it could not fool Gu Chang'e. Instead of offending Gu Chang'e, it would be better to give the Sky Palm wheels to him. In this way, even if Gu Chang'e knew the whole story, he would not look into it for the sake of the Sky Palm wheels. "So, thank you, Taoist brother Yaoxing." Finally, Gu Chang'e smiled. Her smile was light, and she withdrew her gaze. Not until then did the Ji siblings come to themselves from the dreadful power. They felt their backs were soaked with sweat. A breeze blew by. It was bone-chilling. Chapter 367. The full moon was like a string, wrapped in silver light. The purple mountain stood tall, flowing with a misty purple light. From time to time, terrifying sounds came from it, like rolling boulders, rumbling. In the valley, the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and lowered their eyes, not daring to say anything. Even Chen Ning could not help but feel a chill on her back, and her face was slightly pale. Although Gu Chang'e was not asking her that just now. However, that kind of soul-shaking and suffocating feeling was like a nightmare that lingered around everyone. Finally, Gu Chang'e retracted his gaze and smiled. The terrifying feeling that shrouded everyone's heads dissipated slightly. Everyone felt as if they had been fished out of the water. Their limbs were cold, and their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Chen Ning, and the others even suspected that if Ji Yaoxing had said something wrong just now, they would have been greeted with a destructive blow. Even in the rumors, Gu Chang'e's strength was an existence that could fight with a quasi-supreme. If he wanted to kill Ji Yaoxing, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Young Master Chang'e, don't worry. Although I didn't get the Heavenly Palm Tower today, I've already sent my family over. But Yao Xing has already informed the family and will be able to send the Celestial Palm Wheel over soon. It can be considered as a small apology. I hope that young Master Chang'e will be magnanimous and forgive me and my sister's mistake today. Ji Yaoxing heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands, and said with a respectful expression. Brother Yaoxing, you're so considerate. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Hearing that, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, still looking calm. How could he not know what everyone was thinking, but he did not care. Even if Ji Yaoxing did not hand over the Heavenly Palm Tower, he would find an opportunity to force the Ji family to hand it over. Ji Yaoxing being so reasonable saved him some trouble. Ji Chuiyue looked at Gu Chang'e in fear and quickly lowered her head. When she first saw Gu Chang'e, she was only curious. What kind of existence was this rumored number one person of the younger generation? She could not feel his terrifying power that was enough to make the upper realm tremble. It was only today that she fully experienced it. Just now, she almost couldn't stand properly. She suspected that even if their father, the head of the reclusive Ji family, stood in front of Gu Chang'e today, his performance would not be any better than theirs. Young Lord Chang'e, how are you going to deal with Jiang Chen? Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, the stone in Ji Yaoxing's heart finally fell, and he seemed much more relaxed. His calm and reserved face suddenly lit up. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing behind him with a pale face and seemed to be in shock. Jiang Chen still hadn't recovered from the shock. 29 His expression changed when he heard that Ji Yaoxing wanted to deal with him. He didn't have time to think too much. He quickly asked the spirit of the immortal boat in his mind what he had to do to survive today. Your only choice now is to escape into the purple mountain behind you. The faster, the better. As long as you get there, I'll be able to use the terrain there to fight against them. This is your only way out. I didn't expect that the Ji siblings wouldn't help you. I overestimated their courage and guts, but I also underestimated Gu Chang'e's power. The voice of the spirit of the immortal boat was unprecedentedly heavy. But how can I escape from them? They'll catch up with me in an instant. Jiang Chen frowned. He was very nervous. He had been thinking about escaping, but Ji Yaoxing's subordinates and Chen Ning, her subordinates, were watching him closely. He did not have the nerve to act rashly. I'll take advantage of the situation here to create a chance for you to escape. You should seize the opportunity. Don't miss it, the spirit of the immortal boat said in a low voice. Jiang Chen nodded. He felt very heavy, too. If he was careless, both his body and soul would be destroyed. He was very nervous. His palms and back were sweating. Jiang Chen. This name sounds familiar to me. Ji Yaoxing had said that. Gu Chang'e thought for a while. Then he looked like he was thinking. But I don't think I've seen this face before. He laid his eyes on Jiang Chen with interest, as if he was going to size him up thoroughly. Jiang Chen has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He said he had a grudge against young Lord Chang'e. He changed his appearance because he was worried young Lord Chang'e would notice him. This isn't his original appearance. Ji Yaoxing explained in a low voice. Oh, a divine origin master. He changed his appearance. Did I remember it wrong? I don't remember having a grudge against any divine origin master. Gu Chang'e was still smiling. He didn't seem to care at all. Jiang Chen said it himself. He wouldn't dare lie to young Lord Chang'e, Ji Yaoxing explained. At the same time, he looked towards Jiang Chen coldly. He tried many times to instigate my sister and me to murder young Lord Chang'e. He tried to push the Ji family into a deep abyss. He deserves to be killed. Chen Ning, and the others were also surprised. They hadn't expected this youngster with a divine origin master to have the nerve to do that. Murder Gu Chang'e? How daring and brave did he have to be? Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't say anything. He didn't look away, but he seemed to be pondering. Jiang Chen knew Gu Chang'e must have known who he was, but he hadn't pointed it out. At that moment, he said with a cold expression, Gu Chang'e, you really have a short memory. I still remember clearly the enmity between me and my companions. As he spoke, his expression changed. According to the method Ji Chuyue had taught him, he showed his true face. In an instant, Jiang Chen turned from a youngster into a young man. His appearance had changed so much that everyone was surprised. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e nodded. Then he said with interest, it's you. But what do you mean by that? I let you go out of kindness, but now you blame me. Aren't you ungrateful? Even an ungrateful person shouldn't be like this. Don't you think so? When Jiang Chen heard his casual and indifferent tone, he felt an indescribable anger surging to his head. However, he forced himself to calm down. He said coldly, you don't even dare admit what you've done. Gu Chang'e, can you be more shameless than this? You let us go on the surface, but in fact, you sent people to kill us. Ruoyin is so pure and kind. She trusted you so much that she couldn't see your true face. As soon as he mentioned Xiao Ruoyin, he felt an indescribable hatred and pain. It spread from the bottom of his heart, as if it was going to tear him apart. People were confused by the hatred between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e. They didn't know what had happened. Let them go. Kill them all. Yu Mingkong was the only one who glanced at Gu Chang'e. She was pondering. She was thinking about the woman Jiang Chen had mentioned. Who was she? It looked like another woman had fallen into Gu Chang'e's hands without her knowledge. And that was why Jiang Chen had become enemies with Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong felt that she had to ask Gu Chang'e about the woman named Ruoyin when she had the time. That's what you're talking about. Xiao Ruoyin has a legendary body. She's not in the same world as you. It's not good for you to be entangled with her. You still don't understand. Gu Chang'e said casually, as if he had lost interest in Jiang Chen. Stop fooling around, Gu Chang'e. That's just an excuse. Ruoyin is new to this world. She doesn't know anything. That's why she was fooled by you. She couldn't see your true face. Jiang Chen was extremely angry. He looked like he was going to skin Gu Chang'e alive. How dare you? Master let you go out of kindness. It's okay if you don't appreciate it, but now you're making false accusations. Master is kind. He doesn't want to lower himself to your level. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for attacking you. If Master wants to kill you, there won't be a place for you in the entire upper realm. You won't be able to survive. However, Gu Chang'e didn't want to talk to Jiang Chen anymore. He looked calm. He didn't even look at Jiang Chen. It was a follower behind him who had spoken. It had a terrifying appearance like a yiksha. It was full of energy and killing intent. Its words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. Although it sounded very arrogant and domineering, this was the truth. That was true. With Gu Changa's power, if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, how could he, an ordinary person, escape? Jiang Chen got even angrier. He couldn't help but smile coldly. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been killed by those creatures he sent. Of course, I wouldn't have survived until now. You're courting death. You're courting death. The yiksha-like creature flew into a rage. It was going to attack Jiang Chen. A dreadful cyan palm print flew across the sky. It was going to fall from the sky, giving off a terrifying roar. The ground was shaking. The mountains were rumbling. Many energies were intertwined. It was extremely powerful. Even a genius of the saint state would have to be cautious, let alone a mortal like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His face turned pale and desperate. He hadn't expected his rival to be so cruel. He didn't want to give him any chance to escape. He was going to kill him here. Chen Ning, and the others were watching this indifferently. They didn't show any emotion. Ji Yaoxing also looked the same. Only Ji Chuiwei couldn't bear it. She lowered her head. She couldn't bear to watch this. At first, she had thought Jiang Chen was fun. That was why she had sent him so many spiritual herbs to practice. Then she had become curious about the divine origin master techniques he had shown. However, no one had expected the hatred between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e to be so great. Besides, the JIS, who had been living in seclusion, were also involved. If they didn't want to follow the Zifu's example, they had to cut ties with Jiang Chen. The best way was to blame all the troubles on Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, Ji Chuiwei's look dimmed. She felt guilty, but she didn't have the nerve to help him. Gu Chang'e, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Chen was desperate. He couldn't help but shout at the palm that could crush him into a bloody mist. Boom! Boom! The air was shaking, as if it was going to explode. Leave now. However, at this critical moment, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared. A black-robed old man suddenly appeared. His face was cold and gloomy, but there was a terrifying saint realm pressure circulating around his body. He waved his sleeve to ward off the palm that was falling down. At the same time, he grabbed Jiang Chen, who was pale and desperate, and flew into the purple mountain at high speed. For Jiang Chen, the way forward was blocked. The only way back was in the purple mountain behind him. Senior black-robed, Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide. He hadn't expected the black-robed senior to show up again to save him at his most desperate moment. At this moment, he was extremely excited and touched. You're so stupid. The Ji's siblings can't be trusted. You were so stupid to lead the way for them. Now you regret it. The black-robed old man spoke as if he had expected better from Jiang Chen. He wished he could slap Jiang Chen to death. Even so, his movements were still very fast. He grabbed Jiang Chen and fled into the purple mountain. He turned into a black light and disappeared in a second. Who is this guy? If I'm not mistaken, he should be a great saint, right? This sudden scene shocked everyone. No one had expected Jiang Chen to have such a strong man behind him. He had saved Jiang Chen at such a critical moment. And this black-robed old man was really bold. He had saved Jiang Chen from Gu Chang'e so openly. This action was tantamount to making Gu Chang'e angry. They didn't know who this black-robed old man was, but even though he was a great saint, he would probably die after offending Gu Chang'e. As had been said before, there would be no place for him in the upper realm. Jiang Chen unexpectedly has a great saint realm expert behind him. It's no wonder that he was so confident and spoke to us in such a manner. But why did he join the school of the divine ruins? Did he know where the heavenly palm tower was, so he came here on purpose? What he said and did was just a cover-up. Ji Yaoxing frowned. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Glancing at Gu Chang'e, who looked a bit sullen, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Master, please forgive me. The Yiksha-like creature was going to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. After all, it was his carelessness that allowed the black-robed old man to show up suddenly and save Jiang Chen. Gu Chang'e waved his hand. He looked normal again. He said, "It's none of your business." Looks like Jiang Chen is confident. That's why he has the nerve to talk like that. A great saint is behind him. Looks like he's had a lot of opportunities recently. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. She had a feeling Gu Chang'e was implying something. When the black-robed old man appeared just now, his expression was calm and did not change in the slightest. It was obvious that he had long expected this scene. So, she couldn't help but wonder. If Jiang Chen was Gu Chang'e's pawn, what about the black-robed old man? She felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of this. As expected, once one was targeted by Gu Chang'e, it would be his worst nightmare. It would be impossible to get rid of him for the rest of one's life. Jiang Chen has a great saint behind him. Ji Yuyue couldn't believe it. Ji Chuyue only reacted after a long while. For some reason, she felt a chill run down her spine. What was Jiang Chen's purpose for joining the School of the Divine Ruins? Judging from what he had done, the black-robed old man was probably his protector. The Purple Mountain is extremely dangerous. Even if Jiang Chen goes there, he'll definitely die. Besides, I don't think there's a way out behind the Purple Mountain. The only way out is with us. Even if he's lucky enough to escape, he'll have to leave here in the end. At this moment, Chen Ning couldn't help but say. She was sure Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. All they had to do was wait at the entrance of the Purple Mountain and wait for Jiang Chen to walk into the trap. However, Ji Yaoxing shook his head. He said in a deep voice, "The Purple Mountain is steep. It's a space of its own. Although it's dangerous, Jiang Chen is a divine origin master. He has many mysterious methods. Maybe he can find a way out there. When I explored the Purple Mountain, I found many ancient creatures were suppressed there. The closer you were to the Purple Mountain, the stronger those creatures were. Some of them were even stronger than the Saint State." He didn't think Jiang Chen would die there. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen, they probably wouldn't have found the Sky Palm Tower. So, he guessed Jiang Chen must have had the nerve to escape into the Purple Mountain because he was confident about something. Since the Sky Palm Tower is in the Purple Mountain, I'll find it even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Jiang Chen isn't a threat at all. Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. Then his followers turned into holy rainbows and soared into the sky. They dashed into the Purple Mountain. They didn't want to waste any more time there. Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong didn't plan to enter the Purple Mountain. So, Ning will send her subordinates to explore the Purple Mountain. She'll help young Lord Chang'e catch Jiang Chen by the way. Seeing this, Chen Ning turned serious. She hurried to say. Then she started to give orders to her subordinates. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue glanced at each other. They didn't dare waste any more time. They started to give orders to their subordinates. They were going to enter the Purple Mountain to look for the Sky Palm Tower and catch Jiang Chen. Suddenly, the Purple Mountain was full of brilliant lights. Although they knew the Purple Mountain was full of dangers, they didn't dare disobey Gu Chang'e. They hurried to enter the Purple Mountain. They didn't dare waste any time. Was it important to be a tool at this moment? Soon, only Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong were left there. Even the Ji siblings had chosen not to stay outside. How sure are you that Jiang Chen can find the Sky Palm Tower? Yu Mingkong was curious. She laid her eyes on Gu Chang'e. She didn't ask Gu Chang'e what his plan was. She only wanted to know why he was so sure that Jiang Chen could find the Skypalm Tower. 100%. Gu Changa said with a faint smile. He looked like he could see through the whole Purple Mountain and see what was inside. He wasn't confident in Jiang Chen. He was confident in Jiang Chen's luck. Otherwise, how could he be called the son of luck? Besides, Jiang Chen had another holy object, the fairy boat of good fortune. With the help of the fairy boat of good fortune, wouldn't it be easy for Jiang Chen to get the Skypalm Tower? The Ji siblings and Chen Ning were only there to serve as a foil for Jiang Chen. Unknowingly, you've already schemed to such a deep level. Everyone has become a tool in your hands. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. She looked very calm. She didn't think he could be described as a monster. It's not really a plan. It just went well. Besides the Skypalm Tower, I've got the Skypalm Wheel. It's a pleasant surprise. Now I'm just waiting for Jiang Chen to find the Skypalm Tower for me. Gu Changa smiled noncommittally. Chapter 368. The Purple Mountain was very spacious. It was not as steep and high as the outside world. There were crisscrossing paths inside, shining with all kinds of lights, leading in all directions. As the misty purple light fell, it felt like a giant mountain was hanging over people's heads. It gave people an inexplicable pressure. Rocks were scattered everywhere. There were all kinds of marks on the walls. There were knife, spear, sword, halberd, and claw marks, as if they were telling the story of the battle that had taken place here. As soon as Jiang Chen and the black-robed old man arrived here, they felt a great and dreadful pressure falling from above, as if it was going to crush them. Could it be that the Purple Mountain is suppressing something? The black-robed old man frowned. He chose a random path and walked on it. Then he could not help but curse. He threw Jiang Chen onto the ground unhappily. "Senior, thank you for saving my life again. I won't forget it." Jiang Chen hurried to get to his feet. He did not blame the black-robed old man for his rude behavior. Instead, he bowed to him respectfully. He was very grateful. He had been desperate. He did not have any way to fight back. Even the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind could not save him in time. However, to his surprise, the black-robed old man had been following him secretly and had saved him again. He was grateful and excited. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. He broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it, forget it. Whenever you can make this old man feel less worried, that would be the greatest gratitude you can give to this old man. The black-robed old man snorted. He was very unhappy. Why don't you just practice in the School of Divine Ruins? Why don't you think about revenge when you've achieved something? But you don't listen to me. You think you're capable, so you want to meddle in everything. I can save you once, but do you think I can save you all the time? It's not like you don't know how scary that Gu Changa is. Why do you have to provoke him? If there's a next time, I won't save you." Although the black-robed old man was scolding him, Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart when he realized the old man was really worried about him. Although the black-robed old man was not a good person, he had saved him many times. On the other hand, although Gu Changa, Ji Yaoxing, and the others looked righteous, their actions were much more ruthless than the black-robed old man. "Senior, I understand. Once I'm done here, I'll find a place to bitterly cultivate the myriad demonic metamorphosis technique. I'll only come out when my cultivation base is high enough." Jiang Chen looked resolute as he promised. After the events of the past few days, he had deeply felt the importance of power in this world. The reason why Gu Changa could easily suppress Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others and make them treat him with respect and reverence was because Gu Changa was stronger than them. It's useless to talk about this now. That Gu Changa definitely won't let you go. This Purple Mountain is very mysterious. In this place, even this old man is greatly restricted. It's very difficult for me to help you. If you can't find a way out here, you'll end up dead. Revenge? Hee hee. The black-robed old man smiled coldly. He looked quite disdainful. Jiang Chen also understood the importance of this matter. There was no way out, and there were pursuers behind, so he hurried to communicate with the artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat in his mind. The artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat had told him it would be able to deal with other enemies after entering the Purple Mountain. This gave Jiang Chen a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, little Chenzi. I've sensed a familiar energy here. It seems to have been left by an old acquaintance of the Celestial Palace. As the artifact spirit and the artifact body of the blessed immortal boat, we won't run into any danger here. The artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat said confidently. Jiang Chen was overjoyed to hear that. He did not doubt it at all. Although the artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat could be very unreliable sometimes, at this moment, they were in the same boat. How could it joke around? That's not good. Someone is breaking in from outside. Hurry up and go deeper. I'll block them for you. However, at this moment, the black-robed old man seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned pale. He said to Jiang Chen anxiously. They've caught up with us. Jiang Chen also turned pale. He realized how urgent this matter was. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to the black-robed old man. However, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he asked, Senior, what about you? Don't worry. I'll definitely find a way to get away after blocking them. I'll come to join you. You must find a way to survive before that. Otherwise, if Gu Chang'e catches up with us, we'll both die. The black-robed old man looked unprecedentedly serious. After saying that, he walked back to the path he came from. A dreadful energy spread everywhere. A black long knife surrounded by a black light appeared in his hand. He threw the knife at the many practitioners who had caught up with him. It was extremely powerful, as if it was going to split the void open. The people who had caught up with him spurted blood and retreated. They were not a match for a great saint. Senior, be careful. I'll leave a route according to the method you've taught me. You must follow me. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. He did not have the nerve to stay here for long. Then he fled into the depths of the Purple Mountain. Although the dreadful energy over his head could fall at any time, as if it was so heavy that it could crush him into pieces, he did not care. He believed the spirit of the vessel of fortune. He fled into the depths of the Purple Mountain. He did not dare stay there. Boom! The dreadful sound of fighting echoed in the Purple Mountain. Many mysterious creatures sleeping in the corners were alerted. They all went to where the fight was taking place. It was a smooth journey. The closer one got to the depths of the Purple Mountain, the more terrifying it was. Purple mist would seep out from between some of the mountain rocks. It was very mysterious, but also very dangerous. Jiang Chen saw with his own eyes a mysterious creature in the Purple Mountain turn into a mist of blood in an instant when it came into contact with the purple fog. He was shocked. A dreadful chill ran down his spine. With the help of the spirit of the vessel of fortune, he was able to reverse the topography of this place. He went deeper into the Purple Mountain safely. Some creatures with dreadful energies noticed him, but they did not attack him. They just glanced at him, as if he was one of their kind. They did not pay much attention to him. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally felt relieved. He had been tense for a long time. Little Chenzi, keep going. I've sensed the palace's location. If I'm not wrong, we're going to be rich. The spirit of the vessel of fortune sounded excited, as if it had seen the treasure and found it for them. Jiang Chen nodded. He did not stop. Following the spirit of the vessel of fortune's words, he kept going. However, when he arrived at the cave, his expression changed drastically. It could be seen that the walls were covered in bloodstains that had long dried up. However, it was still a ghastly sight, leaving one horrified. They didn't know what happened here before. There was a layer of white bones under his feet. They were of different shapes, including those of humans and other races. Some of them were sparkling like jade, while some were as black as ink. They were as tall as hills. However, the road ahead was cut off when he arrived here, but it was not cut off. Instead, he saw an indestructible stone wall. It shone with the same light and material as the Purple Mountain. He could not crack it at all. This Purple Mountain's material was extremely sturdy and special. Even if cultivators fought inside, it would be difficult to damage it in the slightest. Is this a dead end? Jiang Chen frowned. He had not expected to be stopped here after following the guidance of the Vessel of Fortune. Don't worry. There must be a way. Let me try to find it, the spirit of the Vessel of Fortune said. Jiang Chen nodded. Then the shadow of a bronze flying boat appeared between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Then it merged with the stone wall in front of him slowly, as if it was going to go through to the other side. There is a way here, the spirit of the Vessel of Fortune said in a pleasantly surprised voice. Really? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised, too. I'm going to open this stone wall. Except for me, no one can open it. This Purple Mountain is much harder than I imagined. I suspect it doesn't belong to this realm. Even Gu Chang'e won't be able to pass through here. The spirit of the Vessel of Fortune said confidently. At the same time, a misty light appeared. It looked like veins of stars were intertwining here. In the end, they showed up on the stone wall and connected with each other. Rumble. In an instant, there was a loud noise. The mountain gave way to the stone wall. The stone wall opened up. On the other side, Chen Ning, Ji Chuiyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others were looking for Jiang Chen and the black-robed old man, but they were not together. After all, the Purple Mountain was well connected. If they did not look for Jiang Chen separately, it would be impossible to find him. It was as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. As to where the sky-reaching tower was, they had no clue at all. Chuiyue, are you blaming me? Looking at his sister, who had been silent, Ji Yaoxing finally could not help but ask. No. I know you have your reasons. You're doing this for the sake of the family. Ji Chuiyue shook her head, but she still looked sad. She was a kind-hearted person. Before this, she had always thought her brother Ji Yaoxing was the same, just and steady. However, what she had seen that day was really hard for her to accept. Jiang Chen's cold look cut her heart like a knife. After all, it was they who had gotten Jiang Chen involved in this. However, they had gotten out of this smoothly and left all the trouble to Jiang Chen. Now they were even sending people to hunt him down. Ji Chuiyue really could not bear it. You're too naive. When Jiang Chen came to you, he had an ulterior motive. You should know that there was a great saint behind him, but why did he still want to join the School of Divine Ruins? Have you ever considered this? On the contrary, Jiang Chen has been urging us to punish Gu Chang'e. Do you really think he has no ulterior motives? You think people are too kind. Ji Yaoxing sighed and said with a calm voice. Ji Chuiyue could not help but open her eyes wide in surprise. She thought about it carefully and found there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Jiang Chen seemed to have ulterior motives when he had approached her. At the thought of this, she felt much better. However, Ji Chuiyue recalled something else. She said reluctantly, Brother, are we really going to give the Mastering Heavenly Will we got with great difficulty to Gu Chang'e? In order to get the Mastering Heavenly Wheel, the reclusive JIS behind them had paid a great price. However, at the moment, they had to give the Mastering Heavenly Wheel they had gotten with great difficulty to someone else. How could they be willing? Ji Yaoxing showed a bitter smile involuntarily. He said, we have no choice. If we don't do this, Gu Chang'e won't let it go. Do you think the rumored Gu Chang'e is a good person? Take the Purple Mansion as an example. If Gu Chang'e was really kind, he would not have disabled Lord of Heaven Zi Yang. In my opinion, all of this is just an excuse he made for the sake of the Purple Mansion. As to what enmity there is between Jiang Chen and him, let's not meddle in it. Don't be curious about it. We should just pretend we don't know about it. Ji Chuiyue agreed with Ji Yaoxing. She nodded and remained silent. Rumors could not be trusted completely. She had experienced it herself. It's okay if we can't find the mastering heavenly tower, but we must find Jiang Chen. Otherwise, we won't be able to report to Gu Chang'e, Ji Yaoxing said. Then he and Ji Chuiyue continued to lead the team to chase after Jiang Chen. However, they had not gone far when they suddenly saw many mysterious creatures with powerful energies charging at them. Black clouds were rolling around them. They were very aggressive. They looked similar to all races, but their energies were obviously different. Chi. Many lights were shot over. They streaked across the air like swords and knives. They carried a strong power that was terrifying. That's not good. Back then, I encountered this type of creature. Hurry and retreat. Even if Jiang Chen can escape from us, he won't survive. Ji Yaoxing turned pale. He hurried to retreat with Ji Chuiyue and the others. He had noticed that the powerful black-robed old man had stayed behind to stall them and cover Jiang Chen's retreat. In other words, the two had fled in different directions. Jiang Chen was so weak. If he had run into such creatures, would he have been able to survive? Ji Chuiyue curled her lips. She did not dare stay there. She hurried to retreat along the path they had come from. As Ji Yaoxing had said, unless Jiang Chen was extremely strong, how could he survive facing such mysterious creatures after separating from the black-robed old man? Soon, the Ji family's brother and sister also retreated out of the Purple Mountain. However, they were surprised to see that Chen Ning had retreated before them. However, she was not in a good state. She looked pale. Her energy was weak. She looked frightened. Only 2 or 3 of the subordinates she had brought with her were left. All of them were heavily injured. It looked like she had run into great danger after entering. She was lucky to have escaped alive. The Ji family's brother and sister became serious. They were going to report what had happened to them to Gu Chang'e, but Gu Chang'e waved his hand to stop them. Looks like the Purple Mountain is full of dangers. All of the people who entered it died. Gu Chang'e squinted. He sounded like he was talking to himself. There are many paths in the Purple Mountain. All of them lead to the deepest part of the mountain. Jiang Chen was separated from the black-robed old man. I think he's doomed. Those mysterious creatures are very strong. Jiang Chen will be torn into pieces in an instant if no one is protecting him. Chen Ning said in a hurry. She still looked scared. She had not expected the Purple Mountain to be so dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a powerful protective item, it was very likely that she would have died in there. Oh. Anyway, I'm determined to get the sky-reaching tower. Looks like I'll have to go into the Purple Mountain. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be interested. I'll go with you, Yu Mingkong said without hesitation. That won't be necessary. You stay outside. If anything happens, I won't worry. Gu Chang'e waved his hand and said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Yu Mingkong's reply, he took a step forward. The air became blurred. A golden path appeared in front of him. It penetrated the path and landed in the Purple Mountain. Boom! A horrible sound that made people's hearts tremble and souls feel like they were going to explode came from there. The mountains trembled. The ground collapsed. It was a horrible scene. Ji Chuiyue, Ji Yaoxing, Chen Ning, and the others were shocked. They had not expected Gu Chang'e to do it himself. However, in his opinion, although those mysterious creatures were strong, they were not necessarily a match for him. However, the dangers in the Purple Mountain were not all because of those mysterious creatures. Gu Chang'e is strong, but there are many creatures in the Purple Mountain. The paths are intertwined. It's easy to get lost. Besides, there are many natural formation patterns. Danger is everywhere, Ji Yaoxing thought to himself, frowning slightly. He glanced at Yu Mingkong. She looked cold and indifferent, as if she was confident in Gu Chang'e. She was not worried about him at all. In the Purple Mountain, many creatures were roaring. They looked cold. They were fighting against the practitioners who were still there. They rushed out of the caves like a tide. They were so dense that it was impossible to count them. Buzz! As Gu Chang'e stepped into the Purple Mountain, a strange sound came from the void. It sounded like a bell, but also like the sound of a tower. It was echoing everywhere. Looks like this is the response of the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding. The sky-wielding tower is indeed here. Without Jiang Chen, it would have taken me a long time to find it. Gu Chang'e perceived where Jiang Chen was. It was not far from where he was. However, he had to pass through many formation patterns and obstacles. Fortunately, he could follow the route Jiang Chen had taken. As long as he hid in the void, he would be able to follow the route smoothly. Jiang Chen would never expect that the route he had left for the black-robed old man was left for Gu Chang'e in the end. Buzz! Gu Chang'e was walking in the Purple Mountain. As he raised his hand, the void trembled. An ancient and dreadful energy broke out. It turned into a giant star, as heavy as hundreds of thousands of tons. It fell down. All the creatures close to him exploded in an instant. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and they evaporated into powder. The tide of creatures, even though they did not feel pain or fear, stepped back involuntarily to avoid him at this moment. This fluctuation. Looks like Jiang Chen has found the sky-wielding tower. Wow! Gu Chang'e was walking at a moderate pace. He seemed to have perceived something. Surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He didn't let me down. He smiled. His figure blurred. He stepped forward, intending to pick the ripe fruit. It had to be said that the Purple Mountain was indeed strange. There was a special domain that enveloped every corner, and even every rock had this kind of aura. It could even affect a practitioner's judgment and suppress his holy awareness. Its hardness was beyond imagination. It could not be damaged by average people. Without Jiang Chen's exploration, it would not have been easy for Gu Chang'e to find the sky-wielding tower. Chapter 369. When Gu Chang'e entered the Purple Mountain along the path Jiang Chen had left for him, on the other side, Jiang Chen finally saw the great opportunity he had been looking forward to. The spirit of the celestial boat of creation was very confident in its own means. After getting rid of the formation patterns in front of them, the stone wall opened up immediately. A crack appeared in the middle of the wall automatically. It was spacious and unobstructed. Behind it was an ancient bridge. The other end was connected to an indescribably magnificent palace. It was magnificent, emitting an ancient and magnificent energy. It's the Palm Heaven Palace. The spirit of the celestial boat of creation said excitedly. Not until then did Jiang Chen notice the 3 gilded words above the magnificent palace. They were simple and unadorned, giving people a vague feeling that they were powerful enough to suppress the whole world. These 3 words were extremely ancient. No one knew who had left them there, but one could see a trace of its peerless elegance from them. The Palm Heaven Palace. What does it have to do with the Palm Heaven Tower? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Stepping onto the stairs, he walked toward the palace ahead. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the palace. After checking left and right, he pushed the gate open. There was no obstruction or pressure. All of a sudden, A tide of purple fog swept over, as if it was going to liquefy. It was enough to drown people up to their knees. As Jiang Chen walked in, there was a dazzling brilliance. He closed his eyes involuntarily. Jiang Chen was struck dumb. He opened his eyes wide. Source stones as big as washbasins were scattered everywhere. They were crystal clear, surrounded by different colors. It was like a holy land for immortals. Jiang Chen even saw some sealed mysterious creatures, weapons, jade slips, jade jars, and so on among some source stones. This caused his heart to tremble. There were countless source stones as far as the eye could see. The purple fog here was formed by the liquefaction of the source stones. The wealth here was amazing. No wonder the spirit of the celestial boat of creation had said this was a chance specially prepared for him. And he smelled a strong fragrance of elixirs pervading the air. It was so refreshing that he felt like he could become an immortal. There was a herbal field full of spirit energy a little further away. Multicolored light surged within, immortal mushrooms everywhere, immortal stalks resplendent, multicolored light flowing, thin mist curling about. There are too many opportunities. Spirit herbs, origin stones, jade slips, cultivation techniques, weapons. Everything is there. There are even some sealed pills. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was breathing heavily. He was overwhelmed with emotions. This was the first time he had seen so many practicing resources. Even if he did not join any sect after leaving this place, these resources would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. He subconsciously wanted to take all these things away. Don't get too excited. These are just average. The best is yet to come. These things are all yours. No one can snatch them from you. However, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune interrupted him. He sounded excited and complacent, but he still tried to stay calm in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. He forced himself to calm down. He knew that the treasure spirit of the immortal boat of creation would not lie to him. Since it said that these were just ordinary, it meant that the more powerful ones were definitely at the back. With this thought in mind, he continued to walk deeper. None of the creatures on the way attacked Jiang Chen. Looks like it's because of his special body, the reincarnation of the immortal boat of creation. I wonder what kind of surprise he will give me in the end. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Gu Chang'e was strolling in the purple mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked relaxed and casual, as if he was taking a stroll. No one was following him. No creatures were approaching him. This was because all the creatures that had approached him had turned into ashes. Their bodies and spirits had all been destroyed. Master. A black-robed old man showed up not far ahead. He greeted Gu Chang'e respectfully. He didn't notice anything unusual. Gu Chang'e asked casually. No. Jiang Chen trusted me very much. He did everything according to your orders. He didn't notice anything unusual. He trusted me more and more recently, the black-robed old man answered respectfully. That's good, Gu Chang'e smiled. Looks like Jiang Chen is satisfied with the doctrine protector I arranged for him. Master, when will you deal with Jiang Chen? The black-robed old man asked. Don't worry. He's worth more than this. At least I need him to help my doctrine fruit ripen. Gu Chang'e looked at the cave ahead of him. He walked over slowly. After arriving here, he could feel a majestic pressure hanging over his head. He sensed Jiang Chen's current location. It wasn't far away. However, Gu Chang'e still planned to send the demonic puppet there first. After all, the black-robed old man was Jiang Chen's doctrine protector in name. If anything unusual happened there, Gu Chang'e would know in advance. Of course, he had another plan waiting for Jiang Chen. The palace was very big. It was simple and magnificent. Except for some collapsed pillars, there was nothing unusual. The grand palace was majestic and heavy. It seemed to be a world of its own. Surrounded by fog, it looked like a fairyland. As Jiang Chen walked in, he saw giant pillars standing in the palace from time to time. They seemed to be holding up the sky. All of a sudden, a faint sound came from afar. It sounded like a tower was shaking slightly. It was also like a giant bell was ringing. It was shocking and deafening. What's this? Jiang Chen turned pale. He felt like his head had been suddenly stabbed by a thorn. It was so painful that he lost all color in his face. Buzz! He felt like his head had been hit by a giant bell. It was ringing. His mind went blank. He vaguely felt like there was a small tower shining with golden light in the palace. It was floating in the air, giving off a vast amount of chaotic energy. A golden tower. Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide in surprise. The pain disappeared as quickly as it came. He found he could hear the sound clearly again. This is the Skypalm Tower calling you. It has sensed your existence. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said excitedly, follow the sound. You'll find it. Jiang Chen came to himself when he heard this. He also looked excited. Didn't that mean the Skypalm Tower Gu Chang'e had been looking for would fall into his hands soon? Gu Chang'e had been looking for it for so long, but he had found nothing in the end. Would he be irritated? Jiang Chen became more excited at the thought of this. He hurried to the source of the sound without stopping. Boom! The sound was long, as if it had come from the 9 heavens. The deeper he went, the louder and more deafening the sound became. He couldn't help but wonder whether the sound could penetrate the palace and echo beyond the Purple Mountain. In a trance, he felt like he was seeing a giant tower surrounded by golden divine lights. The lore of the heavens was flowing around it. It was indescribably mysterious. I'm determined to get the Skypalm Tower. I won't let it fall into Gu Chang'e's hands. Jiang Chen looked resolute. Clenching his fists, he strode toward the source of the sound. Although the palace was very big, there were no obstacles along the way, so it didn't take him long to see the giant tower in the depths of the palace. It had 9 floors in total. It was completely golden, as if it had been made of immortal gold. Floating in the air, it looked like a small mountain. There was also a dao platform standing below. The platform looked like it had been made of celestial jade. It was simple and natural. Red clouds, golden lights, and colorful mists intertwined. It was enshrouding the platform. Golden lights roared. Runes flashed. Hanging over the platform, it enveloped everything, as if it could suppress everything. There seemed to be something on the platform. Jiang Chen felt like that thing was attracting him. However, he focused all of his attention on the Skypalm Tower. After observing it carefully, he found the sound in his head had come from it. This is the Skypalm Tower, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune shouted excitedly. Find a way to take it away. But I haven't started practicing yet. How can I take the Skypalm Tower away? Jiang Chen was wandering down there, frowning. Practitioners could refine their weapons and take them into their spiritual seas. They could use them to fight at any time. However, he hadn't even developed his spiritual sea yet. Even if he got the Skypalm Tower, he couldn't take it away. He hadn't expected the Skypalm Tower to be so huge. It was like a tall tower, not something that could be held in one's hand. The Skypalm Tower is one of the 7 artifacts of the Skypalm sect. It's responsible for suppressing the world. No evil can escape from its great destructive power. Little Chen, you can definitely subdue it. It was calling you, which means it acknowledges you. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said confidently. Jiang Chen turned serious. He started to wander below the Skypalm Tower in whatever way he could think of. However, no matter what method he chose or how he spoke, the Skypalm Tower didn't move at all. It was standing there, as if it would never move. He couldn't help but wonder if he had misunderstood the sound he had heard. In fact, the Skypalm Tower hadn't been calling him. Otherwise, why wasn't it moving at all? Is there some kind of test? Will it acknowledge me only after I pass its test? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. It shouldn't be. You're the reincarnation of the celestial boat of fortune. Theoretically, the Skypalm Tower should recognize you. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was puzzled too. And it found that the energy of an old acquaintance it had sensed before was even fainter here. It felt helpless and anxious. After all, its memory wasn't complete. It couldn't remember many things clearly. Otherwise, it should have been able to recognize which old acquaintance it was. Let's see what's on that platform first. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune sighed. Jiang Chen nodded. Then he walked toward the immortal jade platform under the Skypalm Tower. However, before he could approach, he felt the Skypalm Tower suddenly shake slightly. Light fell. Ripples appeared in the air. Boom! A strong and heavy pressure came from ahead. He felt as if there were thousands of tons of pressure on his body. It was difficult for him to take another step forward. What's going on? Why is the Skypalm Tower stopping me from going forward? Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. His face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to take another step forward. It was as if there was an invisible thick wall in front of him that was blocking him. The immortal jade platform was only a few steps away from him, but these few steps felt like they were at the end of the world. Why is this happening? Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. He had exerted all of his strength. He couldn't accept it. He was so close, but why couldn't he walk over? This shouldn't be happening. These should belong to you. Why is this happening? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was also struck dumb. He couldn't figure it out at all. The Skypalm Tower hadn't reacted at all. But now it was still stopping Jiang Chen from approaching the platform. Why? Buzz. Then there was a flash in the air. Then the shadow of a bronze immortal boat appeared between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Skypalm Tower, why are you stopping us? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune showed up. He couldn't help but ask in an angry but childish voice. At this moment, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stopped. He didn't try to make any more useless efforts. He knew the Skypalm Tower was stopping him. Without its approval, he couldn't approach the platform. Although he was angry, he calmed down. He was ready to see how the Skypalm Tower would respond. According to what the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune had said, the Skypalm Tower used to be the celestial palace's trump card. Like the celestial boat of fortune, it belonged to the celestial palace. That was why they could sense each other's presence. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, those creatures had ignored him and allowed him to go deep into the Purple Mountain because he had the energy of the celestial palace on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But at this moment, the Skypalm Tower was stopping him. Why? As the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune asked, the giant golden tower in the air seemed to react. It shook slightly and started to rumble in the air. Then a vague figure appeared in it. Surrounded by golden lights, it was hard to see clearly. It looked like an ancient god. Skypalm Tower, you finally showed up. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, the golden figure that had appeared was the spirit of the Skypalm Tower. Because the Skypalm Tower was different from other Skypalm weapons. The person who had forged it had planned to use it as a trump card, so he had chosen different materials and forging methods so that the spirit of the weapon could be nurtured. And this golden figure was the spirit of the Skypalm Tower. Why are you stopping us? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune asked in a loud voice. He didn't understand at all. In fact, they should be on the same side. It was fine that the Skypalm Tower didn't help Jiangchen, but why was it stopping him? The plenilune is dead. However, to Jiangchen and the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune's surprise, the spirit of the Skypalm Tower spoke after hearing the question, but it said something else. The plenilune. Jiangchen frowned, confused. The plenilune is dead? Well, anyway, the celestial palace has collapsed. No matter how long the plenilune has lived, it will die of old age one day. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was struck dumb. Then it lowered its voice, as if something had occurred to it. Seeing Jiangchen confused, it explained to him. The plenilune was an immortal beast responsible for supporting the Skypalm Tower. It was huge and long-lived, as long as the Milky Way. It was even said that the plenilune was formed by the god of moon who had fallen from the sky. Therefore, although the plenilune was not humanoid, it was extremely beautiful. Because of its long life, it had been called a walking fossil. Few people knew more about the world's secrets than it did. So, this is what the spirit of the Skypalm Tower was talking about. What does this have to do with it stopping me from approaching the platform? Jiangchen guessed that the dead plenilune had been with the Skypalm Tower for a long time. Maybe they had a deep relationship, so it couldn't accept the fact that it had died. But he couldn't figure out why the Skypalm Tower had stopped him. Although I know it's not good to comfort you like this, even the immortal celestial palace will collapse one day. The plenilune will certainly die of old age one day. You have to accept this fact. Besides, this isn't a reason for you to stop us. Besides, what's in the platform? Now, the responsibility of reviving the celestial palace's past glory is all on Jiangchen. The Skypalm Tower hopes you won't make things difficult for him, considering that you used to belong to the celestial palace. The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but persuade Jiangchen. In its opinion, since there were many source stones, spiritual herbs, and other practicing resources in the Skypalm Palace, there must be even better things in the platform. After all, the Skypalm Palace had been the place where the Celestial Palace stored all its resources, and the Skypalm Tower was in charge of guarding it. How could there be so few good things here? Jiangchen couldn't interrupt at this moment. However, after hearing what the spirit of the creation immortal boat had said, he also felt that all the practicing resources here seemed to have been left for him. There's nothing else in the platform, only the offspring of the plenilune. I promised her that I would help her raise her offspring. The spirit of the Skypalm Tower kept silent for a while. Then it spoke again. What it said shocked Jiangchen and the spirit of the creation immortal boat. What did you say? The offspring of the plenilune are in the platform? The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but ask loudly. There was uncontrollable excitement in its voice. Jiangchen didn't know how powerful the plenilune was. But he could tell from the trembling voice of the spirit of the creation immortal boat that it was powerful. The value of the things sealed in the platform was immeasurable. After all, anything related to immortals couldn't be simple, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. He was a little excited. Little plenilune. If it grew up, wouldn't it be a real immortal beast? With an immortal beast, wouldn't he be able to travel freely in the upper realm, and no one would be able to stop him? It would even be easy for him to take revenge on Guchanga. In that case, you should give little plenilune to us. Jiangchen is the reincarnation of the creation immortal boat, and you should know what the creation immortal boat is. It's best for you to give little plenilune to him. Besides, if you leave with us, you can still watch little plenilune grow up. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The spirit of the creation immortal boat tried to persuade him again. It sounded very eager, hoping to persuade the Skypalm Tower to give them little plenilune and let the Skypalm Tower leave with them. Jiangchen also felt a sense of eagerness, but he still didn't speak. He kept a calm face. He can't. I promised the plenilune that I would take care of its offspring, but he's too weak to protect it. Besides, he doesn't have enough resources to ensure the smooth growth of the Plenilun's offspring. However, the spirit of the Skypalm Tower's voice was still as calm as ever. It wasn't looking down on Jiang Chen, but it was just stating a fact. For the moment, it didn't matter what kind of reincarnation Jiang Chen was. What mattered was that Jiang Chen had to have enough resources to make little Plenilun grow up smoothly. If he couldn't even do that, why should it give little Plenilun to him? Although Jiang Chen doesn't have these resources now, it doesn't mean he won't have them in the future. He has great potential. Besides, aren't there many resources in the Skypalm Palace? The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but argue. It didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. Both for it and Jiang Chen, having a little Plenilun would bring them unimaginable benefits. Chapter 370. I don't know what will happen in the future. I only know that you don't have the ability to protect little Plenilun now. Besides, there aren't many things left in the Palm Heaven Palace. Most of them were used up. What you see now is just some leftovers. I just want to ask you one thing. If people know little Plenilun is with you, can you protect it? The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower said calmly. The golden figure was standing in the void. Its face was blurry, and its aura was powerful. Only when it looked at the doctrine platform below did it show a hint of gentleness. What it said was very realistic. If it weren't for the fact that they used to belong to the Celestial Palace, it would have been even more merciless. It wasn't stupid. How could it not see the intentions of Jiang Chen and the spirit of the ferry boat? If the two could give it a clear answer, it would give little Plenilun to them with peace of mind and follow them. However, if the two couldn't even do this, what was the difference between them and a wolf without risking anything? The conditions you mentioned are too harsh for Jiang Chen. He's just a mortal. The spirit of the ferry boat said discontentedly. He didn't expect the spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower to be so merciless. It almost said that they weren't qualified to raise little Plenilun now. You know he's just a mortal. The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower asked calmly, then why did you ask me to give little Plenilun to him? What do you want? The spirit of the ferry boat was speechless. It couldn't find any words to refute. Following Jiang Chen is also a training for little Plenilun. It might be a good thing for it. The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower shook its head. It was very disappointed. It didn't say anything else. If it weren't for the fact that they used to know each other, it would have driven the two out of this place. Senior, I can understand what you're saying, but don't you think it's a bit unreasonable to not give me any chance? Junior does not have the ability to protect little Moongazer Serpent right now, nor do I have the resources to support its growth. However, Junior can guarantee that as long as Junior still has one breath left in me, I will not let it suffer any harm. I will treat it as my companion. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can let it spend some time with this Junior. If Senior is not satisfied, you can take it away at any time. How about it? At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly took a deep breath and stood up. He raised his head and spoke to the spirit of the sky-reaching tower in the air. He looked very calm. The words that came out of his mouth had been carefully considered. This was because he had felt the gaze from the platform in front of him sizing him up. Little Plenilun seemed to be able to sense his existence. This was why Jiang Chen had come up with such a plan. He planned to make little full moon like him. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune beamed when he heard this. He was amazed by Jiang Chen's wit. Although what you said was very sincere, why should I agree to it? No matter which possibility you're talking about, it won't do me any good. However, what made Jiang Chen stiffen was that the spirit of the sky-reaching tower in front of him was not moved by his words at all. Jiang Chen, leave now. However, at this moment, an anxious shout suddenly came from outside the palace. With a bang, the old man in the black robe was thrown in. His energy was weak. There was blood at the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely embarrassed. He did not have the arrogance that Jiang Chen had seen before. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not have time to talk with the spirit of the sky-reaching tower. He stood there in a daze, shocked by this sudden scene. He had no idea what had happened at all. "Leave now. Leave this place. Don't worry about me." The old man in the black robe tried to get up from the ground with great difficulty, but he seemed to have hurt himself again. He coughed up blood and spat out many pieces of his internal organs. "What happened? Senior, why did you?" Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide. He had not realized what had happened yet. Why did such a powerful old man in the black robe look so seriously injured at the moment? Wasn't he going to stay behind and meet up with Jiang Chen later? Was he in danger? "Because he ran into me." The next moment, accompanied by a faint voice, Gu Changa's figure walked in from outside the palace. He looked casual and indifferent. He did not seem to care at all. He stepped on the old man in the black robe directly. The sound of bones breaking gave rise to a terrifying sound. The old man in the black robe seemed to be tough. He only snorted, but did not scream. "You've got some guts. You actually dared to rescue someone right under my nose," Gu Changa said calmly. He looked indifferent, without any emotion. "Gu Changa, it's you. Why are you here? This is bad. Gu Changa must have found the route I left for the senior in the black robe." Jiang Chen turned pale. He was terrified. He had not expected Gu Changa to come all the way here. And such a powerful senior in the black robe was in such a miserable state at the hands of Gu Changa. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. "This is bad. Little Chenzi, this guy came all the way here." The voice of the spirit of the creation immortal boat was shaking. It hurried to turn into a cloud of smoke and went into the space between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. It had been trembling and fearing Gu Changa from the depths of its holy soul. "Gu Changa, let go of the senior in the black robe. It's between you and me. Don't involve other people in this." Jiang Chen forced himself to calm down. He gazed at Gu Changa coldly. Now his biggest support was also under Gu Changa's feet, which really made him feel desperate. He could only pray that the spirit of the creation immortal boat could really control the formation patterns in the Purple Mountain and kill Gu Changa. "Reckless guy. You want to save someone with such little ability?" Gu Changa glanced at him calmly, as if he did not care at all. Then he kicked the old man. The old man in the black robe snorted and fell toward Jiang Chen. The kick was so powerful that the ground almost cracked. However, this palace was made of special materials. It could bear such a small fluctuation without any problem. "Senior, are you all right?" Jiang Chen asked worriedly, hurrying to help the old man to his feet. "I'm all right." "Wah," the old man in the black robe waved his hand. However, before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. He was seriously injured. Jiang Chen looked angry, but he did not have the nerve to say anything to Gu Changa. "I was careless. I didn't expect Gu Changa to be so strong. I'm not a match for him at all." The old man in the black robe smiled bitterly and blamed himself, which was rare. "If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have come here so soon." "Senior, please don't say that. If you hadn't covered for me, this wouldn't have happened." Seeing the old man in the black robe so seriously injured, Jiang Chen did not have the heart to blame him anymore. By then, since Gu Changa had come here, they had to face him head-on. This is the sky-wielding tower. It even has an artifact spirit. Interesting. It is quite different from other sky-wielding artifacts. At this moment, Gu Changa was staring at the golden phantom in the air with interest. Then he sized it up and said, "I know what you said just now. I can give you two choices now. 1. Give little plenilun to me, submit to me, and leave with me. 2. I'll take little plenilun away myself, erase your intelligence, and leave with the sky-wielding tower. Which one do you want? You can choose for yourself. Gu Changa sounded calm. He was not in a hurry after speaking. He had been here for a while, but he did not show up. He had learned the cause and effect of this matter. The artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower was not stupid. It would know what to choose at this moment. Of course, if it was stupid, Gu Changa didn't mind erasing its intelligence. This wasn't a difficult thing for him. Gu Changa, you, Jiang Chen turned pale. He had never expected Gu Changa to be so aggressive and arrogant. He even had the nerve to speak to the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower like this. Let me think about it. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen was even more shocked and shocked. The artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower did not show any anger or dissatisfaction after hearing what Gu Changa had said. On the contrary, it was very cautious. Its attitude was totally different from when it was facing him. I am not very patient. Even if you are the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower, you are of no value to me. As a weapon, I prefer dead things without intelligence, Gu Changa said calmly. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Changa. He was trembling. He felt a horrible chill sweeping from his spine to the top of his head. Even the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower had been intimidated and did not dare say anything. He had thought the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower would be angry and teach Gu Changa a lesson. However, it was very cautious. I can agree to submit to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I would rather die than let you have the sky-wielding tower. The artifact spirit's voice was still the same. It knew that the young man in front of it was very terrifying. It was not only his aura, but also the indifference that was engraved in its bones. It was as if he could turn the sea into ashes with a flick of his finger. This was the feeling that made it shudder. Besides, it was no longer at its peak. In its current state, it could only contend with supreme venerables at most. Tell me. Gu Changa looked up at it. Then he looked at the immortal jade platform in front of him. He walked over slowly. Unlike Jiang Chen, who was sweating profusely and could not move at all, Gu Changa walked up to the platform without any hindrance. The platform was white. There were runes flickering on it. It was full of immortal fog. The ancient words on it were flowing with all kinds of ancient symbols. It was full of the energy of the great doctrine. It was not an ordinary thing. Seeing this, Jiang Chen turned pale again. He recalled how embarrassed he had been a moment ago. I need you to promise me that you will not hurt little plenilun, the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower said seriously. At the same time, his gaze landed on the Tao platform, wary of Gu Changa's actions. Okay. Gu Changa didn't think and said directly. It was a small pool. It was sealed with holy source and had not been opened yet. It was full of immortal fog. Colorful lights were flowing. He could not see what was inside. However, in his field of vision, he could see that there was a hazy amber light flowing quietly like a river of stars. There seemed to be a pair of clear eyes watching him, as if it knew everything that was happening in the outside world. This was little plenilun's true form. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't let anyone hurt it. The weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower was still very cautious, because Gu Changa's promise had been very straightforward. It was worried. Gu Changa looked back at it and said, Don't worry. Even if I announce to the world today that I have little plenilun, no one will dare to take it away from me. After all, I'm not this good for nothing. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He looked very mocking and disdainful. Gu Changa, don't go too far. Facing Gu Changa's undisguised mockery, Jiang Chen turned extremely pale. He gnashed his teeth, extremely angry. But he could not find an excuse to refute. Now that Gu Changa was so powerful, who would dare to take something away from him? Wouldn't that be courting death? Asking for fresh flowers, the weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower was also shocked by Gu Changa's confident words. However, wasn't this exactly what it had wanted all along? Besides, the Gus have all the resources that little Plenilun needs to grow. Even if you ask it to eat all the 100,000 star zones, it won't be a problem. So now, do you have any other conditions? Then Gu Changa looked at the weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower and spoke again. He smiled slightly, showing his terrifying background and wealth. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt like he was going to suffocate. His lips were trembling, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Compared to this, what did he have? Nothing. Buzz. The purple mountain shook. The heavenly palm tower started to vibrate, as if it was also rumbling, because it was deeply shocked by Gu Changa's words. It was not stupid at all. The heavenly palm tower is willing to serve young master from now on. In the next instant, the heavenly palm tower's artifact spirit turned into a beam of golden light and entered the heavenly palm tower. The huge and majestic golden tower quickly shrank and descended from the sky. At the same time, its voice echoed in the air, showing its submission. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. Looking at the pale-faced Jiang Chen, he sounded regretful. A good-for-nothing wants an immortal beast to follow him. What year is it? Why are you still dreaming? Was there anything in the world that money couldn't buy? If there was, it meant the money wasn't enough. Jiang Chen, who had witnessed everything, felt like his heart of practice was about to crack. He couldn't help but feel desperate. He had tried so hard, but in the end, he had gained nothing. Gu Changa, on the other hand, had easily obtained all of this with just a few simple words. How could he accept this? Stay here today. Gu Changa's smile was a little cold. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changa threw his palm forward. With a rumbling sound, a giant golden palm print appeared in the air. It was like the palm of the natural law, suppressing everything. The air felt like it was going to explode. It couldn't bear such a terrifying fluctuation. Jiang Chen looked at the palm in despair. He felt like he was going to explode. Go! At the crucial moment, the old man in the black robe shouted in anger. He spat out blood. He seemed to have exerted a secret method. He grabbed Jiang Chen and fled out of the hall. He took Gu Changa's palm attack head-on. Blood was gushing out of his body. He felt like all of his internal organs were going to explode. His face was pale, and his energy was weak. Senior, Jiang Chen was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, the old man in the black robe didn't care about him. Regardless of his terrible injuries, he looked like he was going to take Jiang Chen away with him. Run! Run! I've affected the general trend here. I've destroyed the geography of the Purple Mountain. I've buried that Gu guy here. At this moment, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune shouted in Jiang Chen's mind. Rumble! The whole Purple Mountain started to shake. Rocks started to fall. The ground cracked. A thick purple fog was emitted. It was going to collapse. Run! You'd better run as far away as possible. You'll be stronger the next time we meet. Thanks to you. I'll take the Sky Palm Tower. Gu Changa was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. He wasn't in a hurry. The coldness on his face was gone. He watched Jiang Chen disappear with interest. Not until then did he wave his sleeve to take the fairy jade platform and the Sky Palm Tower away. As to the source stones, spiritual herbs, and other things in the palace, he really didn't care about them. Then a dazzling brilliance appeared on his body. A dreadful energy rose into the sky like the sun. It broke through the Purple Mountain directly. He turned his hand into a sword to destroy the chaotic formation patterns here. Gu Changa took a few steps forward. The golden path extended from under his feet. He showed up in the sky outside. Boom! Boom! The magnificent purple mountain behind him collapsed with a deafening noise. Smoke rose into the air. Purple fog gushed out. It turned into ruins. Gu Changa looked back. He looked calm. Not until then did he land in the air. His robe was fluttering in the wind. There was not a speck of dust on it. Master! Young Lord Changa! His followers, the Ji's siblings, Chen Ning, and others, who had been waiting outside the Purple Mountain, all came forward to greet him. Gu Changa waved his hand. How is it? Yu Mingkong came over and said in a cold voice. The others also looked over curiously. They were shocked. What on earth had happened in the Purple Mountain? Why had it suddenly collapsed? Especially the Ji's siblings. They were very confused. Had Gu Changa gotten the Sky Palm Tower or not? As for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, they thought he had probably been buried by the Purple Mountain. He had been crushed to death. It's barely satisfactory, but it's expected. Gu Changa smiled and gave a vague answer. However, Yu Mingkong knew him well. She knew he must have gotten what he wanted. He must have gotten the Sky Palm Tower. So, she didn't ask any more questions. The others were shocked. They were shocked, but they didn't dare ask any more questions. However, many people guessed that Gu Changa had gotten the Sky Palm Tower. Otherwise, the Purple Mountain wouldn't have collapsed. As for what had happened, they didn't have the nerve to ask any more questions. What had happened here tonight was destined to not be peaceful. The giant Purple Mountain had appeared overnight and then collapsed overnight. It would definitely attract the attention and investigation of many practitioners. Then they went back to the sect of the Divine Ruins. The Ji's siblings, Chen Ning, and others started to contact their families to report what had happened here. The higher-ups of the JIS were angry and humiliated, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Then they arranged for someone to send the Sky Palm Wheel over. 1000. Chapter 371. After going back to the School of Divine Ruins, Gu Changa asked everyone to leave. Only Yu Mingkong stayed with him. She looked a little curious. Jiang Chen, as a servant disciple, disappeared with the help of space. For the whole School of Divine Ruins, it was a trivial matter. It was like a speck of dust falling into water. It couldn't even cause a ripple. No one would notice it. Even if the leader of the School of Divine Ruins noticed that a disciple had disappeared, he wouldn't dare ask about it. After all, it was a critical moment. Besides the Ji siblings, Gu Changa was also in the School of Divine Ruins. How could a small temple accommodate such a big Buddha? They had to live in fear every day. Did you really get the Sky Palm Tower? Finally, there was no one else in the hall. Yu Mingkong asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Before she got a definite answer from Gu Changa, she couldn't help but worry. I got it. It went very smoothly. I didn't run into any unexpected trouble. Gu Changa smiled. Then he waved his hand. Then the Sky Palm Tower, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in the void. Golden light surged. Chaotic fog fell from it. There were 9 layers in total. It looked like it was made of immortal gold. There was a mysterious fluctuation flowing around. It seemed to be able to suppress the 6 realms in the world. The rumors were true. The Sky Palm Tower did have the power to suppress the world. Under such great power, all demons and monsters would vanish. Yu Mingkong glanced at it. She nodded. She didn't ask anything. In this way, their trip could be considered to have ended perfectly. However, before this, she hadn't done anything. She had only accompanied Gu Changa here. Then she had watched him get the Sky Palm Tower easily. She had to admit that for a strong-willed person like her, she was more or less frustrated. What's wrong? Why do you look unhappy when you see your husband get the Sky Palm Tower so easily? Seeing her expression, Gu Changa smiled. He couldn't help but tease her. This isn't like you. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and said calmly, I was wondering why I was so useless and couldn't help at all. She was so calm that Gu Changa was somewhat surprised. However, if it weren't for Yu Mingkong, he would have had to spend a lot more effort to find where the heavenly palm tower had appeared. In addition, the Divine Sovereign Mirror and Divine Sovereign Seal were given to him by Yu Mingkong after she found them. It was already very difficult to find one heaven-wielding artifact, let alone two. Although Yu Mingkong was reborn, she must have spent a lot of effort to find these two heaven-wielding artifacts. If you are also trash, then everyone in this world is worse than trash. Thinking of this, Gu Changa smiled and gently pulled her into his arms with a gentle smile. And you said something wrong. It's not like you didn't help at all. What did I help with? Yu Mingkong looked at him seriously. When she heard Gu Changa say this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She was in a good mood. Of course, you helped me warm my bed, Gu Changa said with a smile. Yu Mingkong's smile froze, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Her jade-like face suddenly became hazy. Then, she struggled free and turned into a divine rainbow, directly rushing into the sky. Forget it. Mingkong, since you are unwilling, then I will find another woman. Gu Changa put away the heavenly palm tower and walked out of the hall unhurriedly. The smile on his face didn't disappear at all. Anyway, I just need to say one sentence. The women who want to warm my bed can probably line up from here to the Perfected Immortal Academy. How dare you? Yu Mingkong frowned. Although she appeared in the sky, she didn't go far. When she heard this, her expression became as cold as ice, and her killing intent was cold. Rumble. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply slapped down with her palm. The palm that was as white as jade seemed to be formed by moonlight. It was bright and beautiful, powerful and domineering. It had a peerless demeanor as it pressed down from the sky. Gu Changa smiled slightly and took a step forward, disappearing outside the hall. He easily dodged this palm, but the palace behind him collapsed with a rumble, turning into ashes amidst the dazzling light. In addition, even the mountain he was on was cut in half by Yu Mingkong's palm. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. In the middle of the night, such a huge commotion suddenly occurred, instantly alarming everyone in the sect of God's ruins. The group of elders and disciples watched this scene from afar, dumbfounded. Their souls trembled, and they trembled. The Ji siblings also rushed over. Their eyes were wide open in shock. They thought that someone had suddenly attacked in the middle of the night, but they never expected that it was a conflict between Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. However, Yu Mingkong hadn't made a move before, so they didn't know her strength. Now that they saw it, they were shocked. She was much stronger than they imagined. On the other hand, Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's followers were very calm. Clearly, they often saw such scenes. Is this how two people interact? Ji Chuiwe thought to herself. Even she couldn't explain her envy. However, it was estimated that among the younger generation, only Gu Changa could suppress Yu Mingkong. The rest of the young talents were either dead or disabled when facing this palm. After figuring out the reason, everyone quickly dispersed, not daring to watch. They knew that it was better to stay away from such a scene. Do you want everyone to see us as a joke? Gu Changa smiled, as if he didn't care about his surroundings at all. Yu Mingkong coldly glanced at him. Cut the crap. Today, you have to yield to me. With that, her palm descended again. Light flashed, and runes intertwined. There was a supreme aura of the great Tao pervading the air. A blurry peerless figure could faintly be seen behind her. As her hair fluttered, she took a step forward, trekking through the long river of time. She was peerlessly powerful, as if there really was an empress looking down on the heavens. All right, I'll yield to you. That's good, right? Gu Changa seemed to shrug helplessly. With that, he shook his sleeve, and a terrifying power pervaded. The universe, sun, and moon all transformed into his palm. Immediately, only darkness was left in the world. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as if he was holding the universe in his palm. Endless darkness swallowed Yumingkong. In an instant, Yumingkong's expression changed, and she retreated. However, Gu Changa's sleeve seemed to have turned into the mythical Qiankuan bag, covering the moon and absorbing everything. Although her cultivation was powerful, compared to the current Gu Changa, there was still a big gap. She didn't retreat too far before she was enveloped. Gu Changa, you're despicable and shameless. You didn't keep your words. Let me out quickly. Yumingkong's words came through while gritting her teeth. Her cold voice was mixed with a bit of anxiety. When did I not keep my words? Didn't I yield to you? Gu Changa smiled, not at all aware that he was bullying her. You bastard. Yumingkong gritted her teeth. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light appeared, and an unparalleled aura fluctuated. With a boom, the void exploded, and an extremely dazzling brilliance bloomed between heaven and earth. A light and peerless sword flower, layers upon layers of dazzling brilliance, was incomparably terrifying, and contained an unparalleled sharpness. It suddenly pierced Gu Changa's sleeve. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yumingkong was able to break free. She was holding a sparkling, slender sword in her hand. Seeing Gu Changa's slightly stunned expression, she was in a good mood, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. I don't want to fight anymore, I admit defeat. Gu Changa also didn't expect Yumingkong to break through his suppression so easily. After a moment of shock, he also reacted. Seeing that she was going to attack again, he couldn't help but smile and choose to surrender. No. Yumingkong glanced at him. Her long sword flew through the air, and her hair fluttered, as if she could cut through the sky. She appeared full of heroic spirit. The matter just now won't be resolved so easily. I don't want to fight anymore. If you attack again, you'll be murdering your own husband. Gu Changa smiled, with an expression that said, I won't fight, what can you do to me? Yumingkong snorted and put down her sword. Her anger from before had subsided quite a bit. She also didn't plan to continue fighting. After all, it wasn't easy to gain an advantage from Gu Changa. If she continued to fight, the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be her. I haven't seen you fight for a long time, but your cultivation has improved greatly. I'm quite surprised. Gu Changa couldn't help but praise. After all, I've always been cultivating. Yumingkong looked at him, but there were still words in her heart that she didn't say. If not, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to see Gu Changa's back. Afterwards, the sect of God's ruins finally calmed down. All the disciples and elders who were on tenterhooks also let out a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the sect would be destroyed by the two of them. As for the destroyed mountains and palaces, Gu Changa's followers would naturally compensate them. After all, he wasn't someone who bullied others. In the next few days, to Gu Changa, the heavenly palm tower was now in his hands, and the Ji family would soon send the heavenly palm wheel. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to get the remaining heavenly palm sword. In the past few days, the outside world had been in an uproar because of the appearance of the Purple Mountain and the collapse of it into ashes overnight. Many cultivators and creatures rushed to this place to investigate, wanting to find some clues. However, the current Purple Mountain was densely covered with all kinds of terrifying array patterns. Even saints had to be careful when entering. As a result, no one discovered anything unusual. Many people also guessed that everything that happened in the Purple Mountain was probably related to the appearance of the Heavenly Palm Tower. As for who the Heavenly Palm Tower was in, it became a mystery. Some people suspected that the Heavenly Palm Tower was in Gu Changa's hands. However, they didn't dare to ask. They didn't have the guts. Even if they knew, what could they do? Would anyone have the nerve to rob it? The Ji siblings, Chen Ning, and others were very tight-lipped, so Gu Changa wasn't worried that they would tell others. However, he wasn't worried that others would know that the Heavenly Palm Tower was in his hands, either. After solving this problem, he and Yumingkong parted ways. Yumingkong went back to the Academy of Immortals, while he planned to go back to the Gus first with the Immortal Jade Doctrine altar. He would wait for the Ji family to send the Heavenly Palm Will over. Besides that, he had to read some ancient books about Little Plenilun first. Although it was an immortal beast, it had only appeared a few times in the upper realm. There were very few records about it. Gu Changa told Yumingkong about the Plenilun immortal beast, but she didn't care. Compared to the Plenilun immortal beast, she was more interested in knowing who the Xiao Ruoyin Jiangchen had mentioned was. Gu Changa didn't have to hide anything from her, but he didn't tell her which almighty reincarnation Xiao Ruoyin was. Yumingkong was in a good mood after getting the answer. Smiling, she left with her followers. Before leaving the sect of the Divine Ruins, Gu Changa gave Chen Ning, a messaging talisman. He told her that if she ran into any trouble in the future, she could use it to contact him. Of course, contacting him didn't mean he would have the time to solve their problems. Chen Ning, and the Chens were overjoyed. They put the messaging talisman away carefully, as if they had found a treasure. He's awake. On the other side, in a dark and damp cave, a young man woke up slowly. However, the pain in his body made him pale. He kept gasping and almost passed out again. A black-robed old man was sitting with his legs crossed. Black smoke was swirling around him. He looked like he was treating his wounds. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes and asked calmly. "Senior, we've escaped." The young man was Jiang Chen, who had escaped from the Purple Mountain. Sizing up this strange environment, he still looked very pale. The last thing he remembered was Gu Changa throwing a palm at him coldly. When he had lost all hope, the black-robed senior had dragged his heavily injured body to rescue him. The black-robed senior seemed to have been seriously injured, but his body had almost exploded. "You've escaped, but Gu Changa's palm attack was too powerful. Even though I was protecting you, you were almost killed by the aftermath. But Gu Changa seems to have underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rescue you. You're lucky. You've come back from the gates of hell," the black-robed old man said calmly. The black-robed old man said calmly. He didn't look any better than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was still scared. Then he said with a bitter smile, "Senior, you've saved my life again. I can't repay your kindness." Not until then did he find he had been seriously injured. Many of his bones seemed to have been broken. As long as he spoke, he would feel a pain in his internal organs, as if they had been torn apart. If the black-robed old man hadn't saved him, he would have been smashed into a mist of blood by that palm attack. Both his body and soul would have been destroyed. At the thought of this, hatred appeared on Jiang Chen's face again. "Cut the crap. If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this," the black-robed old man said with a cold smile. "Senior, what should we do now?" By then, Jiang Chen had taken the black-robed old man as a trustworthy person. He had saved Jiang Chen's life again and again. Not to mention the fact that he had offended Gu Changa, he hadn't abandoned Jiang Chen even at this point. Wasn't he worthy of his trust? What should we do? Of course we should change our appearance and hide our identity. I think you're good at all kinds of terrains. You're suitable for tomb raiding. The black-robed old man sized Jiang Chen up. He suddenly stroked his chin and said, "Tomb raiding? Jiang Chen turned pale. He knew it wouldn't be a good thing, but he didn't seem to have any other choice at the moment. After offending Gu Chang'e, there would be no place for him in the upper realm. From then on, he would be a rat crossing the street in the dark. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but keep silent. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and said, "I'll listen to you, senior. I'll do anything as long as I can be stronger." The black-robed old man revealed a gratified expression. "You don't have to worry about anything. In fact, tomb raiding is not as dark as you think. You should know that many of the burial items of cultivators after their deaths are priceless. If you're lucky enough to find the tomb of a cultivator, you can reverse the current situation in the blink of an eye." Jiang Chen nodded, as if he was thinking about something. It didn't seem like it was so unacceptable. "Little Chenzi, you can't agree with him. You'll rebuild the Celestial Palace's glory in the future. How can you be a tomb raider?" The voice of the spirit of the immortal boat of fortune came from his mind. It tried to persuade him anxiously. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about it anymore. He had realized how cruel this world was. For him, strength was the most important thing. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune seemed to have gotten used to a good life. It was always too arrogant. After suffering a few losses, Jiang Chen also realized that he couldn't listen to it for many things. Then Jiang Chen left with the black-robed old man. He started on his path of tomb raiding and digging graves. Under Gu Chang'e's intentional guidance, Jiang Chen, the son of fortune, started to deviate more and more in another direction, but he was still unaware of it. That's the Plenilune immortal beast. It's much smaller than the legendary Milky Way. I wonder if it'll look like that when it grows up. It's the first time I've seen a Plenilune immortal beast. The Celestial Palace was the only one in the upper realm. So, it must be the descendant of that Plenilune immortal beast. At the moment, in the Longevity Gu family. Inside a majestic palace that was at least 1,000 feet tall. Many old men were surrounding it, staring at a fairy jade platform in the middle. They looked curious, confused, and probing. The fairy jade platform was full of fairy fog. It was very misty. Colorful lights were flowing around it. Beautiful colors like stars could be seen interweaving in it. Little Plenilune's body was as white as the moon. It was very beautiful and slender. It had a pair of big and clear eyes, like colored glass. It had a thin transparent tail. At the moment it was surrounded by so many people, but it didn't seem to be scared. It was sizing up the crowd with curiosity. It's the Plenilune immortal beast. However, compared to the descendant of the legendary Plenilune immortal beast, it seems to be congenitally deficient. Its mother must have given birth to it in a difficult situation. And it seems to have made up for its congenitally deficient condition. Its mother left the last of her life to it. An old man shook his head slightly. His eyes were like torches. He had guessed what had happened to little Plenilune. He sounded regretful. Little Plenilune seemed to understand what they were saying. At the moment, its eyes dimmed. It lowered its head, lying quietly in the pond on the platform. If it's congenitally deficient, it should be possible to make up for its congenitally deficient condition. Besides, the inheritance of the Plenilune immortal beast is imprinted in its holy soul when it's born. Since it's still alive, it means it survived in the end. One of the elders also voiced out his opinion. Chapter 372. After saying so much, in short, this guy is easy to raise, right? At this moment, seeing that everyone was discussing and arguing about the origin of the little Plenilune, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but wave his hand and interrupt them. It's very easy to raise. Moreover, because the Plenilune is an immortal beast, it only needs to devour all kinds of spiritual energy in the world to survive. One of the elders nodded and said. In that case, just find a star domain and raise it there. With its ability, it shouldn't starve to death. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. Don't you plan to raise it yourself? Hearing this, an elder couldn't help but ask in surprise. This was brought back by Gu Chang'e, and it was a very rare plenilun descendant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered around so curiously. Since it's easy to raise, it's the same no matter how you raise it. I don't have that much time to raise it by my side. Gu Chang'e shook his head. If not for this reason, why would he bring the plenilun descendant back to the clan? It was because he found it troublesome. When the elders heard this, they fell silent. The plenilun descendant belonged to Gu Chang'e. It was his business how he raised it, and they had no right to interfere. Moreover, the plenilun descendant was an immortal beast. Although it hadn't grown up yet, its strength far surpassed that of other ferocious beasts. Even if it was raised in captivity, it could still live very well. The Gu family's territory was boundless, and there were countless rich star domains. Unless those cultivators were extremely bold and weren't afraid of being exterminated, who would dare to come and snatch the plenilun descendant? Little plenilun clearly understood the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words, and its big and clear eyes revealed grievance. However, it seemed to be a little afraid of him and didn't dare to show anything. It could only lie there quietly and not move. It remembered very clearly that Gu Chang'e didn't say that in the Palm Heaven Palace. At that time, he said that it wouldn't be a problem for it to eat all 100,000 star domains, but now, he wasn't even willing to raise it. Indeed, the words of a beautiful man couldn't be trusted. What? Little thing, are you still unwilling? Noticing the change in little plenilun's mood, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but ask with interest. Little Moongazer Serpent clearly didn't expect Gu Chang'e to ask it this question. It was instantly frightened and retreated to the back of the pool. She looked very weak, pitiful, and helpless. Her big eyes showed her fear of him. When the elders saw this scene, they did not know what to say. The plenilun scion had no reaction to them, but he was very afraid of Gu Chang'e. Could it be that it had experienced something before? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Follow me and you'll be able to eat and drink well. You can eat and drink the entire star field. Isn't that enough? Don't tell me you really want to follow that trash. Hearing this, little plenilun hurriedly shook its head and looked at him with its big eyes. Although Gu Chang'e was very scary, at least she wouldn't starve if she followed him. If it followed the mortal it saw in the Palm Heaven Palace, it would probably starve to death. Then what are you unwilling to do? Do you want to follow me? Gu Chang'e asked with a smile. Little plenilun looked at him hesitantly and finally nodded. It knew that Gu Chang'e was very dangerous, but its intuition told it that it wouldn't be at a disadvantage if it followed this man. Then do you think I'll let a burden follow me? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. Hearing this, little Moongazer Serpent lowered its head in dejection and spat out bubbles. If you don't want to raise it, I'll help you raise it. However, at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the palace. Her face was blurry and hazy, her figure was tall and slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She had a transcendent and peerless temperament. It was Gu Qingyi. The elders clearly didn't expect Gu Qingyi to appear and were somewhat surprised. Their attitude towards her was clearly different from that of Gu Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e was the young master, he was still a junior after all. Gu Qingyi was clearly much older than them, and her cultivation was also unfathomable. There were rumors that she would reach the Tao before Gu Chang'e's father, Gu Lintian, the current head of the Gu family. Of course, the elders didn't know what cultivation Gu Qingyi had now. They didn't even know if this was her real body. As soon as Gu Qingyi appeared, her gaze fell on little plenilun in the immortal jade platform. She seemed to have a complicated expression. However, this expression also disappeared in a flash, and she quickly regained her calm. In that case, I'll thank Aunt Qing. Gu Chang'e smiled. Although he was a little surprised that Gu Qingyi would take the initiative to appear, he didn't ask why. Gu Qingyi glanced at him and nodded. As for little Plenilune in the immortal jade platform, it was quite intimate with her and even swam forward to get closer to Gu Qingyi. A rare smile also appeared on Gu Qingyi's face. Although it was just a flash, Gu Chang'e saw it very clearly. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew Gu Qingyi's personality very well. He rarely saw her reveal such an expression. Could it be that there was some relationship between her and little Plenilune? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but keep an eye on it. Since little Plenilune is yours, then as its master, you should give it a name. Then, Gu Qingyi retracted her gaze and looked at Gu Chang'e. Her voice was cold. Give it a name. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and didn't hesitate. Since it's bright white and beautiful, then let's call it Little White. Speaking of this name, he thought of the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. When he first found it, Gu Chang'e had also named it Little Black, Little White. It was quite pleasing to the ear. Little White? Gu Qingyi tilted her head. Her black hair fluttered down, covering half of her immortal face. It was as if she was asking Gu Chang'e if he was sure. As for little Plenilune, it was very dissatisfied with this name. Even though it was quite afraid of Gu Chang'e, it was still protesting and kept shaking its head. Is this name not nice? Gu Chang'e smiled. Why don't you give it a cheap name? It'll be easier to raise it. Gu Qingyi didn't care much about this name. It was mainly because she sensed little Plenilune's dissatisfaction and grievance. Your naming skills are really hard to compliment. Gu Qingyi shook her head, but her expression didn't change. However, since little Plenilune was brought back by Gu Chang'e, then the name was still up to Gu Chang'e. She didn't refute anything. As for the cheap name, forget it. In comparison, Little White sounded much better. Just like that, little Plenilune's name was decided. Even though it was very aggrieved and protested, Gu Chang'e had no intention of changing it. It wasn't that he had a bad taste. He just felt that it was troublesome. After that, Gu Qingyi left this place with Gu Chang'e and little Plenilune, heading to the small world where she usually cultivated. In such a huge world, there was a sea of clouds and mountains. It was vast and boundless, like a fairyland. There was no end in sight. The sea of clouds rose and fell as if it was breathing with the sky. Other than Gu Qingyi, there was no one else in this world. Even the living creatures were ordinary beasts that had just gained intelligence. Although they were old, they hadn't become spirits. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, Gu Qingyi must have used some method to prevent the plants in this world from becoming spirits. To her, changing the rules of heaven and earth was a piece of cake. She had a cold and quiet personality and didn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. If she hadn't led the way, Gu Chang'e definitely wouldn't have found this small world. After arriving in this world, little Plenilune was released from the pool. Its slender and white body escaped into the sea of clouds, looking very happy. Although this was only a small world, the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably dense. You should be relieved to let it live here. Gu Qingyi said. She stood on the peak of the mountain, her dress fluttering in the wind. Looking at little Plenilune's appearance of regaining freedom, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. What's there to be worried about? Even if I casually threw it outside, no one would dare to have any thoughts about it. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Aunt Qing, what's your relationship with the Immortal Palace? Hearing this, Gu Qingyi's expression clearly froze. Then, she turned her head to look at Gu Chang'e with a complicated expression in her eyes. What did you think of? She didn't ask why Gu Chang'e was asking about this. Instead, she asked. Gu Chang'e nodded, but he also didn't answer. He still smiled and said, Aunt Qing, you haven't answered my question yet. When you think of something, ask me again. Gu Qingyi obviously didn't want to answer his question. Her face returned to its usual cold expression that kept people thousands of miles away. Is that so? Gu Chang'e smiled and didn't mind. From the test just now, Gu Chang'e had already determined that Gu Qingyi obviously had some kind of relationship with the Immortal Palace. And she seemed to have known him for a long time. And this him was definitely not the current him. As for whether he was the demon master or not, it still needed to be investigated. Little thing, you'd better stay here obediently in the future. If you dare to run around, I don't mind tasting the meat of a plenilun. Then, Gu Chang'e opened her mouth and threatened the little plenilun that was running around freely in the distance. Seeing that it was so scared that it didn't dare to move, looking weak and pitiful, he smiled and turned to leave this realm. Seeing this, Gu Qingyi shook her head lightly. Although she felt that his actions of scaring little plenilun were a little despicable, on the other hand, it also meant that Gu Chang'e didn't intend to just leave it here and ignore it. This more or less made her feel that Gu Chang'e had some human feelings. After sending little plenilun back to the Gu family, Gu Chang'e returned to the Immortal Academy. During this time, the reclusive Ji family obediently sent the heaven-wielding will over, not daring to delay too much. In addition, the secret treasure that he sent to the weapon-suppressing divine realm to forge had also been completed. However, the process of sending it over would be a little troublesome. Because he didn't know who leaked the news, many people knew that a shocking secret treasure had appeared in the weapon-suppressing divine realm. The caravan in charge of transporting it was ambushed by the bandits of the chaotic star field. Although the casualties were heavy, the good thing was that they didn't lose the item. They even dare to steal my things. These bandits of the chaotic star field are quite bold. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. His slender and fair fingers tapped on the table unhurriedly. He had always heard that the bandits of the chaotic star field were extremely bold and unscrupulous. Many caravans had been attacked by them. However, because of the terrain of the chaotic star field, this group of bandits quickly disappeared without a trace after escaping. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. Even many imperishable sects had suffered losses at their hands. However, the bandits of the chaotic star field weren't stupid. After knowing that some of the things they were escorting were from the everlasting families and imperishable sects, they wouldn't provoke them. And this time, since the other party dared to steal his secret treasure, there were two possibilities. First, they didn't know that the thing was his. Second, they were tempted by benefits. Someone was urging them behind the scenes. But no matter which possibility it wasn't a reason for this group of bandits to dare to touch his things. Men. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e wrote an edict and summoned his followers to give them instructions. This was only a small episode for him, so after making the arrangements, Gu Chang'e didn't care about it anymore. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The news of his return to the Immortal Academy was spread by many disciples. Many people didn't know what Gu Chang'e had done in the past few days after leaving the Immortal Academy. On the contrary, Six Crown King Junyao, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others heard that the Heaven Palm Tower that had yet to appear was suspected to be in Gu Chang'e's hands. In addition, there was the Heaven Palm bottle in Qin Feng's hands and the Heaven Palm will sent by the reclusive Ji family. In other words, Gu Chang'e had at least 3 Heaven Palm artifacts in his hands. This shocked them. Perhaps the Heaven Palm 7 artifacts would really be collected by Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e was also paying close attention to Qin Wuya's movements according to the news from Tang Wan. Although Qin Wuya wanted to take revenge for his junior brother, he couldn't do anything. And with Tang Wan tying him up, Qin Wuya didn't choose to leave for a while and continued to serve by her side. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was considering Qin Wuya's final value. Although Qin Wuya and Chu Hao were enemies and had conflicts, Chu Hao had obviously learned to be smart and began to return to the sect to cultivate in seclusion. Although the battle between the two involved their own fortuitous encounters, it was still related to Tang Wan in general. After thinking for a while, Gu Chang'e decided to temporarily put the two of them aside and wait for the right time to reap the final harvest. Just as he was thinking, a report came from outside the hall. Master, the Saintess of the Human Ancestor Palace requests an audience. Human Ancestor Palace's Saintess. Jiang Chuchu or Wang Zijin. Gu Chang'e came back to his senses and guessed who it was between the two. The possibility of it being Jiang Chuchu was not high. Let her in. Gu Chang'e said indifferently and walked out of the hall at the same time. True Immortal Academy had been peaceful for a long time. Although there were occasionally rumors of the inheritor of demonic arts appearing in the outside world, they had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Gu Chang'e guessed that the person looking for him should be Wang Zijin, but he didn't know what she wanted. Gu Chang'e didn't want to interact with this tool of a fellow townsman unless there was something that he needed to find her for. Although it was easy to get luck points from her, it wasn't a lot. Wang Zijin's personality was aloof from worldly affairs. Although she liked to join in the fun, it was very difficult to get some opportunities from her. Because her life had been smooth sailing and she didn't lack any opportunities, Gu Chang'e couldn't be bothered to waste any time on her. To Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin's only use was the source of her immortal spirit body. At his level of cultivation, ordinary constitutions were no longer of any use. Even if it was a special constitution, it would only be useful to him when it was close to the level of great success. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. The person was wearing a snow-white dress and had a calm expression. Her body seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see her features. It wasn't Wang Zijin, but the other successor of the Human Ancestor Palace, Jiang Chuchu. Gu Chang'e was slightly surprised. Although Jiang Chuchu tried to keep calm, he could see that she was deliberately showing such an expression. She wasn't so calm. In the past, Jiang Chuchu avoided him like the plague. Today, she actually dared to take the initiative to meet him. Did you encounter some trouble? Gu Chang'e waved his hand to dismiss everyone, sat down casually, and asked with a smile. Jiang Chuchu stared at him and didn't speak. She just stood there. Tell me, where did the absolute disaster erupt again? Have you found the source of the disaster? But I have to say in advance, don't think of getting something for nothing. You can ask for my help, but you can't be short on the reward. Gu Chang'e asked casually. It just so happened that his cultivation had recently reached the peak of the Great Sage realm, and he was just a step away from breaking through to the Quasi-Supreme realm. If he could find the absolute origin, he could also break through faster. But then again, Gu Chang'e thought of the princess of the absolute imperial court, Jia Nan. She had promised him the absolute origin, but she hadn't delivered it yet. A wisp of her soul was in his hands. Gu Chang'e didn't believe that she would forget. Could it be that something happened to the absolute imperial court? Gu Chang'e, at this moment, when Jiang Chuchu heard this, she was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to ask this as soon as he arrived. Could it be that in his eyes, the reason why she looked for him was because she encountered trouble that she couldn't solve? Was there no other possibility? Don't tell me you really want to get something for nothing. Gu Chang'e noticed the change in her mood, but he still asked with interest. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Jiang Chuchu didn't look for him because of the absolute disaster. However, Gu Chang'e still didn't intend to take the initiative to expose this problem. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chuchu didn't have the previous deep-seated hatred for him. Gu Chang'e, can you stop playing dumb? Can't I look for you for something else? Jiang Chuchu asked. She looked at him calmly, but she felt a little wronged in her heart. She originally planned to do as Wang Zijin said, but she found that if she really ignored Gu Chang'e, with Gu Chang'e's personality, he really wouldn't care about her. After returning to the Immortal Academy for so many days, she had never seen him ask her. This made Jiang Chuchu unable to accept it. Before this, Gu Chang'e had saved her and helped her solve the absolute disaster. He didn't care about his reputation at all. But why was he still so cold and indifferent to her? What else can there be between the two of us? Don't forget, you are the saintess of the human ancestor hall who upholds justice, and I am a devil who is full of evil and brings disaster to the world. In the end, we will be on opposite sides and kill each other. Gu Chang'e laughed when he heard this, and didn't seem to be polite. Chapter 373. You are the successor of the human ancestor hall who upholds justice. And I am a demon who brings disaster to the world. The two of us are destined to stand on opposite sides. Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened as these words echoed in her mind. Before this, she had only taken Gu Chang'e's words as a joke and were not serious. But now that she thought about it carefully, his words were not without reason. This was because Gu Chang'e's identity would be exposed sooner or later. He could not hide it forever. The successor of the demonic arts brought disaster to the world and everyone had to kill him. When that time came, as the saintess of the human ancestor hall, what should she do? Should she really kill him? But Gu Chang'e was not so bad that he could not be saved. After all, back then, he could have easily killed her, but he did not. Later on, he even saved her time and time again. And she knew Gu Chang'e's greatest secret. How could she possibly do such a thing? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu sank into silence and struggled. When she came to find Gu Chang'e, she did not consider so much. In her opinion, she wanted to see Gu Chang'e and have him sort out his feelings. It was that simple. But after arriving at the palace, she realized that Gu Chang'e did not care about her thoughts at all. He did not even know why she had come to find him. This made Jiang Chuchu feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Chang'e, I can understand you. I know that you're not that bad, although you did that to me back then, I know that I asked for it. I don't blame you. Even if you killed the human ancestor, I know that it was not up to you. After all, your identity means that you and the human ancestor are destined to stand on opposite sides. Either he dies, or you die. After that, Jiang Chuchu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She looked at Gu Chang'e and spoke softly, as if she wanted to explain to him. Gu Chang'e waved his hand and interrupted her with a smile. Aren't you thinking too much? I'm not as good as you think I am. I have my reasons for doing all of this. Jiang Chuchu looked at him and sniffled with a look that said, stop lying to me. She continued, then why don't you explain why you saved me in the interminating land and helped me solve the interminating calamity? Gu Chang'e picked up the teacup beside him and drank unhurriedly. Then, with a calm expression, he said, do I need to explain to you what I want to do? Gu Chang'e, why can't you just admit it? Jiang Chuchu frowned. He felt that Gu Chang'e was just trying to be brave and quibbling. That was why he didn't even bother to think of an excuse to explain himself. Gu Chang'e drank his tea quietly and didn't say anything. Jiang Chuchu continued speaking. This time, she was even more direct. She recounted everything from the first time she met Gu Chang'e to the many things that happened after she was imprisoned by her. She also told Gu Chang'e about her own thoughts during this period of time. At the same time, she explained why she thought Gu Chang'e did what he did. Of course, this was her beautiful thought. Gu Chang'e really wanted to interrupt her and tell her that she was thinking too much. However, on second thought, Jiang Chuchu's thoughts didn't affect him at all. So that's how it is. Gu Chang'e listened with interest. However, the more she spoke, the stranger his smile became. Alright, so he really was a good person. This was something that even he didn't know about. Gu Chang'e didn't think that although he was an evil person, everything that he did had nothing to do with being a good person. Before this, although he intentionally led Jiang Chuchu to misunderstand him, he didn't expect this misunderstanding to be so deep. It was so deep that Jiang Chuchu was willing to help him clear his name. However, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Actually, when you were persuading me before, I had already thought about it. After Jiang Chuchu said this, she also let out a deep sigh of relief, as if she had let go of the burden in her heart. Even her eyes seemed to be much brighter. What have you thought about? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. Didn't you persuade me not to commit suicide? Jiang Chu looked at him quietly. Gu Chang'e smiled. How could I remember this kind of thing? Don't tell me that you really took it seriously. Jiang Chu didn't care about the sarcasm in his words. She stared at him and said seriously, I still remember what you said at that time. You asked me if I really planned to live for the human ancestor hall in this life. Oh, is that so? I seem to have said that before. Gu Chang'e nodded as if she suddenly understood. I've actually thought about this matter carefully. The human ancestor died at your hands long ago. However, other than you and me, no one else knows about this. However, the human ancestor hall can't live without the human ancestor. This world can't live without a leader who can fight against Yin Ju Sky. When Jiang Chu said this, her voice was exceptionally calm. One had to know that when she first learned of Gu Chang'e's plan, she was so against it that she didn't even consider it. However, now, she took the initiative to mention this matter to Gu Chang'e, wanting to discuss the human ancestor's existence again. You mean to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor? Gu Chang'e raised an eyebrow. Although he had expected that she would agree to this matter, he hadn't thought that Jiang Chu would suddenly mention this matter at this time. No, what I mean is to have you be the human ancestor. Jiang Chu stared at him boldly. Then, she couldn't stand Gu Chang'e's gaze that seemed to want to completely see through her. She lowered her eyes and couldn't help but lower her voice. This way, no one will suspect that you are related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jiang Chu, don't you know what this matter means? From today onwards, you will be betraying your sect and colluding with me. Are you still willing? Gu Chang'e's voice softened as if he hadn't expected her to say this. There's nothing to be unwilling about. A long time ago, I should have predicted this day. Seeing Gu Chang'e's expression, Jiang Chu nodded. There was no regret or conflict on her face. Before this, she had already thought about all this. Today, she had come to find Gu Chang'e to explain everything clearly. In any case, this day would come sooner or later. Jiang Chu, you're really stupid. If you do this, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation along with me. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e slightly shook his head. There wasn't much of a change in emotion in his voice. I don't care. I just want to live for myself once and truly make a decision that belongs to me. Jiang Chu's expression was very calm, without the slightest ripple. Speaking of this, she suddenly stared at Gu Chang'e with some expectation. In the future, we'll be grasshoppers on the same rope. And, in other words, she wanted Gu Chang'e to stop bullying her and pay attention to her. However, with her temperament, it was very difficult for her to say this. Grasshoppers on the same rope. Gu Chang'e smiled as if he knew what she was talking about. He showed a sympathetic expression. He gently reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Then, he took her into his arms. Jiang Chu broke free from his arms and fled the palace. She didn't dare to stay for long. Her face was hot, afraid that the disciples outside would see her abnormality. The reincarnation of the human ancestor. After watching Jiang Chu leave, Gu Chang'e withdrew his gentleness. His eyes were very calm. He began to think about what to do next. Before this, he had considered disguising himself as the human ancestor. However, considering that Jiang Chu and Wang Zijin wouldn't be able to hide it, he temporarily put it aside. Now that he had Jiang Chu to cooperate with him, things would become much simpler. When that time came, he would be the human ancestor. The human ancestor hall would naturally listen to his orders. For his subsequent plan, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In the vast upper realm, who would dare to go against him? After all, with the identity of the human ancestor, Gu Chang'e could do anything for the sake of all living beings. If anyone dared to stop him, they would be going against all living beings. The reason why the human ancestor built the human ancestor hall was so that when he reincarnated in the future, it would be easier for him to have unparalleled power and reach the peak faster. However, now, everything that the human ancestor had worked so hard for would benefit Gu Chang'e. After returning to her original cave residence, Jiang Chu was a little surprised to see Wang Zijin, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "You went to see Gu Chang'e?" Wang Zijin spoke. Her eyes were clear. She didn't use a questioning tone, but an affirmative one. She stared at Jiang Chu closely, especially when she caught the joy between her eyebrows. Therefore, she didn't need to ask to know what she had gone to do. After all, apart from cultivating, Jiang Chu wouldn't leave the cave residence at all. As for why she left the cave residence, she didn't need to think too much about it. Wang Zijin was a little disappointed. A few days ago, she had told Jiang Chu not to be too proactive and to be arrogant and cold. In the end, she had promised at that time, but in the blink of an eye, she had forgotten all about it. After knowing that Gu Chang'e had returned to the Immortal Academy, Jiang Chu couldn't wait to find him. Now, there was joy between her eyebrows. It was obvious that Gu Chang'e had said something good to her. This made Wang Zijin not know what to say to her. Who was the one who had a sullen face a while ago, as if she had a life and death feud with Gu Chang'e? None of your business. Why did you come to my cave residence? Jiang Chu didn't need to be polite to Wang Zijin. Her words were cold. Of course I came here to find you. However, Jiang Chu, where's your reserve? You deserve to be eaten clean by Gu Chang'e. Who can you blame for that? Wang Zijin's face was full of smiles as she argued with her. If Jiang Chu heard this before, she would definitely argue with her. However, she was very calm today. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you flustered and exasperated?" Wang Zijin clearly didn't expect her to say that. Her smile froze a little. Who's flustered and exasperated? I'm just concerned about you. I don't want you to be deceived by that scumbag. Jiang Chu shook her head slightly. You don't have to worry about these things. However, there's something I have to tell you. After all, Wang Zijin was the saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall. Although she didn't care about the Human Ancestor Hall, she still had to inform her at this time. What's the matter? Is there news about the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Wang Zijin smiled as if she had already expected this but didn't care. I already said that I'm not interested in finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, since you found it, that's good. Jiang Chu glanced at her and nodded. She said calmly, the reincarnation of the human ancestor is Gu Chang'e. What? When Wang Zijin heard this, she was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chang'e didn't look like a good person. How could he be the reincarnation of the human ancestor? However, if she were to think about it carefully, there was no one in the younger generation who was more suitable for this identity than Gu Chang'e. He was extremely talented, extremely powerful, and had a terrifying background. His talents were unparalleled. He was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. This was in line with the image of the human ancestor in everyone's heart. However, why did she feel that there was something fishy about this matter? Wang Zijin looked at Jiang Chu suspiciously. Are you sure that Gu Chang'e didn't ask you to tell me this? She felt that Gu Chang'e was definitely capable of impersonating the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Before this, she hadn't heard any news about the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, after Jiang Chu met Gu Chang'e today, he suddenly told her that Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Wang Zijin's first reaction was to doubt the authenticity of this matter. No. Jiang Chu shook his head and said calmly, in the future, we don't need to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor anymore. Gu Chang'e has the Nirvana green lotus body. This is enough proof. Nirvana green lotus body. Wang Zijin's eyes were still filled with doubt. She naturally knew about this object. It was a divine object formed when the Nirvana green lotus matured. As the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she knew a lot about it. There was a high possibility that the reincarnation of the human ancestor was for this object. Since Gu Chang'e had the Nirvana green lotus body, there was no doubt that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, Wang Zijin felt that this matter was a little strange. According to the records of the human ancestor palace and the rumors of the human ancestor was a great and righteous person. How could he be related to a cold and heartless person like Gu Chang'e? Jiang Chuchu, are you sure you aren't colluding with Gu Chang'e to deceive me? Wang Zijin stared at her, as if trying to see through her. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, do you think I'm that kind of person? Wang Zijin didn't say anything else. She knew Jiang Chuchu's character very well. She wouldn't betray the human ancestor palace. However, she didn't suspect Jiang Chuchu. Instead, she suspected Gu Chang'e. Could the human ancestor's reincarnation have been secretly harmed by that guy Gu Chang'e? Is he planning to replace him? Wang Zijin couldn't help but mutter softly. Of course, she was just saying it casually and didn't take it seriously. However, Jiang Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. She forced herself not to show any abnormalities. Alright, since you say that Gu Chang'e is the reincarnation of the human ancestor, then he is. I don't hate him anyway. Compared to other people who have become the human ancestor, Gu Chang'e is more pleasing to the eye. Wang Zijin said as she walked out of the cave abode. Although she felt that this matter wasn't simple, she couldn't be bothered. It was true that she was interested in Gu Chang'e, but it was obvious that Jiang Chuchu had a close relationship with Gu Chang'e. Was she that free to poach him? Although she could do such a thing, it was obvious that Gu Chang'e didn't care about Jiang Chuchu. There was no need for her to poach a sea king. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin felt a little irritated for no reason. Then, she couldn't help but take out a crystal-clear jade pendant from her sleeve. This was the jade pendant that Gu Chang'e carried with him when they were outside the Yin land. He gave it to her and promised that if she encountered any trouble in the future, she could look for him. He's a complete scumbag. Wang Zijin really wanted to throw the jade pendant away, but after thinking about it, she couldn't bear to and sighed faintly. She couldn't move him. Chapter 374. A few days later, an important piece of news spread from the True Immortal Academy. As if it had grown wings, it quickly spread to every corner of the world and shocked the upper realm. Countless orthodoxies and forces were shaken. This time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor had finally appeared. It was none other than Gu Chang'e. As soon as the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators found it hard to believe. After all, the most famous person in the upper realm was Gu Chang'e. No one expected the successor of the mortal ancestor palace to suddenly announce this news. Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Was this for real? Everyone was shocked. Just how dazzling was Gu Chang'e? This could no longer be described with simple words. Even if he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, it was just icing on the cake. However, on the other hand, even if the reincarnation of the human ancestor was someone else, it would be difficult to stop Gu Chang'e from shining brightly. Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. To many people, this seemed to be a smooth sailing matter. Of course, this was only the thought of ordinary cultivators. To many orthodoxies and forces, this was more like a collaboration between the human ancestor palace and Gu Chang'e. After all, the successor of the human ancestor palace announced this news too suddenly. Before this, they had not heard anything about this at all. It was very likely that the human ancestor palace could not find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, due to various considerations, they decided to let Gu Chang'e temporarily take over this identity. There was no one more suitable than Gu Chang'e. To Gu Chang'e, this was not a bad deal. He might as well reach an agreement with the human ancestor palace. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In fact, many forces and orthodoxies had such thoughts. Of course, it was one thing to know, and another to say it out loud. This was a tacit understanding among the orthodoxies. No one would be stupid enough to offend Gu Chang'e and the human ancestor palace at this time. The true Immortal Academy was also in an uproar because of this. The reincarnation of the human ancestor, 717, what are Gu Chang'e and the human ancestor palace doing? 6 Crown King Junyao frowned. He didn't feel like Gu Chang'e had anything to do with the human ancestor's reincarnation. From his point of view, it was more like the human ancestors' hall was borrowing Gu Chang'e's power and influence to appear among the thousands of spirits in the upper realm. And Gu Chang'e could make use of the human ancestor hall's transcendent status. This was a matter of mutual benefit. After experiencing the Purple Sun Heaven Monarch incident, Junyao knew that Gu Chang'e was definitely not a good person. Nowadays, it was inevitable for people of the same generation to compete with each other. Gu Chang'e held the title of number one in the younger generation, which really put a lot of pressure on him. Within True Immortal Academy, the reactions of many young supreme beings were more or less the same as Junyao's. After learning of this news, the elders of the Human Ancestor Hall held a skeptical attitude. They hurried to the True Immortal Academy to investigate. In this regard, Gu Chang'e naturally did not hesitate and directly displayed the Nirvana Green Lotus body. Boundless and vast life force soared into the sky like the sun of Wang Yang. As divine radiance shone, a green lotus swayed within. It connected the heavens and earth, and a vast fog of chaos descended. The elders of the ancestral hall were shocked, but there was nothing to be suspicious about. Just like what Gu Chang'e had said before, what the human ancestor hall needed now was not the human ancestor, but an identity. Even if they had other thoughts, they would forcefully suppress them. With this identity, Gu Chang'e would not be affected too much. The human ancestor hall had many resources, but what he lacked the most now was resources. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After Gu Chang'e devoured many quasi-supreme origins, his cultivation had finally broken through to the quasi-supreme state. More than half of the 206 bones in his body had turned into transcendent bones. Under his evolution, the inner universe in his body also developed from its embryonic form to its complete form. Xian Xian's changes were endless, and it had the aura of the 6 paths of the heavens. During this time, many things happened in the upper realm. The most shocking thing was that the 13 great bandits in the chaotic star region were all annihilated, and no one survived. The 13 great bandits, who had roamed the chaotic star region for millions of years, could be said to be notorious. Not only were they fierce and powerful, but they were also very difficult to hunt down. They were like loaches. Many orthodoxies and trade caravans had suffered great losses at their hands. In less than half a month, they were killed by a terrifying army. The smell of blood filled the sky, and the sound of killing shook the world. It shocked many people. That battle stained the galaxy along the way with blood. Corpses and bones piled up, and ancient warships collapsed. Debris scattered in all directions. It was a scene of devastation. The heads of the 13 great bandits were now hung outside the chaotic star region as a warning. Then, a cultivator found out the reason. It turned out that some time ago, Gu Chang'e sent a secret treasure to the weapon dominion to be refined. Because of the shocking phenomenon, the 13 great bandits targeted it and sent people to kill it. In this way, the 13 great bandits offended Gu Chang'e, which led to the disaster and was completely annihilated. This matter frightened many cultivators, but they couldn't help but clap their hands in joy. In the end, it was because of their own sins. Why did the 13 great bandits want to die? Of course, for Gu Chang'e, this was just a small interlude that wasn't serious. After dealing with the 13 great bandits, the secret treasure that he sent to the Weapon Dominion to be refined was also sent over. He named it the Primordial Purple Mirror. From the appearance, it looked like an ancient scripture, simple and natural. It was surrounded by purple light, and as the primordial purple chi fell, it emitted a shocking Taoist rhyme and a mysterious aura like the great Tao intertwined. It was a deduction-type secret treasure. The main refining materials were the primordial Tao bone, the primordial purple chi seed, and the immortal Tao heavenly eye of purple sun heavenly lord. Other than that, there were also countless divine materials, which could be said to be extravagant. Other than Gu Chang'e, there was no one else in the upper realm who had the courage to refine such a secret treasure. It shouldn't be difficult to deduce a fragment of the future. Apart from that, there are other uses. It can deceive the heavenly secrets and track karma. Gu Chang'e closed his eyes slightly. Wisps of golden divine light flickered as he refined the secret treasure. The function of the secret treasure appeared in his mind. Just as he had expected, it could deduce the future, deceive the heavenly secrets, track karma, and even reverse the universe. Soon, the refinement was completed. Gu Chang'e began to test its function. As the misty purple chi fell, the primordial purple mirror began to glow and flow with a mysterious wave. Vaguely, Gu Chang'e saw ripples appear on the very simple and natural page like a lake and then spread out. It was as smooth as a mirror. Then, images began to appear on it. Between the barren and tattered star regions, majestic and thick continents floated. Countless star remains and ancient worship fragments were scattered on them. Corpses were everywhere, and the thick smell of blood drifted in the sky. It was obvious that a terrifying battle had just happened here. This place is the chaotic star region. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. He was just trying to deduce the karma related to him. However, the primordial purple mirror showed the scene of the chaotic star region. Could it be that the karma related to him was in the chaotic star region? And at the next moment, Gu Chang'e thought. The image in the primordial purple mirror changed. A blind middle-aged man in purple was sitting in a wheelchair. His lower limbs seemed to be crippled. He was being pushed through the void and quickly left the chaotic star region. According to the situation on the battlefield, this middle-aged man in purple should be a figure on the side of the 13 bandits. When the battle broke out, he hurriedly fled the battlefield and disappeared. Who is this person? Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Soon, the image in the primordial purple mirror disappeared. If he wanted to activate it again, he would have to wait for half a month. Then, after putting away the primordial purple mirror, Gu Chang'e summoned his follower. Greetings, Master. Do you have any orders? The follower said respectfully. Go and find out which survivors of the 13 bandits in the chaotic star region have escaped. Gu Chang'e thought for a while and then said lightly. He was a little curious about the identity of the blind middle-aged man. He suspected that the reason why the 13 bandits attacked the caravan in charge of transporting the primordial purple mirror was definitely related to the blind middle-aged man. There should be something special about this blind middle-aged man. At the same time, he sent a message to Yin Mei and asked her to help him find out the secrets of the 13 bandits. Soon, a piece of news that piqued Gu Chang'e's interest came to her. There is actually a mysterious man behind the 13 bandits. It seems that the blind middle-aged man who escaped should be that mysterious man. I wonder if he has anything to do with the Son of Fate. Gu Chang'e knocked on the table unhurriedly and then crushed the jade strip in his hand. There were many things in front of him now. However, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Devouring an ordinary quasi-supreme origin source would not be of much help to him. As for the origin source of a paragon, it was too difficult to obtain because paragons were the foundation of each clan. They would not show themselves easily, let alone kill them and devour their origin source. It was a difficult path. Therefore, only people with special constitutions or sons of providence would be of use to him. Regardless of whether they were sons of fate or sons of fate, their cultivation could not be too low. Otherwise, even if he devoured their origin source, it would not be of much help to Guchanga. Although Qin Wuya and Chu Hao were quasi-supreme cultivators, Guchanga had other plans for them. As for the blind middle-aged man, since he was related to him, even if he was not a son of fate, he should be a son of fate. Therefore, Guchanga began to order the longevity Gu family, the various clans of Immortal Ancient, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Taichu Divine Sect, and other forces behind him to hunt down this person. In an instant, the entire upper realm was in an uproar. Countless cultivators and orthodoxies were shocked. They did not expect that Guchanga would mobilize such a large number of troops in order to search for the remnants of the 13 bandits. It was shocking and terrifying. Then, Yumingkong also cooperated with Guchanga's orders. The peerless Immortal Dynasty sent out many troops to search everywhere. Everyone could not help but tremble in fear. In order to deal with the cultivators who offended him, the methods Guchanga used were enough to make anyone tremble. In the entire upper realm, there would be no place for the remnants of the 13 bandits to stay. This made people feel fear and despair. Even if they escaped to the lower realm, there was no way to survive. Chapter 375. Time passed quickly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. The upper realm was in an uproar because of Guchanga sending an army to search for the 13 bandits. Every day, there were cultivators and living beings in almost every ancient city discussing this matter. The 13 bandits were notorious for their evil deeds. They committed all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, robbing, and plundering. However, because of the chaotic astral region's terrain, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. After attacking passing caravans, they stole their goods and fled to Yao Yao, making the passing forces and caravans miserable. Moreover, the chaotic astral region was connected to many heavens, and it was the only way to transport goods in the weapon divine region, which was famous for its weapon refinement. For millions of years, the 13 bandits had stolen countless resources from the weapon divine region's caravans. Now that they were eliminated by Guchanga, the resources they obtained made many orthodoxies jealous. Of course, many people knew that Guchanga sent an army to eliminate the 13 bandits, which was enough to destroy an ordinary power. Moreover, he also suffered a lot of losses. In this battle, more than 100 ancient warships were destroyed. Because of this, many people thought that Guchanga sent a terrifying army to search for the 13 bandits. This incident also alarmed many orthodoxies and cultivators. They could no longer treat Guchanga as a young heaven's pride. He was gradually growing his wings and was starting to show his power and claws in the upper realm. Destroying the Purple Mansion was the best start. Now, if they offended Guchanga, they would have to consider the terrible consequences. After eliminating the 13 bandits in the chaotic astral region, Guchanga ordered the immortal ancient clans to secretly send powerhouses to organize the scattered bandits around the chaotic astral region. After all, only a fool would give up such a good resource. Guchanga was naturally not a good person. After eliminating the 13 bandits, he planned to support a new force to occupy the chaotic astral region. The 13 bandits had become very rich these years. Regardless of which orthodoxy it was, they were all very interested in that area. Although they didn't dare to say much on the surface, they were secretly getting restless. Now that Guchanga had secretly organized this new force, the other orthodoxies did not dare to say anything. Bandits with a faction supporting them and bandits without were two different things. The star field of chaos was vast and boundless. It was located in a remote area with many continents connected to each other. Every day, countless caravans and cultivators would come and go. Not to mention the numerous teleportation formations and ancient altars that were occupied along the way. Any cultivator that wanted to pass through this place would have to pay an additional fee. In the long run, it would naturally become a land of wealth in the eyes of many orthodoxies. What Gu Changa was most interested in was the favorable terrain here. Controlling the star field of chaos would not be a problem for him. In addition to the 13 great bandits, there were also several hundred bandits of various sizes within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Although they were scattered, they had the advantage of numbers. Even the 13 great bandits would find it difficult to unite them. These bandits were all fierce and ruthless people who had experienced many life-and-death battles. Their strength far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. After the 13 great bandits were wiped out, these bandits of various sizes became ambitious and wanted to dominate the area. However, their ambitions did not last long. They were quickly suppressed by the army and knights sent by Gu Changa. The conditions that Gu Changa gave them were very simple. They could either submit or die. With the 13 great bandits as an example, these scattered bandits naturally did not dare to resist. Just like that, the bandits of the star field of chaos gradually gathered together from a sheet of loose sand. Although they were still not as strong as the 13 great bandits at their peak. However, with Gu Changa supporting them from behind, their overall strength was many times stronger than the 13 great bandits. Although many orthodoxies and cultivators in the star field of chaos knew who was behind all this, they did not dare to voice their anger. They could only silently pray that this group of bandits would be slightly more restrained under Gu Changa's control and not commit all kinds of crimes like the 13 great bandits. Gu Changa then arranged for Ji Qingxian to be temporarily in charge of management. After a period of observation, he had already seen Ji Qingxuan's ability and ambition. This newly integrated group of bandits could be used as a whetstone to help him test Ji Qingxuan's ability. 1 or 2 vases were enough. To Gu Changa, he preferred women who were useful to him and could help him. In the beginning, Ji Qingxian did not expect Gu Changa to trust her so much and let her take on such a huge responsibility. She was very nervous, but more than that, she was filled with ambition and excitement. She secretly swore in her heart that she would not let Gu Changa down. After all, this was the opportunity that Gu Changa gave her to show her ability. She had to make good use of it. Seeing that Ji Qingxian left the Immortal Academy with his token and headed to the star field of chaos, Gu Changa retracted his gaze. He quietly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he picked up the communication talisman. It was related to Xiao Ruoyin's cultivation during this period. Yan Ji reported everything in detail. Gu Changa was most concerned about whether Xiao Ruoyin had recovered her memories as the High Priest of Destiny. But now it seemed that Xiao Ruoyin still needed a long time to recover her memory. As for what realm her cultivation had reached, Gu Changa didn't care. Master, there's news about the 13 great bandits that you want to capture. At this time, a follower suddenly came in from outside the hall to report. Gu Changa returned to his senses and asked calmly. Oh, what news? The mysterious military advisor behind the 13 great bandits seems to be related to the chaos in the demon realm 6,000 years ago. The follower said respectfully, according to the news, the mysterious military advisor seems to be related to the demon realm Xianyang Demon Emperor. Later, he was chased by Empress Shi Yao and escaped from the demon realm. In the end, no one knew where he went. Unexpectedly, he sneaked into the star field of chaos and became the military advisor of the 13 great bandits. He has such a relationship with the demon realm. Could it be that his karma is related to me? Hearing this news, Gu Changa was a little surprised. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Got it. You may leave. Once there are traces of him, I will send people to capture him immediately." "Yes, master." Soon, the follower left. Gu Changa thought for a moment and planned to write a letter. He felt that this matter might be related to the son of the demon realm's demon emperor. According to what he knew, there were 6 demon emperors in the demon realm. Among them, the Xianyang Demon Emperor and the Yuyue Demon Emperor were the closest. The son of the Xianyang Demon Emperor was called Jun Bufan. He and Empress Shi Yao, who was now in charge of the demon realm, were childhood sweethearts. They were even engaged. However, the engagement was annulled 6,000 years ago. Then, the demon realm fell into chaos. The son of the Xianyang Demon Emperor died in the chaos, and the 5 demon emperors disappeared. Although the Yuyue Demon Emperor was Empress Shi Yao's mother, she was rarely seen nowadays. To the public, she said that she was in seclusion. However, no one knew whether she was imprisoned by Empress Shi Yao or killed long ago. As early as the chaos in the demon realm 6,000 years ago, Empress Shi Yao's reputation was not good. Many people thought that it was normal for her to do such things. She poisoned her fiancé and killed the demons who resisted. Countless creatures of the demon realm died at her hands. Her cruel means made people tremble. There was even a rumor that Empress Shi Yao's voice could stop children from crying at night. Gu Chang'e remembered that some time ago, when he had just entered the Immortal Academy, he had triggered a destiny event. The son of the demon emperor had returned. At that time, he had reminded Empress Shi Yao. However, because he had something to do at that time, he did not take it to heart. Now it seems that this son of the demon emperor has become a big deal. Sure enough, a person of great destiny will be involved in the Son of Destiny. For me, it's a good opportunity to harvest. Gu Chang'e suddenly had such a guess when he thought about the blind middle-aged man. If that's the case, then this person is most likely to escape to the demon realm. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and called his followers again. He asked them to pay attention to the teleportation formations to the various ancient cities in the demon realm at all times. After arranging this matter, Gu Chang'e began to write a letter, intending to sound out Empress Shi Yao's attitude. The last time he met Empress Shi Yao at the Immortal Academy, although he flattered her a little and seemed to have a good relationship with her. However, Gu Chang'e knew that with her intelligence, it was impossible for her to trust him so easily. At most, it was a kind of appreciation for him at first sight. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of attitude Empress Shi Yao had towards her fiancé who had been poisoned to death. Therefore, it was necessary for him to decide the next plan based on Empress Shi Yao's attitude. If Empress Shi Yao still felt guilty towards Jun Bufan, he didn't mind helping to destroy him. The Demon Realm. In a magnificent palace that stood on the top of a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. A peerlessly beautiful woman in a phoenix robe was writing something in front of a table. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were deep and calm. There was a little light red makeup between her eyebrows, which made her look a little demonic. Beside her stood 4 tall women holding brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in their hands. The women were fat and thin, and their appearances were moving. Their hair was soft, and their facial features were exquisite. Their expressions were either charming, cold, indifferent, or demure. They were all different. Your Majesty, this is a letter from young Master Gu of the Immortal Academy in the Upper Realm. At this time, a female official came in with a letter with a respectful expression. Hearing this, the 4 female officials beside the woman in phoenix robe seemed to be a little surprised. One of the women with a demure temperament walked over, took the letter, and presented it to the woman in phoenix robe. Gu Chang'e. Why did he write to me? Hearing this, the woman in phoenix robe put down the memorial in her hand. She raised her eyebrows slightly and seemed to be a little surprised. At the same time, she couldn't help but think of what Gu Chang'e said to her, perhaps he can be called the emperor of all time. It was rare that the woman in phoenix robe smiled slightly. She gently took the letter and opened it to read. The 4 female officials beside her looked at this scene in surprise. They were the closest female officials to Empress Yao Shi, and at the same time, they were also her confidants. Naturally, they knew the Empress' character very well. She was cold and dignified all year round, and it was not easy to get close to her, but she actually smiled. And it was because of a man. They naturally knew who Gu Changa was. They knew that he was the most popular and dazzling young heavenly pride in the upper realm in recent years, and his power was monstrous. Some time ago, he even destroyed a supreme sage orthodoxy, which shocked them and even frightened them. They felt that it was unbelievable, inconceivable, and surreal. Was this something that could be done by the younger generation? Even the most dazzling heavenly pride in the demon realm was overshadowed in front of him, and was far from comparable. Moreover, when did the Empress get to know Gu Changa? The two of them actually contacted each other through letters. You actually have the time to care about how I'm doing now. The smile on Yao Shi's face could not help but deepen. She seemed to be in a good mood, and the four female officials beside her felt her mood. This made them a little absent-minded. How long had it been since the last time the Empress showed such an expression? Was it the last time a minister stood his ground in the imperial court and agreed to Her Majesty's reforms, and explained Her Majesty's good intentions? After that, Yao Shi carefully read the contents of the letter again. Then, she picked up the pen next to her and began to write on the paper. It was rare that she wrote on her own, and did not let the female official beside her write for her. This caused the four girls to be shocked once again. How much did Her Majesty value this? They were suddenly very curious and wanted to see the legendary young Lord Changa with their own eyes. It didn't take long for Yao Shi to finish writing the content. She read it carefully again and showed a very satisfied expression. Only then did she pass it to the female officer beside her and say lightly, "Send it to young Master Changa as soon as possible." Asking for fresh flowers, yes. The female official with a demure expression took the letter and then quickly left the palace. During this time, keep an eye on the teleportation portals to the upper realm. The remnants of the evil that were not killed 6,000 years ago are showing signs of revival again. Yao Shi then ordered lightly. "Your Majesty, is someone returning to the demon realm?" The woman with a cold expression seemed to be a little surprised when she heard this. Yao Shi took a look at her. She trusted these female officials very much and had no intention of hiding anything from them. She said faintly, "Young Master Changa has recently wiped out the 13 bandits of the chaotic celestial regions. One of the survivors is Demon Master Bai Kuan, who served the Xianyang Demon Emperor 6,000 years ago. After offending young Lord Changa, there is no place for this person in the upper realm now, so he guessed that Bai Kuan would flee back to the demon realm." Bai Kuan? It's actually him. I heard that he has the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven and reverse the universe. Back then, he was able to escape from layers of pursuit and encirclement, and since then, his whereabouts have been unknown. So he fled to the chaotic star region. Hearing this, the few female officials looked a little shocked. Only the woman with a cold temperament who asked the question just now had a slight change in her expression. She seemed a little nervous, but it was only a fleeting moment. Yao Shi was still flipping through Gu Changa's letter and did not notice the woman's expression. All these years, the remnants of the rebellion have shown signs of revival. There should be someone secretly leading them, but who could it be? She frowned and began to think about the problems involved in the letter. When facing Gu Changa, she had a feeling of, "When I was born, you were not, and when you were, I was already old." Therefore, many of the problems that she encountered were told to him in the letter without hiding anything. When she first met Gu Changa at the Immortal Academy, she had paid attention to the things that Gu Changa said. Therefore, when she returned to the demon realm, she began to order a search for the remnants of the 5 emperors. Moreover, Yao Shi was very cautious, capturing people with the same name as her fiancé all over the demon realm. She knew that this method was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, but it was the only way that she could think of at the moment. She knew Jun Buffan's character and knew that if he was not dead, it was very likely that he would continue to use his original name. As for why Yao Shi suspected that Jun Buffan was not dead, it was because she found that Jun Buffan's tomb was now empty. She did not know when, but someone had stolen his body. Facing this, she had no clue now, so she hoped to get a solution from Gu Changa. Although Gu Changa was just a junior to her, some of Gu Changa's opinions gave her a feeling of seeing through the clouds. As expected. This son of the demon emperor seems to have matured. I have to find time to go to the demon realm. It's not easy to see a ripe leek, how can I let it go so easily? In the Immortal Academy. Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. After reading Empress Yao Shi's letter, he was not very surprised. Gu Changa had already guessed some of the questions she asked before this. How could the return of the son of the demon emperor be the same as 6,000 years ago, repeating the same mistake again? As long as Jun Bufan was not stupid, he would choose to keep a low profile and not show up in front of Empress Yao Shi as much as possible to reduce his limelight as much as possible. How difficult would it be to find the son of the demon emperor in such a huge demon realm? It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. It would be strange if Empress Yao Shi could find him, and perhaps even she was not sure whether Jun Bufan was dead or not. Since she could not find him, it would be easy to get him to show up on his own initiative. Then, Gu Changa began to write. Since Empress Yao Shi asked him for a solution, he had a way. In his opinion, Empress Yao Shi was not ruthless enough. He had more ways to get Jun Bufan to show up on his own initiative. If he remembered correctly, Jun Bufan had an elder sister. His elder sister had not participated in the chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago. She had designated a place as a forbidden area for the demon realm, and no one had dared approach it for thousands of years. At the same time, in an ancient city in the upper realm, a young man in disguise was setting up a stall on the side of a remote street. There were many rusty and muddy weapon fragments on the stall, as well as many exotic ores that could not be recognized. They were very old, as if they had just been unearthed. They were very fresh. However, while setting up the stall, the young man would choose to glance at the practitioners and geniuses passing by from time to time, his eyes shining. Gu Changa, the remnants of the 13 thieves. Unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with me now. Listening to the practitioners nearby, the young man murmured to himself. Something occurred to him. Hatred and anger flashed in his eyes. This man was certainly Jiang Chen. If it were not for Gu Changa, he would not have ended up like this. He had to dig up graves and go into tombs to make a living by selling the burial goods of the tomb owner. If he was lucky, he could run into the tomb owner who had just died and devour the magic power left in his body. If he was unlucky, he could run into a corpse that had been nourished by the spirits of the universe and the essences of the sun and the moon, which could lead to a zombie transformation and a bloody disaster. Every time he went into a tomb, he had to be on tenterhooks, and he had to be careful not to be discovered by the family of the tomb owner. The black-robed old man had not shown up for a long time to train him. Jiang Chen did not know where the black-robed old man was either. He had to look for tombs in the mountains and practice the method the black-robed old man had left for him. He had made some small achievements during this period. He had developed a spiritual sea. Jiang Chen had planned to go to the big markets to gamble on stones according to his methods. However, at the thought that he would not be able to take the things away and would probably be left there, he gradually gave up the idea. He happened to hear that an ancient divine tomb was going to show up. He planned to go there to try his luck. 1000. Chapter 376. Jiang Chen knew the ancient divine tombs of this world were totally different from those of the average void god or true god. Those were races with divine thrones, and they were extremely rare. The opportunities contained in this kind of tomb were beyond imagination. He believed he and the celestial boat's artifact spirit would be able to get a lot of benefits there. Benefactor, where did you get these things? While Jiang Chen was in a daze, a smiling monk suddenly showed up in front of him. The monk didn't look very young. His face was oily. The kasaya he was wearing was ragged. He was holding a worn-out bowl in his hand. He was pointing at some broken pieces of weapons on the stall. Jiang Chen didn't even give it a second thought. He said, I picked them up from the ground. Yeah? The monk asked. Jiang Chen nodded. Of course. In that case, I think you are destined to meet the Buddha. Why don't you come with me, the monk said, smiling. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen looked up. Staring at the monk warily, he grasped a weapon in his sleeve quietly. He had already selected the items on the stall, so there was nothing special about them. However, the monk obviously had seen through him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to him in such a way. The monk laid his eyes on Jiang Chen. Noticing his cultivation, he said with interest, Benefactor, you're really something. I happen to have something here. I can cooperate with you. Don't worry. Benefactor, you'll get a lot of benefits. Jiang Chu's heart sank. He felt the monk's cultivation was unfathomable. How would he know what kind of cooperation he was talking about? Monks don't lie. Benefactor, don't worry. I've never cheated anyone in my life. Seeing Jiang Chen become silent, the monk made a solemn vow. If you don't believe me, I'm sorry. How could Jiang Chen not understand what was going on? If he refused again, the monk would use violence against him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I'm just an ordinary person who resells this junk. Why do you have to be like this, master? No. In this monk's opinion, this benefactor is not simple. Although your cultivation is not high, you were able to enter the tomb with such terrifying yin qi and find these weapon fragments. How can your means be compared to an ordinary person? The monk didn't care about Jiang Chen's self-mockery. He was still smiling. He went straight to the point and pointed out Jiang Chen's uniqueness. Jiang Chen's heart sank when he heard this, but he still looked calm and composed. When he entered the tomb at that time, he had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. The dangers involved would cause an ordinary cultivator's expression to change. There was the danger of dying. In the tomb, although he obtained many good things, he almost lost his life. It was all thanks to the help of the immortal boat spirit, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to escape. And yet, the monk in front of him was able to see through all this with a single glance. He was truly not simple. Then Jiang Chen had no choice but to leave with the monk. He didn't even want to leave the stall. After all, these things weren't precious. The monk led him through many twists and turns before arriving at a very grand and imposing mansion. The cultivators in charge of guarding the entrance were all very powerful. Their bodies were enveloped in divine radiance, and their qi and blood were astonishing. After arriving here, the monk was obviously more cautious. He didn't dare act as casually as before. Don't talk nonsense here. Otherwise, even this monk can't protect you, the monk said to Jiang Chen in a low voice. Jiang Chen also looked serious. He felt aggrieved that he had been involved in such a thing for no reason at all. Who are we going to see? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The Great Void Divine Race. The monk turned his head and glanced at Jiang Chen. It was only because he wanted Jiang Chen to pay more attention to him that he explained. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. He turned pale. He suddenly thought of something. These days, the news that an ancient divine tomb was going to show up had spread everywhere. And he had heard that a strong man from the Great Void Divine Race was buried in that so-called divine tomb. The Great Void Divine Race was very mysterious. It was an extremely rare race even in the upper realm. There weren't many of them. However, since they were called the divine race, they must be very strong. If they had a large population, it was possible for them to become the strongest race in the upper realm. And the person he was going to see was from the Great Void Divine Race. Jiang Chen's heart started to pound. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't talk nonsense when we go in. The monk still didn't feel at ease. He looked back and warned Jiang Chen carefully. Jiang Chen nodded. His palms were sweating. He vaguely saw a divine light shining in the depths of the mansion. An extremely noble, slim figure was sitting there. He seemed to be able to see through Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen step in, the black-robed old man, who had been hiding in the air, moved his eyes, but he didn't follow him. In the Academy of True Immortals. When Gu Chang'e sent a terrifying army to search for the remaining members of the 13 Thieves. Within a majestic divine mountain. In a palace, several elders with vague faces shrouded in chaotic energy were discussing something. A grave of the great void divine race has shown up. It's a good chance for the geniuses of our academy to take a trial by fire. Last time, the disaster of the absolute Een sky was destroyed by the inheritor of the demonic method. I hope it will go smoothly this time. So, how about the leader this time be 6 Crown King Junyao? Gu Chang'e is getting stronger. The Immortal Academy can't accommodate him anymore. I don't think he'll take this seriously. The elders were talking. They were deciding on the leader of this trial by fire. Gu Chang'e had been excluded. It wasn't because they didn't think Gu Chang'e was qualified. They were considering whether Gu Chang'e was willing or not. The opportunities in the tomb of the divine god were precious for the other disciples, but for Gu Chang'e, they weren't worth mentioning. Soon, the decision was made. As soon as the news spread, the disciples of the Immortal Academy went into an uproar. The appearance of the tomb of the divine god naturally meant opportunities and dangers. And this time, the leader was actually 6 Crown King Junyao, not Gu Chang'e. This shocked many people. They wondered if Gu Chang'e had been showing off too much recently, causing the Immortal Academy to be determined to suppress him so that he wouldn't be able to cover the sky in the Immortal Academy. However, this guess was quickly overturned because an elder announced that Gu Chang'e didn't need to participate in this trial. Many disciples were enlightened. Now, Gu Chang'e's identity and status were completely different from them. They couldn't treat him as an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Academy. The gap between them and Gu Chang'e had long been widening, and an invisible gap had appeared. Gu Chang'e's status in the Immortal Academy had reached the point where he could sit on equal footing with the Supreme Realm Elders. In the next few days, the Immortal Academy began to bustle. Divine rainbows tore through the sky, and blood burst through the clouds. Many disciples began to prepare for this trial. 6 Crown King Junyao, Divine Phoenix Maiden, Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian, Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and others were all going to enter the tomb of the divine god this time to compete for their own opportunities. When Gu Chang'e heard this news, he didn't take it to heart. Just as the elders had guessed, even if he was allowed to participate, he would refuse. This level of trial was just a waste of time for him now. He was more interested in the whereabouts of the 13 great bandits. Of course, if he heard that something good had appeared in the tomb of the divine god, it would be a different story. Are you really not interested in the divine tomb of the great void divine tribe? In the hall, Yu Mingkong was a little puzzled. In her memories, the great void divine tribe that had emerged this time had a piece of divine seed crystal, which was equivalent to a supreme Tao fruit. Logically speaking, Gu Chang'e wouldn't let it go. For now, I'm more interested in catching that bastard. If something good appears in the tomb of the divine god, I'll naturally go. Gu Chang'e smiled and explained. Yu Mingkong nodded. Then I'll help you keep an eye out. With her words, Gu Chang'e was naturally relieved. Thank you for your hard work. He smiled. Yu Mingkong shook her head slightly. This is what I should do. Although the two of them were not married yet, she already had the self-awareness of being a wife. Then, she left. Not long after Yu Mingkong left, a piece of news came. Master, we've found traces of the mysterious military advisor behind the 13 great bandits. We're now sending troops to intercept him. A follower reported respectfully. Gu Changa stood up and narrowed his eyes. Where is he? He's currently in North Pool Ancient City. We've already sealed off the teleportation arrays in the surroundings. All cultivators and living beings have been stopped and are not allowed to leave the city. Even if that person grows wings, he won't be able to escape from our tight encirclement. The follower said confidently. Good. You've done well. Gu Changa nodded. With a wave of his sleeves, he took a step forward and left the place. Then, his majestic figure soared into the sky. He directly opened a space tunnel and rushed through the void. A terrifying aura resounded in the sky. The disciples and elders of True Immortal Academy watched this scene in shock. They were speechless for a long time. Then, they began to guess where Gu Changa was going and what his motive was. He should have found the whereabouts of the 13 great bandits. Wang Zijin said with certainty. Jiang Chu, who was beside her, looked at her and said calmly, You seem to know Gu Changa very well. Wang Zijin smiled. I don't know him well. I just can guess what he's going to do. Do you suddenly feel that I know him better than you do? She revealed a pair of shallow dimples in a provocative manner. Jiang Chu ignored her provocation and turned to leave. Gu Xian, who had just broken through to the Saint Realm after coming out of seclusion, stared blankly at Gu Changa and his people leaving. Then, he lowered his eyes. There seemed to be some lingering melancholy between his brows. Bi's ancient city. This was a majestic and magnificent ancient city with a population of several billion. It spanned a radius of nearly 100,000 miles, like a ferocious beast crouching on the ground. Just the city walls alone were like mountains that stretched endlessly. At this moment, outside the 4 city gates of Bi's ancient city, dark clouds pressed down on the city like dark clouds. Among them, colorful feathers flowed, demonic wings covered the sky, and scales flickered. All kinds of powerful and terrifying creatures appeared in the sky, completely sealing off all directions. Riding on the clouds, just their bodies alone were like small mountains. They were entwined with purple lightning and crimson light, and their power was astonishing. It was difficult for any cultivator or creature to leave this place, and they couldn't enter the city. Those who disobeyed would all be killed on the spot. Just now, a cultivator was dissatisfied and tried to resist, but he was slapped to death in the sky, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. Everyone trembled with fear. Their backs were cold, and their divine souls were trembling. They didn't know what had happened and why so many creatures and armies suddenly appeared. Even the city lord of Bi's ancient city appeared outside the city walls at this moment. He carefully wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, not daring to say a word. He naturally recognized the master behind these terrifying creatures, which was why he dealt with them carefully, not daring to offend them. The cultivators behind him were all important figures in Bi's ancient city. But now, they also carefully accompanied him, not daring to show a trace of dissatisfaction. The huge Bi's ancient city was dead silent at this moment. Everyone was worried that they would be destroyed by a destructive attack. The force outside the city was too terrifying. It was so vast that it covered the sky and the sun. Not to mention an ancient city, even a small orthodoxy could be easily destroyed by it. My master has ordered that anyone who dares to protect the remnants of the 13 bandits will be regarded as going against him and bear the consequences. At this moment, a creature that looked like a yiksha stood out. His body was surrounded by a red glow, and he sneered. His voice reverberated in the sky. The 13 bandits. Damn it! Damn the 13 bandits, how dare they drag us down! Hearing this, many cultivators' expressions changed. Only then did they realize, it turned out that this matter was related to the remnants of the 13 bandits. During this period, the news of Gu Changa hunting down the 13 bandits had caused an uproar in the upper realm. It seemed that there was no need to say who was behind this group of creatures. Many cultivators smiled bitterly. Other than Gu Changa, Who else in the upper realm had such great power to send such a terrifying force to hunt down a person? At that moment, many people also relaxed. Since it was to hunt down the remnants of the 13 bandits, it definitely had nothing to do with ordinary people like them. They did not protect the rest of the bandits, so naturally, there was nothing to worry about. They just hoped that they would not be implicated. Everyone, don't worry. Since the remnants of the 13 bandits have appeared in Bi's ancient city, I will definitely cooperate with you to find them and give young Master Chang'e an explanation. The Bi's city lord heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he opened his mouth and promised solemnly. In his heart, he also hated the remnants of the 13 bandits to death. Of all places, they had to come to Bi's ancient city. Was this not purely inviting trouble for him? If we had known that the remnants of the 13 bandits were in this city, we would have sent people to search everywhere. How could we have troubled young Master Chang'e to mobilize so many people? If someone is protecting the remnants of the 13 bandits, we will definitely capture them and kill them without mercy. After the Bi's city lord said this, the other big shots behind him also spoke one after another to express their stance. They definitely did not protect or harbor the remnants of the 13 bandits. Hearing this, many young cultivators were shocked. They would not usually see such big shots at all. However, today, because Gu Chang'e wanted to search for the remnants of the 13 bandits, they all appeared together and made such a solemn promise. Such power was simply too terrifying and unimaginable. With the Bi's city master's words, we can be at ease. We are not unreasonable people. Master ordered us to come here to capture the remaining members of the 13 great bandits. He will not make things difficult for everyone in Bi's ancient city. Seeing that the Bi's city lord and the others were so tactful, the Yiksha-like creature revealed a faint smile and said, "Everyone, please don't worry. We will do our best to cooperate with the search and won't let anyone suspicious go," the Bi's city lord promised. Then, the mighty army descended on Bi's ancient city and began to search the mansions and palaces one by one. The entire Bi's ancient city was in an uproar. Everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that the remnants of the 13 bandits were hiding around them. Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Rain Admiring Pavilion. This was the Bi's ancient city's brothel. It was usually very lively, with women chatting and the fragrance of cosmetics. However, today, it was exceptionally quiet. In a private room inside, a pale-faced middle-aged man was sitting in a wheelchair. He could not stop coughing out blood. His eyes were covered with a black cloth. Other than that, his lower limbs were also crippled and he could not move at all. This was not an ordinary external injury. Even with many sacred medicines, it was difficult to cure it completely. Just like his eyes, this was the result of prying too much into the secrets of the heavens. He would not be able to get rid of it even if he spent his entire life. Behind the middle-aged man, a sorrowful young man could not help but sigh. "Master, are we just waiting for death today?" These days, they had been hiding everywhere. They were always on tenterhooks and were very careful. They were like rats living in the dark, unable to see any light. This kind of life made him feel hopeless. He did not understand why his master, who could foresee things like this, would be hunted down one day. In the vast upper realm, there was no place for him to stay. When the middle-aged man heard this, he seemed to have triggered the injuries on his body and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He shook his head slightly. His voice was very calm, as if he had already expected this. "I didn't expect Gu Chang'e to find me so soon. I thought I could hide for a few more days. This is all my fault. If it wasn't because of greed, how could I have caused all this? Disciple, you should go. Take Lian air and leave. The person Gu Chang'e wants to catch is me. It has nothing to do with you. This is a secret treasure that I refined back then. After the two of you use it, hide in the void and leave quietly. No one will be able to detect your tracks. Then, take the opportunity to escape to the demon realm and find a person called Jun Bufan. Give this brocade pouch to him. The middle-aged man said all this calmly. At the same time, he took out two items from his arms. A very ordinary brocade pouch and a very ordinary jade talisman. There was nothing special about them. Even if they were to be thrown on the ground, no one would notice. But now, these two items were given to the two of them by him. Behind the young man stood a woman with a graceful figure. Her appearance was enchanting. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was as black as ink. At this moment, her expression seemed to be somewhat unbearable, but in the end, she did not say anything. "Master, if we leave, what will happen to you? You are now seriously injured. Once we leave, you will be caught by Gu Changa. That will be a dead end." When the young man heard this, his face was even more sorrowful. His eyes were red as if tears could fall at any time. "Disciple, you have now received my true teachings. Even without me, you can still live well. You don't have to bury your life in this place for me." The middle-aged man's smile seemed to be a little gratified, but his words were still resolute and there was no room for doubt. "Lien you, Sai. Father is most guilty to you and your mother. But I can't help it. All these years, I didn't come to find you, not because I didn't want to see you, but because I didn't want to implicate you. It's been hard on you, building such a big spring breeze jasper building by yourself." Then, he looked at the beautiful woman again and said with some guilt. Although he could not see, he knew that his daughter was actually looking at him. This made the middle-aged man feel a little gratified. Who would have thought that the master behind the famous assassin organization Spring Breeze Jasper Building was actually the daughter of Demon Master Bai Kuan? Chapter 377. The sky trembled and rumbled in all directions. Rumble. The entire Bi's ancient city was in an uproar because of the fact that the remnants of the 13 great bandits were being sheltered. The majestic army marched straight in like a black cloud, descending upon this place. Then, they began to search the palaces one by one to find the remnants hidden in them. In addition, the big shots of Bi's ancient city also sent their subordinates to begin a strict search and elimination, sealing off every teleportation array and exit. It was the first time for many cultivators to see such a grand scene, and they felt extremely uneasy. All the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base, were carefully staying in their own palaces at this time. The streets that used to be very lively were now dead silent. They were all knights holding all kinds of heavenly sabers, halberds, and spears. They were aggressively riding on their mounts and searching from house to house. Buzz. At this moment, in the sky, a rumbling fluctuation came, followed by an incomparably resplendent door of light that seemed to be connected to another world. Everyone raised their heads to look at this scene in shock. Then, they saw many mighty figures walking out of the light door. The person in the lead was dressed in a black robe. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his face was flawless. His eyes were deep, and his facial features were handsome without a trace of flaw. His temperament was extraordinary, but there was an innate sense of superiority and nobility. Behind him were many figures with extremely powerful auras. They were riding terrifying beasts, and their brilliance soared into the sky as they rode on the clouds. When ordinary cultivators saw this scene, they might even be scared out of their wits. "Greetings, young Master Changa." "Greetings, Master." The person who came was naturally Gu Changa, who had rushed over from the Immortal Academy after hearing that the remnants of the 13 great bandits had appeared. When the city lord of Bi's ancient city and the others saw this, they all flew up into the sky and bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were very respectful. "It's young Master Changa. Apart from him, who else in the younger generation can have such power? It's simply unbelievable that a young man can actually do this. Whether it's cultivation base or power, it's to the extent that no one can surpass him." Many young geniuses in Bi's ancient city couldn't help but feel admiration and respect when they saw this scene. They didn't know when they would be able to reach such a level. His name was known throughout the world, and no one dared to disrespect him. Gu Changde nodded. He glanced down and asked, "Have you found any traces of him?" The Yiksha-like creature stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master, we are searching the entire ancient city. We have sealed all the exits and teleportation arrays. We have even sealed the void 100,000 kilometers away. Today, he won't be able to escape." Gu Changde nodded. She descended from the sky and landed on the street. The people behind him followed closely behind him, keeping a few steps behind. Gu Changde frowned slightly. He was actually a little surprised. Why would this person flee to this city and not other places? Previously, in his speculation, even if Bai Kun wanted to escape, he would definitely escape to the demon realm. Bi's ancient city was too far away from the demon realm, so it shouldn't be a suitable place to escape. Pay attention to the people around Bai Kun. He definitely has accomplices. Gu Changde narrowed his eyes. Thinking of this possibility, he ordered indifferently. At the same time, his vast and majestic divine sense also swept across the entire ancient city, unscrupulously probing every corner. Bai Kun was once a close friend of the Xianyang demon emperor. This time, Gu Changde planned to deal with the returned son of the demon emperor. Bai Kun was bound to be the best candidate and the best entry point. If he guessed correctly, according to the normal trajectory, Bai Kun should provide a lot of help in the rise of the son of the demon emperor, Jun Bufan. Or rather, it was normal for the demon master, who had once assisted the Xianyang demon emperor, to assist his son again. Jun Bufan had become a master and was hiding in the demon realm. It was bound to be difficult to find him. And Bai Kun was an indispensable chess piece. This was also related to Gu Changde's next plan. With the arrival of Gu Changde, the entire Bi's ancient city became more and more stirred. The cultivators and creatures of all clans and sects carefully stayed in their own sects, not daring to be angry or speak. They could only watch as a large group of knights rushed in from outside the mansion and left after a thorough search. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and feel relieved. Young Lord Changde, the east and south of Bi's ancient city have been searched, and there is no suspicious face. The Bi's city lord respectfully cupped his hands and said. In terms of seniority, he was thousands of years older than Gu Changde, but his cultivation was far inferior to him. In front of Gu Changde, he even trembled and feared as if he was facing an ancestor. So, the west is still unsearched, Gu Changde nodded. Bi's ancient city is not very big. It will only take half a day to search the west. What will Bai Kun do in the remaining time? Will he say his last words? He had a faint smile on his face, like a cat catching a mouse, as he slowly walked over. The surrounding markets and pavilions were very quiet. Usually, divine light would surge and the light of treasures would soar into the sky, but today, it was unusually quiet. Finally, two colors of black and white circulated in his eyes. Under the insight of the power of reincarnation, everything in the world became clearer and more reasonable. The luck here is strange. Gu Changde noticed an unusually splendid group of pavilions, palaces, and pavilions, row after row. Where is that? Gu Changde asked. Young Lord Changde, that is the property of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Usually, many cultivators would come here to enjoy themselves. The Bi's city lord looked over with some surprise, and then reported truthfully. Let's go there. Gu Changde nodded slightly and started walking towards that direction. The followers behind him heard this, looked at each other, and nodded tacitly. Boom! Then, with a wave of his hand, a vast army and knights descended and surrounded the palaces and pavilions in front. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a new force in the upper realm in the past 1,000 years. Its origin was very mysterious. No one knew what was behind it, and who was the mysterious owner behind it. On the surface, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a place for prostitutes to seek pleasure. However, many cultivators knew that it was an assassin organization in the dark. It specialized in dealing with the dark and shady assassinations of various orthodoxies. For example, assassinating the young sky prides, young seeds, elders with great potential, or eliminating traitors and so on. Compared to those assassin organizations with thousands of years of history, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had only been established for a short time. However, the assassins in the organization were terrifyingly powerful. They were unpredictable and hard to guard against. All the major assassin organizations saw it as a thorn in their side, and they could not wait to remove it. The various orthodoxies were also very wary of it because they could not find the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. It was like a weed that could not be burned out. When the right time came, it would reignite from the ashes. Over time, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had gained quite a reputation in the vast upper realm. There were even rumors that as long as the price was right, it would even dare to assassinate the ancient emperor. Countless skyprides and cultivators had died in its hands over the years. There were even rumors that the mysterious owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was the successor of the Slayer Emperor who had killed so many emperors that their expressions changed. At this moment, in the pavilion, Bai Kuan sighed as he thought of this. He had seen what his daughter, Bai Lian, had done all these years. Sometimes, when he saw her in danger, he would help cover for her to prevent her enemies from finding her and killing her. However, he had never told Bai Lian about these things. He was a fugitive from the demon realm. All these years, Empress Xiao had been tracking down the remnants of the 5 emperors. It was because of this that his daughter, Bai Lian, could not be involved in this. It's been hard on you all these years, Bai Kuan sighed. Hearing this, the enchanting woman who had been silent behind the young man finally spoke up. She seemed to be unable to bear it. She lowered her eyes. Although her gaze was cold, it also contained unconcealable sadness. Father, I actually understand all of your difficulties. Her voice had a strange charm. If ordinary cultivators heard this, it was very likely that they would lose their mind. Although the young man had seen her a few times, he still felt a little embarrassed at this time. He knew that this was not deliberately done by Bai Lian, but because of her special physique. For cultivators, she had a natural charm. Bai Kuan showed a gratified smile when he heard this. All these years, Father has really wronged you. Sometimes, I really want to see you, but I'm worried that the people of the demon realm will find out. Sigh, if it wasn't for this, I probably wouldn't have seen you in my life. Bai Lian nodded and lowered her eyes. Father, you don't have to say this. I can understand you. Well, I've said what I wanted to say. Now, you all should leave this place. Soon, Gu Changa's people will find this place. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he said cautiously, but remember, don't avenge me. This disaster was caused entirely by my moment of greed. You can't possibly be Gu Changa's opponent, so don't be his enemy. Remember what I told you. Go to the demon realm and find a person named Jun Bufan. Give that brocade pouch to him. He is the destined one. The last sentence was obviously said to the young man. Although Bai Lian was puzzled, she didn't ask much at this time. Jun Bufan. Didn't he die 6,000 years ago? Why give this brocade pouch to him? She sighed faintly in her heart and her thoughts were complicated. I understand, Master. I won't let you down. The young man nodded solemnly. Then, the two endured the grief and activated the jade pendant to hide their aura and figure. They left through the back door of the pavilion. Bai Kuan sat in the wheelchair with a calm expression. His thoughts gradually scattered. In the past, Demon Master Bai Kuan was also an all-powerful figure in the demon realm. He was known to be able to predict everything and he dared to say it. With this courage and boldness, he was able to make a name for himself in the demon realm. Even the various demon emperors were extremely respectful towards him. And because he was familiar with the mysterious Sun Demon Emperor since childhood, he finally became his subordinate, which made the mysterious Sun Demon Emperor vaguely known as the head of the 6 great demon emperors in the demon realm. Who could compare to the glory of that time? But he didn't blame others for falling into such a situation today. All karma, every drink and every peck, has a cycle, Bai Kun sighed. His face was unusually calm as he waited for Gu Changa's arrival. He knew that since Gu Changa knew that he was behind the 13 great bandits and had escaped, he must have a way to find him. There was no doubt about this. Gu Changa, this young man, was really too strange. He had once divined his fate, but the only result was a backlash. It took half a month for him to get better. At that time, if he hadn't sensed the birth of a shocking secret treasure in the weapon-suppressing divine domain and was compatible with him. How could he have been so greedy? How could he have brought disaster to the 13 great bandits? How could he be hunted down by Gu Changa? He had hidden in the demon realm for 6,000 years, but in less than half a month, he was found by Gu Changa. Rumble. At this time, Bai Kun suddenly heard a huge noise coming from outside the pavilion. A terrifying and vast wave came, as if the heavenly river was crashing down. A surging golden palm print suddenly penetrated the sky and fell toward a certain void. Suddenly, it was as if many stars had exploded. Countless pavilions and palaces turned into ashes under the aftermath. All the cultivators trembled as if they were facing a world-ending catastrophe. Dong! That place seemed to be about to burst open. Endless light and runes intertwined, and finally turned into broken swords that scattered in all directions. Gu Changa frowned slightly, looking at the wave that flashed by. He escaped, after taking his palm head-on, he could still escape safely. This strength was at least that of a quasi-supreme. Seal this place and don't let anyone come near. Gu Changa ordered the people behind him who were still in shock. Then, incomparably terrifying nights rolled up a gust of wind and quickly descended, instantly surrounding the spring breeze Jasper Pavilion. The cultivators and creatures in the distance watched all this with incomparable shock. That palm just now felt like the sky had smashed down. They were deeply shocked. Was this Gu Changa's true strength? In the pavilion. Although Bai Kun was blind and disabled, he was a quasi-supreme cultivator. It was just that he hadn't shown his cultivation for many years. At that moment, he clearly sensed a terrifying wave that surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-supreme. If it weren't for the formation patterns in Bi's ancient city, who knew how many city towers would have been destroyed by that attack? Could it be that Lien, and Baihua's traces have been discovered? Impossible. Are you done with your last words? And just as Bai Kun was about to make a final desperate fight. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from below his pavilion. Then a young man's voice sounded. Although it sounded like a chuckle. But it seemed extremely calm and indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. The moment he heard this voice. Gu Changa, Bai Kun's scalp was a little numb. The first feeling was like facing a cold iron stone, which made people tremble uncontrollably. He didn't expect Gu Changa to find him so quickly and say such words as soon as she arrived. Last words? Could it be that Gu Changa really heard something? But anyway, he was a person who had been through a lot, so he quickly calmed down. After all, the jade pendant he gave the two of them was not a simple thing. It could hide one's aura and quietly escape, so it was impossible to be discovered. Thinking of this, Bai Kun looked at the stairs and asked calmly. Young Master Changa made such a big fuss just to find a cripple like me. It's really an honor. Gu Changa walked up unhurriedly. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. For people who dare to offend me, I generally don't like to leave them a way out. So sometimes, even if I have to search the entire upper realm, I have to find his hiding place and then kill him. He said it casually, but Bai Kun felt that his soul was trembling. This young man was far more terrifying than he imagined. And his strength was unfathomable. He suspected that the fluctuation he felt just now was from Gu Chang'e. It was simply unimaginable to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Then, Bai Kun was about to speak, but Gu Chang'e interrupted him. However, after seeing you today, I suddenly changed my mind. I won't kill you. If you're alive, you'll be more useful to me. While talking, Gu Chang'e sat down by himself. Looking at the tea that was still warm, his eyes flashed with understanding. He spoke very frankly and directly, without any intention to beat around the bush. However, Bai Kun's face changed as he felt a sense of uneasiness and strangeness. What did Gu Chang'e want to do? He paid such a price to search for his traces in the upper realm. Wasn't it because he instigated the 13 bandits to attack the caravan that carried Gu Chang'e's secret treasure, which led to his revenge? Gu Chang'e, what do you mean? If you want to kill me, I won't frown. Bai Kun's face turned cold at this moment. He no longer feigned civility with Gu Chang'e and said firmly. He felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to have other motives, and it was not just a simple revenge. However, he did not want to drag his disciple and daughter down. Nothing, I'm just a little curious. What did you say just now? Those two escaped quite quickly. It seems that you should have given them an amulet, so that they could escape from under my nose. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and smiled as if he could see through Bai Kun's thoughts at a glance. He had expected it just now. However, he still underestimated Bai Kun's means. He could actually let the two of them hide their auras and slip away under the eyes of many cultivators and living beings. It had to be said that this method surprised Gu Chang'e a little. However, it also made him think of sparing Bai Kun's life. Of course, Gu Chang'e was not worried about the impact. The two of them could escape for a while, but they could not escape for a lifetime. As long as Bai Kun was in his hands, he had ways to make the two of them appear. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. Bai Kun looked at Gu Chang'e coldly. Although he was blind, his heart was not. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You only need to understand one thing. Even if you want to die today, you can't. From now on, your life is mine. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Then, he quickly made a move. There were black runes flashing in his palm. As the rules fell, he directly slapped Bai Kun's abdomen at lightning speed. What is this? Bai Kun's expression changed. Before he could resist, he felt a strange power penetrate his lungs, bones, and blood, and directly fell towards the place where his spirit sea was. This strange power was too terrifying. It was filled with deep greed and malice. It was as if it had a life of its own, taking root in his wheel of life. It was like a huge black net that sealed his spirit sea in an instant. There was a sense of death and exhaustion that spread, constantly devouring his dermic powers. What kind of secret technique is this? You sealed my cultivation, said Qin Wentian. Bai Kun was furious and triggered his injuries. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. Gu Chang'e glanced at him indifferently and didn't care much. He turned around and walked downstairs. He instructed, investigate the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion with all your strength and suppress Demon Master Bai Kun back to the True Immortal Academy. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was definitely related to Bai Kun. There was no doubt about that. If Gu Chang'e guessed correctly, one of the two people who escaped just now should be Bai Kun's disciple. As for the other person, he should be related to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. As for his identity, it still needed to be investigated. If he couldn't find anything, he could only search Bai Kun's soul. Hearing this, Bai Kun's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to continue investigating the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion after catching him. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although his daughter, Bai Lian, had never appeared in front of anyone all these years, and almost no one knew that the mysterious owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was her. However, Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve. Who knew if he couldn't find out? Then, Demon Master Bai Kuan was caught and his cultivation was sealed. He was escorted out by a group of knights and directly thrown into a prison that was prepared in advance. When they saw this scene, all the cultivators and living beings in the entire Bai's ancient city heaved sighs of relief in unison, and they felt much more at ease. The huge mountain that hung above their heads also descended to the ground. Otherwise, anyone who faced an existence like Gu Chang'e would tremble in fear. Today's matter has frightened everyone. Chang'e is a little apologetic. Before leaving Bai's ancient city, Gu Chang'e smiled and said to the Bai's Lake City Lord and the others who sent him out of the city. "Young Master Chang'e, you must be joking. Demon Master Bai Kuan was reckless and went against you. It's only right for us to cooperate with your search." The Bai's Lake City Lord and the others hurriedly waved their hands and said with a very humble attitude. "Moreover, the 13 great bandits have been causing trouble for many years. It's also a good deed for you to eliminate this group of bandits." Everyone couldn't help but say. Although they didn't mean it, at this time, no one dared to complain. "In that case, Chang'e will take his leave first." Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and didn't care about this. From the beginning to the end, he was as handsome as jade and elegant and polite. After saying this, he glanced at a certain place in the void. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, he left with the mighty and terrifying army and didn't stay for a moment. The Bai's Lake City Lord and the others watched Gu Chang'e leave before they let out a long sigh of relief and returned to the city below. Bai's ancient city began to return to its usual bustle and noise, but today's incident was deeply etched in everyone's mind. Even if they died, they wouldn't forget it. Chapter 378. At this moment, in a mountain range 100,000 miles east of Bai's ancient city. In the void, there was a fluctuation, and then 2 figures fell out. The first one to land was a young man with a pale face. His blood and qi were tumbling, and he felt as if his internal organs had been torn apart. It was extremely painful. It was Bai Kuan's disciple, Bai Hua. Behind Bai Hua was the enchanting woman who fell out of the void. She was Bai Lian. Bai Lian's condition was not much better than Bai Hua's. Her delicate face was pale, and her clothes were stained with blood. "This Gu Chang'e is so strong, if I didn't react fast enough, I would have been left there." Bai Lian's eyes were cold. She quickly took out a large number of pills from her sumaru ring and swallowed them to heal her injuries. She did not care about Bai Hua, who was looking at her with a worried face. Instead, she was quietly adjusting her injuries, quickly healing her broken bones and lungs. She was a peak quasi-supreme cultivator, but she was suddenly hit by Gu Chang'e's palm. She was caught off guard and did not have time to resist. She only took out a magic tool to resist, and as a result, she was seriously injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Gu Chang'e's strength was. Moreover, Bai Lian did not know how Gu Chang'e detected her and Bai Hua's tracks. She had clearly used a unique secret method and activated the jade pendant her father had given her. But even so, Gu Chang'e had still noticed their tracks. At that time, Bai Lian's heart was shocked and she could not believe it. As for Gu Chang'e, she had naturally heard a lot of rumors about her. Whether it was before or now, he was always in the limelight, and all his peers had to lower their heads when they saw him. However, Bai Lian didn't care about him at all. In the end, he was just a young junior. If Gu Chang'e wanted to reach this step, even at the fastest speed, it would take 100 years. But, until this period of time. Following the outbreak of the Longevity War and the destruction of the Purple Mansion, she had no choice but to pay attention to Gu Chang'e. He tried his best to prevent the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's assassins from accepting missions related to the Longevity Gu family and Gu Changa. As an assassin in the underworld, she had seen all kinds of missions. For example, the assassination of Gu Changa. This was because there were too many orthodoxies in the upper realm. A tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Gu Changa's brilliance was too dazzling, and there would always be orthodoxies who would be jealous and want to destroy him. This was a very normal thing. However, Bai Lian had never imagined that one day her father would actually offend Gu Changa. Furthermore, he had even urged the 13 great bandits to go steal the artifacts that Gu Changa had forged. With such a huge grudge, Gu Changa would definitely not let it go. But since it had already come to this, she was powerless to stop it. After offending Gu Changa, her father would definitely not have an easy time. Thinking of this, Bai Lian could not help but feel a faint sadness in her heart. Although she had a cold personality, it did not mean that she was heartless. Although she used to hate and complain about her father, things had already happened for 6,000 years. As her only family in this world, how could she be indifferent? In the next moment, Bai Lian suddenly waved her hand, and a crystal-clear mirror appeared from her sleeve. Sister Lian, what is this? Although Bai Hua grimaced in pain, he could not help but ask. Bai Lian looked at him coldly and did not say much. As her magical power surged, the brilliance on the mirror surged, and an image suddenly appeared. Master, Bai Hua's eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim. The image that appeared in the mirror was the scene of Gu Changa sending cultivators to detain Bai Kun in the Bi's ancient city. Although Bai Kun's expression was natural, from the image, he was bound by chains and looked extremely pathetic. This scene made Bai Hua burn with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, incomparable anger and hatred. Fortunately, Bai Lian glanced at him indifferently, frowned, and continued to stare at the image in the mirror. However, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She even resisted the urge to take a few steps back, and even the mirror in her hand almost fell to the ground. In the image, a young man wearing a black robe, with jade-like skin, and even his hair was shining brightly like a god. He suddenly raised his head and smiled at her, as if he could see her from an endless distance. Then, the mirror in front of her blurred and shattered, and then with a crack, it shattered. How is this possible? How could he sense the trick I left behind at that time? Bai Lian took a deep breath and calmed down. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her heart was a little uncertain, falling into a deep uneasiness. How terrifying is Gu Changa's perception? He can even sense this. How can he be so unfathomable? Is he really just a member of the younger generation? He shouldn't have seen me, but he sensed my method. Soon, Bai Lian recovered her calmness. She looked at Bai Hua indifferently and said, "Let's go." Sister Lian, where are we going now? To the demon realm. Bai Hua stood up and asked. He also swallowed a lot of pills, and his injuries were more or less healed. I'll go find someone first. Since Gu Changa didn't kill father on the spot, then he must be keeping father alive for now. I can't ignore father's life and death. Bai Lian said indifferently. As the owner behind Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, she had developed a lot of informers over the years. And this was the time to put them to use. Master, didn't he tell us to ignore him and not to find Gu Changa for revenge? Why? Bai Hua asked puzzledly. He revered Bai Kun from the bottom of his heart, so he never went against his master's words. Although he also wanted to save his master and avenge him, but considering his master's words, he felt that he should follow his master's instructions. That was the premise before father was killed by Gu Changa. Now that Gu Changa doesn't have the intention to kill him, then there is a way to save father. Bai Lian said indifferently, after I've arranged everything, we will go to the demon realm and find Jun Bufan. Speaking until here, she looked at Bai Hua and shook her head. They were both of the younger generation, but why was there such a big gap between him and Gu Chang'e? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. Although Bai Hua had inherited her father's legacy, in her opinion, he was just a very naive young heaven's pride that hadn't seen much of the world. Possessing the celestial body and the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven. This kind of talent was of little value to her, and it would only be a burden to bring along. But because he was her father's last disciple, she had no choice but to bring him along. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Lien. By the way, Sister Lien, do you know the Jun Bufan that Master mentioned? Bai Hua nodded, then thought of something and asked puzzledly. Bai Lien's expression changed slightly, but she didn't answer his question. To her, even if Jun Bufan wasn't dead, he was just a stranger at most. 6,000 years ago, her heart had been sealed in ice. Then, the two turned into divine rainbows and quickly left this place, passing through many mountains and lakes without stopping. The news of Bai Kuan, a descendant of the 13 bandits, being captured by Gu Chang'e in Bi's ancient city quickly spread throughout the upper realm, causing a huge commotion. Bai Kuan was naturally no stranger to the demon realm. In the past, the famous demon master had great power and influence, but because he saw too many mysteries of heaven, he became blind. After the chaos in the demon realm, he was labeled as a traitor by the current demon realm's empress Shiyao. After many years of pursuit, his whereabouts were unknown. Now that Bai Kuan had reappeared in the world, it caused quite a stir for various clans and orthodoxies. Many cultivators and creatures were guessing how Gu Chang'e would deal with Bai Kuan after imprisoning him. Of course, the reason why Bai Kuan would end up in such a state was because many people felt that he brought it upon himself. Snatching Gu Chang'e's secret treasure out of nowhere. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? This matter caused an uproar in the upper realm, and some people guessed that the demon realm might send someone. Because of this matter, Immortal Academy specially emptied an underground prison for Gu Chang'e, specifically to imprison Bai Kuan. However, Bai Kuan's cultivation had been sealed by Gu Chang'e, so he wasn't worried that someone would take the huge risk to come to Immortal Academy to save him. After returning to Immortal Academy, Gu Chang'e contacted Empress Shiyao in the demon realm while preparing his next plan. According to his investigation, Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion rose 6,000 years ago, which was also when the demon realm was in chaos. Among the demon realm's 6 emperors, other than Demon Emperor Yue, the other 5 were missing. Bai Kuan was a demon master under Xianyang Demon Emperor, and the two were close friends. With this layer of relationship, it was easy for Gu Chang'e to deduce that the person behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had also left the demon realm back then. Bai Kuan only had one wife in his life. Because he spied on the heavenly secrets back then, he was cursed, causing his wife to die early. In addition, Bai Kuan had a daughter named Bai Lien, who also disappeared 6,000 years ago. Gu Chang'e flipped through the information he found and fell into deep thought. Yin Mei didn't disappoint him. Among the many pieces of information, there was a very crucial piece. Because Bai Lien's mother died early, she thought that her father killed her mother, so her relationship with her father was like fire and water. It seems that one of the 2 people who escaped from Bi's ancient city that day was Bai Lien. I just don't know if she's the mysterious owner behind Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. I have to find a chance to meet her. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. At that time, she took his palm in a hurry, so her strength was at least above quasi-supreme. What he wasn't sure now was whether Bai Lien would save her father. After all, according to the information, Bai Lien and her father, Bai Kuan, were like fire and water. Gu Chang'e planned to find an opportunity to test Bai Kuan's intentions. During this time, the disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy had all gone to the Great Void Divine Tomb to train, so it was quite quiet. From time to time, Yu Mingkong would send him some news about the opportunities in the Great Void Divine Tomb. In addition to Perfected Immortal Academy, the other orthodoxies and sects also sent their young heavens prides. For example, the hidden Ji family, the hidden Wang family, and some more mysterious clans were gradually showing their traces. Since the creation of the upper realm, there were many Khanate clans, but until now, there were very few traces of them. It didn't mean that those clans disappeared, but they hid in some small worlds and didn't contact the outside world. The power of these clans couldn't be underestimated. They had a long history and even spanned countless eras. For example, the Great Void Divine Clan was such a clan. The divine spirit of Great Void flowing in their blood was a mysterious power comparable to the light of flying immortals. With this power, they would have unparalleled fighting power. It was hard to find an opponent in the same state. The appearance of the Great Void Divine Tomb not only alerted the other clans, but also the mysterious princess of the Great Void Divine Clan. Moreover, what Gu Changde found most interesting was that according to the report of the demonic technique puppet, Jiang Chen was among them. Not only was the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan with him, but there was also a mysterious monk. He was indeed the son of luck. He would show up wherever there was an opportunity. Gu Changde didn't plan to go to the Great Void Divine Tomb, but since the son of luck had shown up, there must be something good. In this way, he had to go. He could send someone to investigate Bai Lian Er's whereabouts and wait for Empress Shi Yao's reply. He had to think about Jun Bufan, the son of the evil spirit, when he went to the realm of monsters. Everything he had done so far was just part of his plan. If Bai Lian is the owner of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building, she will definitely meet Jun Bufan, the son of the evil spirit. 6,000 years ago, when Bai Lian was still in the realm of monsters, she should have known Jun Bufan. If this goes on, she might be the female lead. Thinking of this, Gu Changde went to the dungeon, just in case. Bai Kuen's practice was sealed and he was thrown here. Although he was blind and disabled, he sensed Gu Changde's arrival immediately. Gu Changde, what are you doing here? Like I said, you can kill me or torture me. I won't even frown. Bai Kuen raised his head stubbornly. His hollow eyes stared at Gu Changde. It was very scary. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be frightened by this appearance. However, Gu Changde's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He casually sat down on the stone next to the dungeon and shook the dust on it with his robe. The environment here seems to be a bit gloomy. It seems lonely to be alone. But I think Senior shouldn't be able to feel it. He muttered to himself. Seeing Bai Kuen's expression change, Gu Changde continued with a smile, of course, if Senior feels lonely, I can help you find a companion. Bai Kuen frowned and asked, what do you mean? I just feel that this place is too gloomy. You can't see the sun all day long. If Senior stays here alone, you will feel lonely. Junior feels a little apologetic, so after thinking about it, I feel that I should do something for Senior. Gu Changde smiled faintly. Her tone was light and breezy. However, Bai Kuen felt a terrifying cold air rushing up from his tailbone. An ominous premonition hit his heart. Gu Changde was definitely the most terrifying person he had ever seen. There was no comparison. Even Empress Shi Yao, whom he had predicted would betray him back then, was far inferior. What do you mean? Bai Kuen asked with his scalp tingling. He found that from the moment Gu Changde entered the dungeon, he was controlling his emotions, making himself anxious and even giving birth to an ominous premonition. Your daughter is here to save you. Gu Changde said with a smile. What? When Bai Kuen heard this, his head buzzed. It was as if he was hit by a huge bell. He couldn't believe his ears. Didn't he tell her and Bai Hua not to care about him and not to avenge him? Why didn't she listen and come to save him? No, you are lying to me. My daughter won't come to save me. I haven't seen her for 6,000 years. But Bai Kuen was also a person who had been through a lot. He quickly calmed down and felt that Gu Changde was lying to him. He just wanted to trick him. Is that so? Senior, your memory is really bad. Why don't I remind you? Weren't the two people who escaped from Bi's ancient city your disciple and daughter, Bai Lian, Who would have thought that she would become the owner of Spring Breeze Jasper Building? Don't you think that the things in this world are quite coincidental? Gu Changa said with a smile. His tone didn't change much. But Bai Kuen's forehead was gradually covered in cold sweat. What did you do to my daughter? He couldn't help but ask. Gu Changa smiled, I didn't do anything to her. I was just wondering if Senior should let you and your daughter reunite. This dungeon isn't very big, but it should be able to accommodate two people. Gu Changa, what do you want to ask? I already told you, don't hurt my daughter. She has nothing to do with this matter. It was I who dragged her into this. Bai Kuen finally realized Gu Changa's purpose at this moment. He couldn't help but say with a sorrowful expression. His daughter, Bai Lian, was definitely his weakness. Before this, he wasn't worried that Gu Changa would search his memory. This was because his soul was sealed with restrictions. Once they were triggered, both him and his soul would be destroyed. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't get anything. Chapter 379. In the dark and damp dungeon, Bai Kuen stood in place with a sorrowful expression. The only hand that could move was bound by chains. He couldn't help but clench it tightly, but it still seemed extremely powerless. Now he was sure that Gu Changa already knew a lot about his daughter. Otherwise, why would he tell so many facts? As the mysterious owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Building, Bai Lian had been very low-key all these years, almost never showing her traces in front of outsiders. But Gu Changa was so sure that his daughter was the owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Building. This could only mean that Gu Changa had already investigated a lot of information. And Bai Kuen knew his daughter's character. It was impossible for her to do what he said before. If she knew that he was not killed by Gu Changa, she would definitely try to save him. For Gu Changa, he only needed to use himself as bait and set up an inescapable net to let his daughter Bai Lian walk right into the trap. Bai Kuen had no doubt about Gu Changa's intentions. Gu Changa, what do you want to know? Soon, Bai Kuen calmed down and couldn't help but ask, if I know something, I will definitely tell you. Very good, I like smart people. If Senior cooperated with me earlier, maybe one day when I am in a good mood, I will let you go and let you reunite with your daughter. You don't even have to worry about being hunted down by the demon realm. For me, it's just a matter of a good mood. Gu Changa saw Bai Kuen's appearance and already knew that his heart had been shaken, so he couldn't help but say with a smile. People with weaknesses in their hearts, although they were not afraid of death, as long as one grasped their weakness, it was naturally easy to deal with them. Hearing this, Bai Kuen's expression changed slightly. Although he knew that Gu Changa was probably just saying it casually, he still couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in his heart. Even ants drag out a life, let alone people. Moreover, as Gu Changa said, he really only needed a word to make the demon realm give up on chasing him. In this way, he didn't need to live like a rat in the dark, running around and hiding. Go ahead and ask. Bai Kuen said. The smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared. Why did you let your daughter and apprentice escape to the demon realm? As far as I know, the demon realm is not friendly to them. This is not a wise decision. Bai Kuen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Gu Changa to ask about the demon realm as soon as he arrived. This was related to the promise he made to the Xianyang Demon Emperor. Why would Gu Changa, an outsider, care about this? However, Bai Kuen didn't dare to hide anything from Gu Changa. He said in a low voice, I asked them to send something to the demon realm. This is what I promised an old friend. Hearing this, Gu Changa's heart skipped a beat as he instantly thought of the Xianyang Demon Emperor. The old friend that Bai Kuen mentioned was naturally the Xianyang Demon Emperor. What was the gift? He continued to ask. Bai Kuen hesitated for a moment. Sensing that Gu Changa's expression seemed to have turned cold, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know what it is, it's just a brocade pouch. I don't know what's in it. He didn't lie. The brocade pouch was personally given to him by the Xianyang Demon Emperor, who asked him to find the right time to give it to his son, Jun Bufan. Bai Kuan had never opened it. Now that he had offended Gu Changa and was in prison, he could not go anywhere, so he could only give this task to his disciple. Did I ask you to give it to the son of the Xianyang Demon Emperor, Jun Bufan, who died 6,000 years ago? Gu Changa smiled faintly, and had no intention of continuing to listen. He shook off the dust on his robes, got up and was ready to leave the dungeon. He had learned the news he wanted. It seemed that the Xianyang Demon Emperor had indeed set up a lot of contingencies for his son. Gu Changa once thought that the 6 great demon emperors that were born with the luck of the demon realm were only quasi-emperors. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of these few great demon emperors. If they were only quasi-emperors, how could they have set things up until now? Therefore, this son of the demon emperor was actually a child of luck that combined the rebirth sect and the legacy sect. What? Bai Kuan's expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, how did you know about this? Apart from the people of the demon realm, why would the other orthodoxies care about Jun Bufan? 6,000 years ago, the Xianyang Demon Emperor had set up a lot of contingencies, and then disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a Tao Law Dharma body to inform him of this matter. Therefore, Bai Kuan had always guessed that Jun Bufan was only faking his death. However, where did Gu Changa find out about this matter, and why was he so sure? Huge waves surged in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Gu Changa didn't care about Bai Kuan's shock, and had already left the dungeon. Soon, the place returned to silence. Bai Kuan was stunned, and until now, he still hadn't reacted. Vaguely, he felt that he had been drawn into an invisible and terrifying vortex. This made him feel deeply guilty and annoyed. After leaving the dungeon, Gu Changa didn't plan to tell Empress Xiao about the news he had obtained. Previously, he was only interested in Jun Bufan, the child of luck. But now, after hearing this matter from Bai Kuan, he felt that the demon realm seemed to be hiding an incredible secret. The chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago didn't seem to be an accident. This secret interested him very much. Empress Xiao. Maybe she's just a chess piece that's being used. It seems that only by completely controlling her will I have a chance to make a move in this game of chess. Gu Changa looked at the cold tea and shook his head slightly. He was really not used to Ji Qingxian not being by his side. It seemed that he had to find a satisfactory maid. He already had a plan in his heart. He planned to make a trip to the demon realm after the matter of the divine tomb of Taichu was settled. Then, he called a group of followers, and his figure tore through the void and left the Immortal Academy. Many elders noticed this scene. At first, they were stunned, but then, they couldn't help but smile. It seems that Gu Changa still plans to go to this trial. I'm afraid it's going to be lively. At the same time, countless miles away in the divine tomb of Taichu, there was a scene of chaos. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Streaks of divine rainbows tore through the sky, crossing mountains and rivers, rushing to this place. All kinds of golden ancient chariots rumbled through the sky, like a sun hanging high in the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. In the distance, there were white jade chariots as cold as the moon, majestic and heavy ancient demonic mountains, and magnificent pavilions and palaces suspended in the air, hidden in the clouds. These were all marked with the symbols of various orthodoxies, and there were many prodigies and cultivators standing on them. It was extremely lively and could be said to be a sea of people. The appearance of the divine tomb of Taichu shocked many orthodoxies and aristocratic families in the upper realm. They sent their powerhouses over, intending to get a share of the pie. Further away, many big shots could be seen rushing over, followed by many young people. These big shots were dazzling and blurry, as if they had a brilliant aura, and were unbelievably powerful. A vast and majestic aura shrouded heaven and earth. Their strength and aura were terrifyingly different from the younger generation. Grey miasma rose between the mountains and rivers. There were some unknown ferocious beasts roaring in the miasma, shaking the ground within 1,000 miles. Some of the mountains that were flowing with crimson light cracked open, and then, terrifying beasts that looked like fire cheilants rushed out from the cracks, flowing with saintly aura. When they opened their mouths, it was like lava falling from the sky, drowning thousands of miles. The scene here was shocking and terrifying. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. That was why many prodigies and cultivators huddled together, and used all kinds of methods in their orthodoxies to resist the aura here. At the same time, they were wary of the beasts that rushed out from time to time, in case they lost their lives. Before that, a saint-level powerhouse had rushed into the depths of the forest. But everyone saw that the fire Chelan beast opened its mouth and spat, burning him to ashes, instantly destroying his body and soul. Although the Great Void Divine Tomb was called a tomb, it was more like a historical site. Further away, one could see the outline of a broken city, and some formation inscriptions were still shining brightly. I heard that the one who passed away in the Great Void Divine Tomb this time was an ancestor of the Great Void Divine Tribe. His cultivation had long surpassed the supremacy level, and he might have a deity position. The deity position is a supreme treasure. Once we obtain it, even if it is Gu Changa, we will be able to contend against him. In the mountains, a group of young prodigies from the imperishable sects gathered, led by the elders of their sects, and hurried toward the tomb. At that moment, the person who spoke had a burning desire in his eyes. The divine persona of the Great Void Divine Tribe was equivalent to a cultivator's Tao fruit. It contained supreme fortune, and could even allow one to become a saint, inheriting some of the original cultivation of the Great Void Divine Tribe ancestor. Even the sect leaders of the major sects would be tempted by such a thing, and they could not sit still. That was why even though they knew that it belonged to the Great Void Divine Tribe, they still attracted many orthodoxies and cultivators. In front of such a good thing, even the Great Void Divine Tribe could not stop others from coming to fight for it. After all, this Great Void Divine Tomb was not within the Great Void Divine Tribe's territory. Legend has it that this used to be the dojo of the Great Void Divine Tribe ancestor. No one knows why he passed away, and the dojo fell apart. However, there are many opportunities left behind. Even if we can't get the Great Void Divine Persona, we can still find a tablet inscription or a supreme treasure skill. It's also a supreme fortune. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, the leading elder spoke with a yearning and longing tone. He looked at the mountains, lakes in the distance, and his heart was burning with desire. Cultivators and prodigies like them could be seen everywhere in the Great Void Divine Tomb. Junior Sister Ruoyin, be careful. The miasma here is very dangerous. If you come into contact with it, it might corrode your skin. Ancient trees and vines were like clouds, and a light gray fog shrouded heaven and earth. Several sage-like, lean old men in Taoist robes were leading a group of young cultivators through the mountains, quickly heading toward the divine tomb of Taichu. The one who spoke was a petite girl with beautiful features. There were many beautiful young women beside her, and a group of male disciples followed behind her. I know. I'll be careful, Senior Sister Song Chin. A slender, beautiful woman with slender legs nodded and said. Her white dress fluttered gently in the wind, and she had an otherworldly aura. She was Xiao Ruoyin. Whether it was in the previous world or the current world, she was extremely beautiful. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, but now her skin shone with a crystalline luster. It was snow-white and delicate, like a fine jade. Even in the palace of heavenly Tao, she was worshipped by many young disciples and was secretly admired. Among the many disciples who came to the Great Void Divine Tomb, she was the most dazzling one, and many elders took good care of her. Of course, it was not because of her cultivation. Xiao Ruoyin knew this very well. Many people knew that she was able to enter the palace of heavenly Tao because of Gu Changa. As a foreigner, she naturally knew what the palace of heavenly Tao meant in this world. She had no power or background. If it were not for her relationship with Gu Changa, she would not even have the chance to get close to the palace of heavenly Tao. How could she be as valued as she was now? Song Qin is right. You have to be careful here. With your current cultivation, you shouldn't be able to come here. But since you want to broaden your horizons, it's not wrong to come here and take a look. But remember, you must listen to us and don't act rashly. Otherwise, if something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to young Master Changa. At this moment, upon hearing those words, one of the elders turned his head around and carefully instructed them. To be honest, they were helpless when Xiao Ruoyin insisted on coming here. Her cultivation was not very high, and this place was filled with dangers. It was very easy for her to run into danger. If something happened to Xiao Ruoyin, they did not dare to imagine the terrifying consequences. However, she was very curious and insisted on coming. She promised that she would listen to their orders and would not act rashly. The elders could not refuse. After all, Xiao Ruoyin was simply too beautiful, and she had been sent here by Gu Changa. It was inevitable that people would suspect that she had an intimate relationship with Gu Changa. Considering this relationship, the elders of the Palace of Heavenly Tao placed great importance on her. They did not dare to let anything happen to her, and they even sent a few more elders over. Don't worry, elders. Ruoyin will definitely listen to you and won't act rashly. Xiao Ruoyin nodded and agreed. She was not stupid and knew that she was able to receive such enviable treatment because of Gu Changa. Therefore, she was very hardworking in her cultivation, and did not want to embarrass Gu Changa. This time, she came to the Great Void Divine Tomb because she was very curious about this kind of experience and wanted to use this opportunity to hone her knowledge. Elders, don't worry. Junior sister Ruoyin is very safe with me. I will protect her. Beside Xiao Ruoyin, there was a petite woman. At this moment, she could not help but smile, revealing her delicate white teeth. Her name was Song Qin, and she was quite famous in the Palace of Heavenly Tao. Her cultivation was very strong. However, Xiao Ruoyin knew that Song Qin was so good to her because she wanted her to put in a good word for her in front of Gu Changa. Today, Xiao Ruoyin finally understood what Gu Changa's name meant in the vast upper domain. How lucky was she to have met such a benefactor? All of a sudden, Xiao Ruoyin froze. She was shocked when she saw two figures in the mountains not far away. It was a monk in a shabby robe, holding a bowl in his hand. He looked quite strange. Beside the monk stood a young man. Judging from his figure, Xiao Ruoyin felt that he was very familiar. He looked like an old friend of hers. However, his face was different, and he looked a bit old and strange. What's wrong, junior sister Ruoyin? What are you looking at? Song Qin could not help but look in the same direction as Xiao Ruoyin. She happened to see the monk and the young man. She frowned in confusion. She did not understand. Jiang Chen. Why does he look so much like him? I wonder how Niu Tian, Jiang Chen, and the others are doing. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head slightly. The young man was wearing shabby clothes, and his face was covered in dust, as if he had just crawled out of the ground. Although he looked like Jiang Chen in terms of body shape, he wasn't Jiang Chen. That was right. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others had no talent for practicing. How could they be here? Right now, it was very likely that they were living their own lives in some mortal country. Xiao Ruoyin stopped looking. She went into the depths of the mountain with those from the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. She put this matter aside quickly. She did not care too much about it. Benefactor Jiang, what are you looking at? Why do you look like that? That benefactor is pretty, but she's obviously not from the same world as you. I advise you to stop thinking about her. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin and the others leaving, the monk not far away seemed to have noticed something as well. He could not help but ask with interest. Jiang Chen loosened his clenched fists slowly, but he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had been suffocating. Shaking his head slightly, he said, "Master Pudu, why are you meddling in other people's business?" The monk's name was Pudu. Jiang Chen had become familiar with him in the past few days. Jiang Chen had not expected to see Xiao Ruoyin here again, and in such a way. She was even prettier than before. And her cultivation was very strong, too. She was even stronger than Jiang Chen, who had mastered the myriad transformations demonic technique. He felt relieved. It looked like Xiao Ruoyin was safe for the moment. She was living a good life. She had not been killed by Gu Chang'e. Jiang Chen had wanted to go up to her and tell her who Gu Chang'e was. He wanted to show her who he really was. However, his rationality made him restrain himself as he silently watched Xiao Ruoyin leave. If I were to acknowledge her now, not only would it harm me, it would harm her as well. The elders of her sect would definitely try to kill me at the first moment. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had calmed down. Noticing this, Monk Pudu's smile became somewhat thought-provoking. "Benefactor Jiang, could it be that you know that fairy from earlier? You should know that those people from earlier were from the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace." "Benefactor Jiang, I'm afraid the fairy you know is not simple," he could not help but say with a smile. Jiang Chen glanced at him. Shaking his head, he said, "It's the same whether it's simple or not. Before that, I think we should help Jiang Luoshan find the real grave of her ancestor first. Otherwise, both of us will die." Chapter 380. Pudu's expression changed a little when he heard that. He looked a little uneasy. The Jiang Luoshan Jiang Chen was talking about was certainly the princess of the divine void race. When he had gone to see her with Jiang Chen that day, he had promised that he would be able to find the grave of the ancestor of the divine void race. Jiang Luoshan trusted monk Pudu, too. She had agreed to the two's request. She had also promised to reward them handsomely. Then they had come here first. With the help of the spirit of the vessel of creation, Jiang Chen had found a way out quickly. He had cracked many restraints and tactical patterns. Many strong men of the divine void race looked at him in a new light. They thought he was quite capable. However, when they had thought they would find the grave of the ancestor of the divine void race, an accident had happened. The dreadful restraints broke out immediately. It was like the end of the world. Many strong men of the divine void race did not manage to escape in time. They were killed immediately, both physically and spiritually. Even the princess of the divine void race, Jiang Luoshan, had been seriously injured. She was furious. Monk Pudu had saved Jiang Chen's life. He had taken him out of the grave. Not until then did he realize they had found the wrong place. In the divine tomb of creation, real and fake tombs were mixed together. It was difficult to tell the real from the fake. However, they had been unlucky. They had found a fake grave that looked like the real one. As for that fake tomb, it contained many dangers, and its killing power was astonishing. The princess of the divine void race had planned to kill them to appease her anger. However, monk Pudu had begged her to let them go. She had finally calmed down. She had agreed to give them another chance. If she had messed up this time, both Jiang Chen and monk Pudu would have been killed. The divine void race was undoubtedly powerful. Many orthodoxies were afraid of them. "Benefactor Jiang, whether or not we can survive this time will depend on you. Don't let me down." Monk Pudu had a headache. He did not have the nerve to fool or offend the divine void race. If he had known this would be so troublesome, he would not have agreed to do it. Jiang Chen nodded. He was communicating with the spirit of the vessel of creation in his mind. While Jiang Chen and monk Pudu were talking, a golden cloud rolled over from the sky. Many creatures appeared. There was a several zhang tall giant whose arms were covered in scales. There were also dazzling creatures with powerful qi and blood that were like giant snakes. Below their abdomens were the embryonic forms of legs. This group of terrifying creatures came with the golden clouds behind them. Above the golden clouds stood a few dozen humanoid creatures whose bodies shone with golden light. Even their hair was golden. There were old and young, men and women. Their appearance was similar to that of the human race. Their facial features were handsome and their strength was monstrous. However, they had a pair of golden wings on their backs. There were 4 beautiful female creatures. They held divine weapons in their hands. Their expressions were cold as they stood there like golden armored guards. Behind him was a cloud-like curtain. A graceful figure was sitting there. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she exuded an innate sense of nobility. Just from this vague outline, one could tell that this woman was definitely a peerless beauty. It was none other than the Great Void Divine Tribe and Princess Jiang Luotian. Greetings, Princess Luotian. Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu's expressions changed. They hurried to greet her. Have you found anything? Jiang Luotian's voice came from behind the curtain. She sounded calm, but her innate sense of superiority was in her voice. Looking at the two, she was looking at them with disdain and indifference. Not yet, but I think as long as we go deeper into the graveyard, we'll find other clues. Monk Pudu answered with a smile. As for Jiang Chen, he was standing there obediently with his head lowered. He didn't dare raise his head to take a look at her. When he followed Monk Pudu to visit Jiang Luotian in the mansion, he was hurt by a cold snort from the maidservant beside him because he raised his head a little too much. As a result, although he was furious, he had to hold it in. Before such a strong person, he was only a tool to find the way. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky this time. Jiang Luotian said calmly. Her look was very cold. Monk Pudu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then the Great Void Divine Tribe, Jiang Chen, Monk Pudu, and the others set off again. They went deeper into the graveyard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, divine rainbows shot out one after another. More and more cultivators and orthodoxies arrived. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw the Great Void God Tribe members. However, they quickly returned to their usual nonchalance and continued to venture deeper. Many imperishable orthodoxies and everlasting families also joined in. For example, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Buddha Mountain, Human Ancestors Hall, Longevity Gu Clan, Longevity Wang Clan, Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Primordial Lake, and other slightly weaker forces naturally wanted a share of the pie. Although they couldn't eat meat, drinking some soup was definitely not a problem. Seeing this, the Great Void Divine Tribe members' faces darkened. Above the golden clouds, there was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with a pair of golden wings and a head of disheveled golden hair. His expression was very arrogant. However, the current situation did not sit well with him. He could not help but snort coldly. This tomb originally belonged to our Great Void God Tribe. Now, all the orthodoxies and cultivators are trying to get their hands on it. They really don't respect us. Sister Huang, I think we should teach them a lesson. The youth's name was Jiang Ming. He was Jiang Luotian's younger brother. Of course, he was not her biological brother. Jiang Ming was the son of one of the royal uncles of the Great Void God Tribe. He was usually on good terms with Jiang Luotian. Jiang Luotian frowned when she heard this. Her expression turned even colder. How dare they try to get their hands on the tomb of our ancestor? They will regret it later. Princess, the orthodoxies involved this time should not be underestimated. We need to be more careful. Beside Jiang Luotian, a golden-haired old woman with an unfathomable cultivation base spoke. Her tone was persuasive. Jiang Luotian nodded. Her gaze was still cold. I know. However, we still need to be taught a lesson. You can't blame us for this. At this moment, a brilliance suddenly shot into the sky from the depths of the tomb. The five-colored divine light lingered, accompanied by Tao sounds that reverberated in all directions. Everyone was shocked. The divine light shot into the sky and cracked the firmament. Brilliant divine light gushed out. The ground cracked. Endless brilliance emerged. Vaguely, the crowd saw a crystal palace flickering with brilliance. It was floating there, as if it was made of seven-colored celestial jade. Celestial sounds were echoing. The place was in an uproar immediately. All of the cultivators and living beings seemed to have gone mad as they hurried to that place. In addition, all kinds of divine weapons were gushing out of the cracks. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, bells, cauldrons, pagoda seals. It was too much for the eyes to take in. This energy. I can't be wrong. It must be the tomb of our ancestor. The expressions of the great void god tribe changed. They had detected the fluctuation in energy there, but they had no time to react. They hurried there. Jiang Chen frowned. He communicated with the artifact spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind. He felt the fluctuation was not right. It was a little dangerous. However, before he could say anything, he was grabbed by Monk Pudu, who turned into a divine rainbow and rushed forward, afraid that he would be left behind by even half a step. This must be the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. I can't be wrong this time. We're rich. Monk Pudu's eyes were emitting a wolf-like green light at the moment. Jiang Chen was speechless, but he did not say anything. At this moment, many experts and living beings had rushed over from the vicinity of the cracked land. The ancient chariot in the air descended. The demon mountain was floating. The immortal carriage was landing. Many sect leaders and lords showed up. They were gazing at the crack eagerly. Behind them were many young geniuses. Boom! An ancient crystal palace could be seen floating in the cracks. It gave off a dreadful energy. Seven-colored divine lights were swirling around it. It was extraordinary. Many divine weapons with various divine texts around them flew out of the cracks. They fell from the sky like rain. Many practitioners were scrambling for them like crazy. They felt these weapons were extraordinary. There were even quasi-sacred weapons. The energy of the quasi-sacred state emitted by them turned many practitioners who were scrambling for them into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Even so, many practitioners did not care at all. They looked like they had gone crazy. This is definitely the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. He was buried here after he passed away. Now we have triggered the general trend here. That's why it cracked. A sect master's eyes shone with divine light as he carefully observed the situation in the palace. Then, he gasped and said excitedly, "That's right." His cultivation had achieved the peak of the great saint state. He was only one step away from the quasi-supreme venerable state. Many people were shocked when he said that. Although they had guessed it, it was another thing to have it confirmed. Many people were even more excited. After all, this was the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. That was someone who had surpassed the supreme venerable. He might even have achieved the doctrine. It was hard to imagine how many funerary objects there would be in the tomb where such an existence was buried. The scattered weapons in front of him were the best evidence. An old man with a hunched back showed up in the mountains. He was holding a compass in his hand. He looked at the palace carefully and said with some fear, "Although that existence is buried here, this place is extremely dangerous. There are many array patterns hidden in the palace. Once touched, even a saint state expert would not be able to escape." As soon as he said that, it caused a huge commotion. Many young heaven's prides were shocked. They took a few steps back. They were very afraid. The opportunity here did not belong to them anymore. These sect leaders could easily destroy heaven and earth when they fought. Just the aftermath alone was enough to kill them countless times. This time, the Longevity Gu clan had also sent many powerful practitioners. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. They wanted to get a share of the loot. The younger generation of the Gu clan also sent young heaven's prides. They were shrouded in various colors of light. Their chi and blood were shocking. Their eyes were confident and calm. Many heaven's prides noticed them. Their expressions were unnatural and fearful. Just as everyone was staring at the crack in the ground with different expressions on their faces, a voice suddenly rang out. A loud voice came from the sky. Golden clouds rolled. The people of the Great Void God tribe had arrived. This is the resting place of our Great Void God tribe's ancestor. Please do not disturb him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. A few of them glanced around coldly and spoke first. At the same time, an unparalleled power erupted. The overwhelming golden chi and blood shattered the sky and cracked the ground. Many of the weaker cultivators found it difficult to withstand the aura. Their faces turned pale as their blood surged, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Jiang Luoshan, Jiang Ming, and the others looked around coldly. They looked like they were going to face everyone directly. However, the strong practitioners of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Buddha Mountain, Human Ancestor Palace, Longevity Wang Family, Heavenly Tao Palace, Ancient Yi Clan, Primeval Lake, and other orthodox families did not care. They were still staring at the ancient palace in front of them. They were waiting for any unusual movement so that they could barge in. Jiang Luoshan and the others did not look good. They were extremely cold. What a terrifying aura! Jiang Chen, who had just arrived, was also shocked by what he was seeing. When had he ever seen so many experts? Each and every one of them could easily crush him into pieces. However, he also saw Xiao Ruoyin here again. She was being protected by the strong practitioners of the Heavenly Tao Palace. She did not notice him. This was left by our Great Void God tribe's ancestor. Are you going to fight for it? At this moment, a strong practitioner of the Great Void God tribe stepped forward and asked indifferently. A terrifying pressure of the Supreme Saint realm swept over. Many young geniuses turned pale. They could not even breathe. At the same time, an object appeared in his hand. It was a golden token. There were ancient divine texts on it. It was very bright. A vast and majestic aura appeared on the token. Vaguely, the formation patterns around the mausoleum started to converge. They kept intertwining like a star map. This was left by our Great Void God tribe's ancestor. It can mobilize the formation patterns of heaven and earth here. A leader of a great sect turned pale. He recognized this object. He was a little scared. Since ancient times, treasures have always belonged to the virtuous. Although this is the place where your Great Void God tribe's ancestor passed away, why haven't you come here for so many years? Why didn't you come until this place appeared recently? Begging for flowers, in my opinion, these things are ownerless. You can get them with your own abilities. Otherwise, why would the Great Void God tribe's ancestor choose to pass away here? An old man said with a smile. He was from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. His seniority was very old. His cultivation was even more unfathomable. Many people agreed with him immediately. After all, this was not the Great Void God tribe's territory. Opportunities depended on one's own abilities. If the Great Void God tribe wanted to take everything for themselves, they would have to ask for the other orthodoxies' permission. This was left by our ancestor. You barged in and disturbed our ancestor's peace in heaven. Now you want to take what he left behind. You are acting like bandits. When Jiang Luoshan heard this, she spoke as well. Her voice was very pleasant. It was like ice falling on a jade plate, but it was very cold. The group of Sky Prides from Perfected Immortal Academy was led by 6 Crown King Junyao. They were also on a mountain not far away. Upon hearing this, someone sneered. Ridiculous. Does the Great Void Divine Tribe intend to take on all the orthodoxies on their own? Yu Mingkong, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, Jiang Chu Chu, and the others were there. However, they did not go forward. The real tomb is not this one. It is deep underground. That's where the godhead of that existence is. Yu Mingkong pondered for a moment. She did not say anything. She wanted to wait for the right time to enter the tomb. After all, they were the younger generation. This time, the appearance of the Great Void Divine Tomb shocked the older generation and the sect leaders. Even with their status, it was difficult for them to say anything. They could only watch from afar. Dong! However, at this moment, there was a terrifying tremor. A beam of light suddenly appeared in the crack in front of them. The crystal-clear palace seemed to have been touched. The chaotic fog shrouding it dissipated. Many formation patterns disappeared as well. It started to fall slowly to the ground. All the big shots in front of them turned pale. They felt the energy in the ancient palace had weakened a lot. It was much safer than before. Many people turned into holy rainbows and dashed into the palace without hesitation. They did not want to discuss anything with the Great Void God tribe. Jiang Luoshan turned pale. When she was about to dash in, Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong. He hurried to shout, "Princess Luoshan, wait." Jiang Luoshan frowned. She was unhappy. However, at the thought of the mysterious techniques Jiang Chen had shown, she snorted and stopped. "If the ancestor's relic is taken away, I won't let you go." She threw Jiang Chen a cold glance. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "Princess Luoshan, I just felt something was wrong. If you dash in recklessly, you might get hurt." Jiang Luoshan glanced at him calmly. She did not say anything. However, she did believe Jiang Chen a little bit. At this moment, although many big shots had barged into the ancient palace, many people still chose to wait and see from outside. The orthodoxies of the Longevity Gu family, the Longevity Wang family, the Ancient Yi family, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and so on did not act rashly. Gazing at the ancient palace, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Dong! All of a sudden, an even more violent noise came from the crack in front of them. It sounded like a dreadful river was flowing in it. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, rays of light shot out of the crack and filled the sky. Colorful lights illuminated the sky. Many divine weapons, sacred herbs, jade jars. Like a volcano erupting, they flew out of the crack. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then they started to fight for them. Even those of the older generation who had maintained their composure earlier had their eyes reddened. They could feel the preciousness of the things contained within the brilliance. How could they let go of such an opportunity? Not to mention the younger generation. Even the geniuses of the true Immortal Academy started to fight for those good things like divine rainbows. Little Chinzi, did you see that lavender steel? It's definitely a good thing. Go and get it before anyone notices it. In Jiang Chen's mind, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune kept urging him. It was very excited and anxious. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw the lavender steel right away. As expected, no one was fighting for it because it looked so ordinary. It was flying out of the crack, about to fall somewhere. His figure moved and hurriedly chased in that direction. Fortunately, there were too many lights in the sky. No one was watching him closely. Did this guy see something good? The arrogant youngster from the Great Void Divine race was among those fighting for those treasures, too. However, he noticed Jiang Chen. His look was not good. "Jiang Ming, what are you going to do to him?" Jiang Luoshan noticed his look. She could not help but ask him calmly. Jiang Ming smiled embarrassedly. Elder sister, that guy must have seen something good. Jiang Luoshan frowned. She did not speak. What on earth is this lavender inscription? Jiang Chen asked the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind, but he did not stop. He kept chasing after it. I don't know. Good things should be hidden in that inscription. Those outside are just disguises, said the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune. Jiang Chen's look became more passionate. Gazing at the inscription, he saw it fall from the sky and fall in a certain direction. His figure quickly descended from the sky, but his excited expression quickly froze on his face, and his movements also became sluggish. A pair of small hands as white as jade bent down and picked up the light purple inscription. She was a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She was wearing a flowy dress with wide sleeves. Her hair was as smooth as the clouds. Her facial features were elegant and exquisite, without the slightest flaw. Her skin was white and delicate, like the most flawless jade. She looked cold. She had a fairy air about her, as if she could become a fairy at any time and go to the legendary vast cold palace. What are you going to do? The girl glanced at him calmly. Although her voice was cold and pleasant, it was also cold. The big red bird on his shoulder also looked at him with an unfriendly expression. 1000. Chapter 381. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but in front of this stunningly beautiful girl, he always felt intimidated. Although he looked indifferent, Jiang Chen was sensitive enough to detect a strong killing intent. However, at that moment, he could only force himself to smile awkwardly. This light purple inscription, as he spoke, he pointed at the broken inscription in Gu Xian's hand. His intention was self-evident. Is this yours? Gu Xian asked calmly. Her voice was cold. She looked down at the inscription in her hand carefully. Although it was very incomplete and ancient, it seemed to contain a strange energy, and it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And there were some broken ancient divine inscriptions on it. It seemed quite mysterious. She hadn't expected the inscription in front of her to be so extraordinary. Jiang Chen was speechless. He shook his head. There were many opportunities here, but none of them belonged to anyone. Although he had noticed them first and chased after them all the way here. Now, they were in the girl's hand. He couldn't ask for them. Moreover, he could sense that the girl's cultivation was unfathomable. She wasn't a match for him. If one were to accidentally provoke her, they might even incur the calamity of death. I saw a light dash over there. I thought it was something good, so I chased after it. I didn't expect it to be just a broken inscription. So, after thinking, Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. He sounded regretful. He hoped the girl had picked it up out of curiosity and didn't know what it was. In this way, if the girl casually threw it away, he could naturally pick it back up. Yeah. I don't think this inscription is simple. Gu Xian glanced at Jiang Chen calmly. She seemed to have seen through him. Big Red, what do you think about this? She waved the inscription in front of the big red bird on her shoulder and asked. The big red bird hurried to nod. A human-like surprise appeared in its eyes. Then it threw Jiang Chen an even more unfriendly look. It had already sensed that this weak man in front of it seemed to want to snatch the good things in their hands. Seeing this, Gu Xianer snorted. A trace of mockery appeared on her beautiful face. You still want to lie to me? Do you really think that I don't know what's good for me? Jiang Chen's heart sank when he heard this. He had a bad feeling. He seemed to have underestimated the ability of this young girl in front of him. Jiang Chen was thinking quickly. He was just about to find an excuse to explain himself. Jiang Chen, run. This little girl wants to kill you. Maybe she wants to rob you. The voice of the vessel's artifact spirit echoed in his mind all of a sudden. It was filled with anxiety. What? Jiang Chen turned pale when he heard this. He didn't have time to react, so he started to run involuntarily. At the same time, he took out a broken magic tool from his sleeve. It turned into a divine light and tried to stop Gu Xian'er. You want to steal my things, and now you actually dare to attack me? You really have guts. Gu Xian'er was considering whether to attack. She was struck dumb when she suddenly saw a divine light dashing toward her. She had never expected that this weak man in front of her would have the nerve to attack her. Immediately, the expression on his small face was filled with anger and murderous intent, as if he had been belittled. Buzz! The air was vibrating. She took out a sparkling and translucent jade sword from her sleeve. The rules were intertwined on it. It was extremely sharp. It tore through the air and dashed toward Jiang Chen, who was running away. Even though Jiang Chen had escaped first, he was still far from being a match for Gu Xian'er. Almost in an instant, the jade sword behind him flew over. It was extremely powerful. A dreadful cold air swept over him. It was going to kill him in the air. Jiang Chen turned pale immediately. He was scared out of his wits. The fear of death shrouded him. Why is she so strong? He couldn't help but feel desperate. At the crucial moment. Boom! A golden spear swept over from the air. It was as high as 30,000 feet. It blocked the sword attack for him with great power. What a good-for-nothing. How could you let others take away such a good thing when you already had it? The blonde youngster of the Great Void divine race landed from the air. His eyes were golden, and even his hair seemed to be shining. He looked arrogant, and he glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. Not until then did he look toward Gu Xian'er, who was dashing toward him from behind. Jiang Chen had almost died. He was soaked in cold sweat. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. He hadn't expected this fairy-like girl to be so ruthless. She had intended to kill him directly. If Jiang Ming had arrived a little later, he would have died a horrible death. He didn't take Jiang Ming's sarcastic remark seriously at all. Instead, he felt a little scared and cold. Looking at Gu Xian'er, who was cold and aggressive, he calmed down a lot. He certainly knew how powerful the Great Void divine race was. If this mysterious girl knew what was good for her, she certainly wouldn't have the nerve to continue attacking him. You're the one who took this guy's treasure. Jiang Ming carefully sized up Gu Xian'er, and a trace of amazement flashed across his eyes. Even though the Great Void divine race was full of handsome men and beautiful women, it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl at such a young age. However, his words were still arrogant, cold, and lofty. Gu Xian'er came up from behind. Her dress was fluttering. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her face was as cold as ice. She only glanced at him without saying anything. The blonde youngster was very strong. In her opinion, he had already achieved the half-saint state. He was only one step away from the saint state. But she still didn't care. If he dared to stop her, she wouldn't mind killing him right here. Seeing Gu Xian'er ignore him, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He was the favored one of the Great Void divine race. His royal sister was Jiang Luoshan. He was super strong and had a terrifying background. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure and I can spare your life. Otherwise, no one can save you today. Jiang Ming said coldly. The golden spear in his hand was flashing with dazzling golden runes. It was terrifying and shocking. In his opinion, Gu Xian'er was alone. Even in such a dangerous tomb, she didn't have any companions. Obviously, her status and background couldn't be very high. You're really arrogant. You don't know what's good for you. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er frowned. She felt that this blonde youngster was very arrogant. Especially the way he looked at her made her very uncomfortable. But since he was going to die, she couldn't blame him. She immediately attacked. She was powerful and terrifying. A terrifying aura emerged from her body. Her jade-white fist was small and beautiful, but it seemed to be made of celestial jade. It flew over and smashed toward Jiang Ming. With a bang, it caused the void to explode. Dazzling light exploded and terrifying waves swept in all directions. The mountains collapsed and the ancient trees turned into ashes. Instantly, many cultivators who were fighting for the treasure were shocked. They all looked over in shock. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Jiang Ming didn't expect Gu Xian to attack him without saying anything. She was very direct. He was instantly enraged. A terrifying murderous aura appeared on his face. Boom! He attacked. Golden divine light pervaded and intertwined around his body. It turned into a terrifying golden Dharma power that stood between the sky and the earth. Then, he swept his spear with a powerful force. The golden light on it surged and directly attacked Gu Xian. Dong! Gu Xian's expression didn't change. She was still as cold as ice. She directly waved her jade-like fist and collided with his spear. Although she looked very thin and slender, her strength was incomparably terrifying. Her chi and blood were shocking. Even the top of her head spurted out a long dragon of chi and blood that pierced through the sky. In the distance, many cultivators' expressions changed when they felt the aura of battle. Their divine souls trembled. Even the patriarchs of the great sects frowned as they glanced over. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The ground cracked and the universe turned. Endless rules and runes intertwined and finally gathered together. In the next moment, a figure flew out. Her hair was disheveled and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. You're so weak. You've disappointed me. Gu Xian walked over and said lightly. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was otherworldly and otherworldly. However, the techniques and strength she displayed shocked many cultivators nearby. Impossible, Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating and was at a disadvantage after one attack. At this moment, he felt a numbness in his arm. It was unbelievable. His opponent used her flesh and blood to collide with his weapon. Instead, it was his weapon that made a cracking sound as if it was about to break. What kind of terrifying physical strength was this? At this thought, his heart was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The other party clearly didn't look as old as him. I don't believe that I can't beat her. He could not help but grit his teeth and continued to attack. Among his peers in the Great Void Divine Tribe, he was one of the best. How could a random girl he met in the tomb have such strength? A terrifying golden divine flame appeared on Jiang Ming's body. At this moment, he was like a golden god descending to earth. A terrifying divine power that could burn thousands of miles away. Even the void became blurry, as if it was going to melt under such high temperature. This was a talent that belonged to the Great Void Divine Tribe. The divine flame of void. Even among the many divine flames in the upper world, it was one of the most powerful. Now, let's see how you're going to fight me. Jiang Ming displayed his powerful techniques. He held a long spear and slashed it down. The void exploded like a star. The light was dazzling. He attacked Gu Xian again. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes shone everywhere. The divine flame of void turned into a golden divine dragon. It fell from the sky and burned everything. All the practitioners nearby were terrified. Both of them are so strong. The aftermath of their attacks could kill me many times over. Jiang Chen was shocked. He kept running away, afraid that he would be involved in this fight. However, facing Jiang Ming's strong attack, Gu Xian, did not show any change of expression. She raised her hand. Thousands of sword energies appeared, like the blooming of the world's flowers. Pop! 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 Each petal was crystal clear. There was a piercing killing intent in them. They intertwined in the void, which could easily tear the void apart. This was a powerful theurgy of the doctrine of sword. It was beautiful, but it also contained a shocking killing intent. Boom! Monstrous fluctuations came from this place. Mountains collapsed. Ancient trees were broken. All of the cultivators and living beings who were fighting over the treasures fled in all directions in horror, avoiding the center of the battle. Many young geniuses were also shocked by this scene. However, where they were fighting, the light was too dazzling. Many people could not see what was happening there, even though they were watching carefully. However, many leaders of large sects were watching with interest. They had obviously noticed the golden divine flame. It was the divine flame of void of the great void. It meant one of the two people fighting must be a genius of the great void divine clan. The young geniuses of the Academy of True Immortals also looked over. They all had different expressions. A genius of the great void divine clan. His strength is amazing. I wonder who his opponent is, a disciple of the perspective sequence said. He was gazing in that direction with his burning eyes. This energy. Is it Xian? Yu Mingkong raised her eyebrows slightly. She had perceived the subtle fluctuations in the air. She looked over. She was not worried about Gu Xian at all. What is Jiang Ming doing? I asked him to protect Jiang Chen. Why is he fighting with someone else? Jiang Luoshan was watching the changes in the ancient palace closely. She could not help but frown when she had noticed the fluctuations of the fight in the distance. Her cold face showed a trace of coldness. However, most of her attention was on the ancient palace and the crack where the light was gushing out. She was not worried about Jiang Ming's strength. She was not worried that he would get hurt. However, at this moment, a shrill scream came. Many geniuses and practitioners who had been watching the fight there turned pale at the same time. The dazzling golden light disappeared. Jiang Ming was covering his arm. His face was full of resentment and disbelief. His theurgy had been cracked. Even his weapon had been smashed by the girl easily. It had been smashed into pieces. For him, this was something that he could not believe at all. It's impossible. Our cultivation levels are almost the same. How is it possible? His voice was shaking. His face was pale. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Jiang Ming was seriously injured. Half of his body had almost exploded. He was bleeding profusely. However, the girl in front of him was still as cold as ice. Her snow-like skin was stained with some blood, but it was obviously not hers. Nothing is impossible. You're just courting death. Gu Xian sounded calm. Her dress was fluttering. She dashed forward again. She threw her palm over. Jiang Ming coughed up blood. His body exploded again. She was going to kill him in the air. Who on earth is this mysterious girl? Even Jiang Ming is not a match for her. Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide in shock. He felt a chill down his spine. If Jiang Ming had not shown up suddenly and saved his life, he would have been killed by this mysterious girl. It's her. Monk Pudu's voice was tinged with shock. He had shown up next to Jiang Chen again. He also witnessed this dreadful fight. Who is it? Jiang Chen looked at him, puzzled. However, Monk Pudu was frowning. He did not answer his question. Instead, he glanced at Jiang Luoshan, whose face was as cold as ice. I'm afraid we've gotten ourselves into some serious trouble. He sighed. She is the rival of that genius from the great void divine race. I'm afraid this is not a simple matter, many geniuses from the True Immortal Academy recognized Gu Xianpe. They were shocked. How dare you kill me? I'm from the Great Void Divine Race. At this moment, Jiang Ming was coughing up blood. Seeing Gu Xianpe dashing over again, he could not believe it. He was shocked and desperate. She actually dared to kill him in front of so many people. Didn't she know who he was? Yes. So what? However, Gu Xianpe was still as calm as ever. Her attack was aggressive. She was going to kill him right here. Stop. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan, who was above the golden clouds, had an ugly look on her face. She did not expect that Gu Xianpe would not stop even after knowing Jiang Ming's identity. She did not give them any face. She said in a cold voice, "How dare you attack a member of the Great Void Divine Race?" Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a golden figure dashed out from behind her. His aura was extremely strong. The aura of the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Chaotic fog appeared. A palm flew across the sky, trying to save Jiang Ming. The peak of the Supreme Saint Realm, a figure of the sect leader realm, the expressions of all the cultivators and living beings couldn't help but change. They felt as if their souls were trembling. They almost couldn't help but kneel down and worship in that direction. Even the big shots froze. They were a little afraid. The cultivators from the Great Void Divine Race were more powerful in the same realm. Few could match them. Humph. How dare you protect someone my Gu clan wants to kill? However, in the next moment, everyone looked on in shock. Among the people from the Longevity Gu clan, an old man with a cold face snorted and stepped forward. As his sleeves moved, heaven and earth seemed to be enveloped. Everything seemed to be contained in his sleeve. A monstrous aura of the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm burst out and confronted the cultivator from the Great Void Divine Race. The Longevity Gu clan, Jiang Luoshan, turned pale. She had not expected this mysterious girl to be a member of the Longevity Gu clan. No wonder she did not take them seriously. She looked a little sullen. There were not many orthodoxies in the upper realms that the Great Void Divine Race was afraid of, but the Longevity Gu clan was definitely one of them. The Longevity Gu clan, this girl is from the Longevity Gu clan. Jiang Chen was also shocked. He asked Monk Pudu, who was next to him. Monk Pudu nodded. He said in a heavy voice, "You may not know who this girl is, but you must know who her cousin is." Jiang Chen's heart sank. He suddenly felt a dreadful chill. "Is he Gu Chang'e?" he asked in a trembling voice. He had mentioned this name that scared and hated him so much. Monk Pudu did not speak loudly, but Jiang Luoshan could hear him clearly. He said in a deep voice, "This girl is Gu Xianpe. She is Gu Chang'e's cousin. He dotes on her very much. She is the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan." He had not expected Jiang Ming to start a fight with Gu Xianpe. He had almost been killed on the spot. It was not terrible to offend Gu Xianpe. What was terrible was Gu Chang'e, who was behind her. By then, all the orthodoxies in the upper realms who had some background knew Gu Xianpe. They knew her relationship with Gu Chang'e. Only groups like the Great Void Divine Race, which rarely showed up in the outside world, knew very little about her. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan felt a headache coming on. Jiang Chen also looked cold. No wonder this girl was so cruel. She turned out to be Gu Chang'e's cousin. At the moment, many geniuses and big shots from the orthodoxies were watching this with interest. In the air, the great saints of the Great Void Divine Race and the great saints of the Longevity Gu clan were confronting each other. Their energies swept over the whole area. They were extremely powerful. Both the Longevity Gu clan and the Great Void Divine Race were forces with a long history in the upper realms. In particular, the Longevity Gu clan was mysterious and powerful. It was needless to say. At the moment, the two forces were in conflict. No matter what would happen later, many orthodoxies would be happy to see it. Jiang Luoshan had obviously considered this point as well. Her indifferent face was slightly embarrassed. It was hard to get off the tiger. Sister, please save me. Jiang Ming was also in a state of shock. He had never expected this girl, who seemed to have no background, to be the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan. If that was the case, why had she acted alone and not with the Longevity Gu clan? This made him want to curse loudly in his heart. Of course, he had to think about how to survive. He did not want to die here in such a humiliating way. Let go of Jiang Ming. We can talk about this peacefully. Jiang Luoshan frowned. If Jiang Ming died here, she would not be able to explain it to her uncle. At the moment, her tone softened. She was not as tough as before. Gu Xian looked at Jiang Ming coldly. She liked to be alone and didn't intend to let the family behind her get involved in this kind of thing. But now, if she killed Jiang Ming, she would be able to vent her anger. But it was more likely to cause a conflict between the Longevity Gu clan and the Great Void Divine Race, and the other orthodoxies would take advantage of the situation. So, after thinking about it, she decided to let Jiang Ming go in the end, although she was reluctant to do so. What happened just now? Jiang Luoshan glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. In her opinion, it was Jiang Chen who had caused this. Here's the thing, Jiang Chen could not hide the truth at this moment. He braced himself and told her what had happened. Jiang Ming had attacked because of the light purple inscription on the tablet. In fact, it had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. If Gu Xian had not gotten the inscription on the tablet, Jiang Ming would have taken it away in the end. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. Jiang Luoshan could not help but frown. She knew she was in the wrong. The reason for this conflict was entirely because of Jiang Ming. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. At that moment, she planned to offer Gu Xian some compensation as an apology. Of course, the premise was that Gu Xian would let Jiang Ming go. We were in the wrong in this matter. As an apology, we will give you some compensation, but you have to let Jiang Ming go. Jiang Luoshan opened her mouth. She lowered the curtain. Her voice was much softer. It was the first time she had spoken in such a tone. She had always been superior. Gu Xian frowned. He was going to let Jiang Ming go. But she felt uncomfortable when she heard this. It was as if she lacked their compensation. Besides, if she agreed, she would look weak. Was she afraid of the Great Void Divine Race? While Gu Xian was in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. A calm voice suddenly came from the sky far away. Kill him. Chapter 382. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this quiet place. Instantly, it was as if a bell had rung in everyone's mind, setting off a huge commotion. Everyone's expression changed. Whether it was the young skyprides, the older generation experts, or the sect masters, they all looked in the direction of the voice. The disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy also changed their expressions. Six Crown King Junyao frowned. Didn't you say that Gu Chang'e wouldn't come here? Why did he suddenly come here? Yu Mingkong curled her lips but didn't say anything. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, Jiang Chu, Wang Zijin, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others all looked over with different expressions. A young man walked over from the sky. His face was blurry, and his robes fluttered in the wind. He looked extraordinary and unhurried. An invisible golden path extended under his feet, as if hundreds of laws and mysteries were intertwined. However, he was still far away a moment ago, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of everyone as if he had appeared out of thin air. He had shrunk the ground into a foot, so close yet worlds apart. Such a move made the pupils of many important figures shrink, and their faces were filled with deep shock and horror. The experts of the longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Immemorial Yi clan, and other orthodoxies frowned deeply as they felt an aura that they could not understand. Greetings, young master. Seeing the newcomer, the people of the longevity Gu family immediately greeted him. The cold old man who fought against the expert of the Great Void Divine clan just now also smiled. It's young Master Gu. He's here too. Xiao Ruoyin, who was among the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Palace, also looked over in surprise. Song Qin and the other disciples saw her expression and were even more envious. If she was not close to Gu Chang'e, why would she be like this? Gu Chang'e. He's here. Jiang Luoshan looked through the curtain and frowned. Although she had not been born for long, she had heard this name many times. There were all kinds of shocking rumors. The number one of the younger generation. The brilliance was so dazzling that it was simply unimaginable. It suppressed those of the same generation like a great mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. In today's upper realm, no matter who it was, their first reaction upon hearing this name would be reverence or awe. They would not dare to show any disrespect. She had also planned to pay a visit to Gu Chang'e after she had solved the matter of the Taishu Divine Tomb. She wanted to see what kind of person Gu Chang'e was. However, he had never thought that they would meet in such a manner here today. For the first time, Jiang Luoshan felt that things had become very tricky. At that moment, even the sect masters and the older generation overlords looked at Gu Chang'e with fear. They discovered that they actually couldn't see through this junior's strength at all. It was rumored that he could already fight with a quasi-supreme expert. The way they saw it, it was completely Gu Chang'e who had relied on the might of his supreme artifact to possess such strength. At most, he was only slightly stronger than the other young supremes. However, at that moment, in their eyes, the gap between their strengths was like a chasm. They were afraid that except for the inheritors of demonic methods, no one in the upper realm could be a match for him in the younger generation. Gu Chang'e. Why is he here? Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine when he saw who had come. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although he had changed his appearance, who knew whether Gu Chang'e could see through his disguise? His fear of Gu Chang'e had been deeply rooted in his bones and soul. Kill him. Gu Chang'e showed up beside Gu Xian'er. Seeing her in a daze, as if she hadn't come to herself yet, he couldn't help but repeat his words calmly. Jiang Ming was lying on the ground at the moment. He was in so much pain that he couldn't move. He had thought he would be saved after his royal sister Jiang Luoshan's words. But who would have thought that Gu Chang'e would suddenly appear, and the first thing she said was to ask Gu Xian'er to kill him. His back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his face paled. He certainly knew who Gu Chang'e was, so he was desperate when he heard that. At that moment, Gu Xian'er finally came to herself. She felt the familiar refreshing and pleasant smell in front of her. I thought you weren't coming. She looked up and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. However, her voice was very low. Except for her and Gu Chang'e, no one could hear her clearly. If I hadn't come, you would have been wronged again, wouldn't you? Gu Chang'e glanced at her and said casually. He had sensed what had happened when he was at the periphery of the Great Void Divine Tomb. That was why he had abandoned his followers and come here first. Therefore, he knew everything that had happened. Of course, he knew what Gu Xian'er was struggling with. In his opinion, there was nothing to struggle with. Just kill him. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was overjoyed. However, she still harumphed and said stubbornly, I didn't intend to kill him. Gu Chang'e knew very well that she was a woman of integrity. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to expose her. That's because I don't like him. I want to kill him. Will that do? However, he still smiled. Gu Xian'er glared at him. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Gu Chang'e looked at her pretending to be cold. He wanted to pinch her nose and see how she was going to pretend. However, Gu Xian'er seemed to see through his plan. She stepped back and looked at him with disdain. Don't try to take advantage of me again. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with different emotions. However, they could see that Gu Chang'e really doted on Gu Xian'er. Who would dare to speak to Gu Chang'e like that? However, Gu Xian'er dared to. Gu Chang'e also looked like he didn't care about her. This made many girls envious. Why didn't they have such an elder brother? Sister Huang, save me. I don't want to die. At this moment, although Jiang Ming was in despair, he still didn't want to give up the chance to live. He shouted in the direction of the Great Void Divine Tribe. Jiang Luoshen and the other cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe heard his cry for help. They couldn't bear to see him die. They couldn't bear to see Jiang Ming being killed with their own eyes and do nothing. Gu Chang'e, this is our fault. We are willing to apologize and compensate. This is not an unresolvable hatred. Jiang Ming didn't know this girl's identity before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. This is just a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Luoshen spoke. It was rare for her to be so humble. Before this, she was always high and mighty, looking down on everyone coldly. This also showed how much she valued Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked up and glanced at her. It's okay. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can just kill him. Everyone's expression changed. They felt a terrifying pressure and deterrence. Although they didn't get much in the Great Void Divine Tomb, they were able to watch a good show. It was just like the rumors said. Even though he was facing a group of cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe, Gu Chang'e was still strong. He had no intention of backing down. Many of the sect masters felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, they didn't offend Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, they would be so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. The cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe looked terrible. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say this. Did he not care about them at all? Although he had been famous for a long time, he was still a junior. At this time, was he really going to provoke a feud between the two tribes over a small matter? Jiang Luoshen took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It was also the first time she met someone who was stronger than her like Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, what do you want to let Jiang Ming go? What are your conditions? Jiang Luoshen said coldly. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more. Conditions? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. However, there was a playful look in his eyes. Since Princess Luoshen asked, then fine. I still lack a servant girl to serve me tea. Why don't you think about it? If Princess Luoshen isn't satisfied with this identity, you can be my concubine. I just don't know if you're willing to save your so-called younger brother. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Especially the younger generation. They found it unbelievable and laughed bitterly in their hearts. Gu Chang'e was probably the only one who dared to say something like this. Of course, no one thought that he was serious. They thought that he was just trying to humiliate Jiang Luoshen. The people of the Great Void Divine Clan turned pale and were incomparably angry. Jiang Luoshen was the face of their clan. In the future, she would even take over the Great Void Divine Clan and become the next Great Void Divine Emperor. Her status was respected and she looked down on the upper world. However, in Gu Chang'e's words, she was only fit to be a servant girl or concubine. Gu Chang'e, Jiang Luoshen's cold eyes and her jade-like hands clenched tightly. Her murderous aura was so cold that it was about to freeze and crack the void. She never thought that one day, she would be humiliated in front of everyone. With her identity, in this vast upper world, who would dare to say that she was only a servant girl or concubine? Wasn't this a deliberate humiliation? Whine. The curtain in front of her directly burst open, unable to withstand her current aura. In an instant, Jiang Luoshan's peerlessly beautiful face was revealed in front of everyone. Her golden hair was dazzling, and her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. She was flawless as if she was carved from immortal jade. However, her eyes were cold to the bone. It had to be said that this superior, noble, and indifferent aura was enough to make all the proud sons of heaven feel inferior. In front of her, they lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly at her. "Can't you do it?" Gu Chang'e smiled casually, as if he was not surprised at all. "Gu Chang'e, are you determined to make things difficult for me?" Jiang Luoshan looked at him coldly. "If you can't do it, then don't try to waste my time." Gu Chang'e's expression also turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm moved horizontally and directly grabbed at Jiang Ming. "Stop it." Jiang Luoshan's expression was very ugly, and her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Gu Chang'e's contempt for them and her attitude of not putting them in her eyes made her feel infinite anger in her heart. So what if Gu Chang'e's talent was powerful, his strength was terrifying, and his background was tyrannical? In what way was she inferior to him? What right did he have to look down on her? However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of talking nonsense with her. He directly attacked, his palm sweeping across the sky and crushing down on Jiang Ming. It was as if he was swatting a small fly to death. "Gu Family's Junior, stop it." The Great Void Divine Tribe's peak Great Sage Expert's expression was also ugly. He ignored the Gu family's expert in front of him and turned into a golden light shadow to save Jiang Ming. In front of everyone's eyes, Jiang Ming was killed by Gu Chang'e. If they did not dare to do anything, what would the other orthodoxies think of the Great Void Divine Tribe? How could they accept this humiliation? Not to mention, Gu Chang'e had humiliated them again and again today. "You don't know what's good for you." Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. He was still indifferent. "Since you're sincere in accompanying him, I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the direction of his palm. A terrifying five-colored divine light that seemed to have turned into a millstone of destruction appeared and then attacked the Great Void Divine Tribe's expert. That palm was extremely powerful, and the power it contained made the sky tremble as if it could not withstand it and was about to collapse. Everyone was shocked. Many young sky prides turned pale and their divine souls trembled. They felt that the gap between them was insurmountable. Six-Crown King, Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others were also silent and solemn. Even the sect masters of the major sects were a little frightened. "I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're so arrogant that you don't put anyone in your eyes." The Great Void Divine Tribe's expert snorted coldly. He was infuriated by Gu Chang'e's disdain and indifference. He shouted angrily and cast a powerful divine power. Resplendent golden divine multicolored light erupted. There were millions and millions of streaks, forming gates one after another. The rules intertwined and turned into chains of the great doctrine. They seemed to be able to suppress people and send them to an eternally silent world. Boom! Instantly, an unimaginable fluctuation broke out. The world was turned upside down. Mountains collapsed. Many tactical patterns were destroyed in an instant. How can Gu Chang'e be so strong? Jiang Chen was shocked and trembling. Even though he was hiding behind Monk Pudu, he still felt like his body was about to explode. Puff, in the void space, blood was splashing everywhere. The Great Void Divine Tribe's expert was coughing up blood. His arm was about to explode. He managed to ward off Gu Chang'e's palm attack with his divine power. But he was still shocked. His internal organs were trembling. He could not help but take many steps back, leaving bloody footprints in the void space. That energy was too dreadful. It felt like numerous stars had exploded. Everyone felt like their skin was about to crack. Soon, the two started to fight again. However, the Great Void Divine Tribe's expert was no match for Jiang Chen. He kept coughing up blood and flying. Everyone was shocked. Dong! The void space exploded. The place became dazzling and blurry. All kinds of rules swept over. The mysteries of the universe and the universe were playing out. Is that why you're so confident? Gu Chang'e's robe was fluttering. He looked as calm as ever. Black and white colors showed up in his palm. The energies of the six heavens and the underworld were faintly discernible. The six gates stood between the sky and the earth. A yellow, filthy river with countless wronged souls and dry bones was flowing quietly there. An anomaly appeared. Everyone's holy souls seemed to be walking there. It was a horrifying energy. People felt like they were going to be dragged to the afterlife. That's not good. Elder, come back. Jiang Luoshan sensed something was wrong. She could not help but shout. She asked the strong man to come back. But it was too late. The strong man from the Great Void Divine Tribe had been injured. Affected by the energy of the reincarnation, he was in a trance. His holy soul seemed to have left his body and was going to the world of the dead. Dong! In the next moment, Gu Chang'e's expression was cold. He slammed his palm down. The void space suddenly cracked. The terrifying energy was like the blue sky crashing down. The strong man's body collapsed instantly. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His body and spirit were destroyed. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The power of the palm did not diminish. Jiang Ming, who was in despair, was instantly turned into a bloody mist. He followed in the footsteps of the strong man. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. A terrible chill ran down their backs. He killed a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm so easily. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person. He was from the Great Void Divine Tribe. Among those in the same realm, his combat power was monstrous. Didn't that mean that Gu Chang'e actually had the combat power of a quasi-supreme master? Everyone was horrified. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb. How old was he? Killing a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm without using a supreme weapon. This was simply unbelievable in the past. It was like a dream. But today, it happened in front of everyone. Gu Chang'e was not only strong, but he was strong enough to make his peers despair. How is it possible? The people from the Great Void Divine Tribe were completely stunned. They could not believe it. From the beginning to the end, Gu Chang'e played it down and did not seem to use his full strength. Didn't that mean that his true strength was even more terrifying? Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Deep anger and resentment surged in her heart. At the same time, there was a sense of fear. She thought that she was a rare peerless genius in the Great Void Divine Tribe. Her cultivation was strong, and she was destined to be invincible when she was born. However, her peerless Tao heart could not help but be shaken by what she had seen today. Why was Gu Chang'e so ridiculously strong? Chapter 383. Blood mist drifted in the sky, and broken pieces of sacred weapons fell in all directions. It was incomparably dazzling. The weapon of the peak great saint from the Great Void Divine Clan was also shattered in this battle. Gu Chang'e stood in the midst of it. His robe was new, and there was not a speck of dust on it. His hair was sparkling and shining like jade. Divine light shone in his fair palms, and the black and white colors slowly faded away. However, that terrifying feeling that made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble still remained in the void, making one's scalp tingle. Everyone watched all this in shock and horror. Especially the sect masters of the major sects, their hearts were in turmoil, and their scalps were numb. They thought that Gu Chang'e's strength was already very strong, enough to make them take him seriously, but they did not expect him to be so strong. In his early 20s, he killed a peak great saint so easily, and even someone who was half a step into the quasi-supreme realm. This was too unbelievable. If it was in the past, they would never dare to believe that such a thing could happen, but it had completely happened in front of their eyes today. They had to accept this fact. His wings are growing. At this moment, the many experts of the Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and Immemorial Yi clan only had this thought in their minds. They looked at the figure in the sky with incomparably complicated eyes. The young elites behind them were also in a daze, and their eyes were wide open. They fell into deep shock and could not react for a long time. They were all of the younger generation, but why was the gap between them so big? Many people had long been out of breath, and their invincible Tao heart trembled, unable to produce the thought of competing. Gu Chang'e was like an insurmountable mountain, lying across the heads of many young elites. Everyone felt a sense of despair and helplessness from the bottom of their hearts. It's sad for the younger generation to be in the same era as such a person, a figure from the older generation sighed and looked around. When he saw the pale expressions on the faces of the young geniuses, he understood and was not surprised. Before this, they only knew about Gu Chang'e's strength through many rumors and deeds. However, what they saw today was really shocking and set off a huge wave in their hearts. The young master's strength has already reached such a level. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can catch up to the patriarch. The clan leader was also an invincible existence in the same generation. But compared to the young master, he still pales in comparison. Young master is really a monster. The experts and disciples of the Longevity Gu family sighed emotionally, their eyes filled with reverence. This child has matured to the point where he can sit on the same level as us. The sect leaders looked at each other. Their eyes flickered with complicated emotions. Six-Crown King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the other disciples of True Immortal Academy were naturally shocked. Gu Chang'e's strength had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people were guessing how strong he was. Today, they had finally gotten what they wanted. This is a monster. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden's red lips parted slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. We are all sequence disciples, yet there is a gap between us and him. If this was any other time, Six-Crown King Junyao would definitely refute this. But now, he was silent. He seemed to be speechless. Young Master Chang'e's strength has always been like this. Golden Cicada Buddha's expression was calm, but he was also puzzled. How did the inheritor of the demonic arts escape from his hands time and time again? Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts is also this strong? While everyone was having different thoughts, Gu Chang'e's figure descended from the sky. He looked at the Great Void Divine clan members, especially Jiang Luoshan. His smile was cold and indifferent. Princess Luoshan, don't you plan to avenge them? What about this misunderstanding? Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Her face turned pale as she clenched her jade-like hands. Even as strong as she was, she did not dare to look straight into Gu Chang'e's cold and deep eyes. She could not help but tilt her head to the side, but still said firmly, Gu Chang'e, I admit that you are very strong, but the Great Void Divine tribe is not that easy to bully. At this moment, her tone was much weaker than before. Everyone present was naturally shrewd, and they could all hear the lack of confidence in her words. After all, she was an expert who was half a step away from becoming a quasi-supreme, and yet she was killed on the spot. It was impossible to say that they were not shocked. Unless the Great Void Divine tribe dared to fight to the death with Gu Chang'e, but the current situation was beyond their control. There were many orthodoxies in the Great Void Divine tomb, and all of them were eyeing it covetously. As the future Divine Emperor of the Great Void Divine tribe, her status was indescribably high. At this moment, even if she was extremely angry and sullen, she had to suppress it and not explode. Jiang Luoshan naturally understood this. Although what happened today was embarrassing, she could not wash away the humiliation and regain her dignity. Gu Changa heard this and laughed, but his voice was still cold. Is that so? Then, Princess Luotian, show me what you're capable of. Let me see what the Great Void Divine Tribe is capable of. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. They were shocked and could not help but feel a chill down their backs. Was Gu Changa planning to let Jiang Luotian fight personally? Although Jiang Luotian was very strong and was the strongest person in this generation of the Great Void Divine Tribe, she was still a far cry from Gu Changa. Especially after witnessing Gu Changa's strength, no one thought that Jiang Luotian would be a match for him. It was obvious that she would be defeated, or even killed by Gu Changa. She would die. Thinking of this possibility, many people could not help but feel a chill down their backs. They did not doubt Gu Changa's methods. After all, since Gu Changa was born, countless sky prides and living beings had fallen at his hands. Although he usually looked gentle, refined, and handsome, there was no doubt that he was vicious and merciless. Jiang Luotian did not expect Gu Changa to say this. For a moment, her expression turned ugly and she even felt humiliated. Naturally, she knew what Gu Changa was trying to do. If she fought with Gu Changa, her life would be in danger. She was not a match for Gu Changa at all. She knew herself well enough. However, if she showed cowardice and avoided the battle, it would be a disgrace to her in front of all the orthodoxies and cultivators. At the same time, it would be a disgrace to the Great Void Divine Tribe. Princess, we have to bear with this. We can't get into a conflict with them. Gu Changa's strength is terrifying. You're not a match for him. Don't be impulsive. Seeing this, a golden-haired old woman with unfathomable strength beside Jiang Luotian advised her with a solemn expression. She was afraid that Jiang Luotian was young and impulsive and would ruin things. Jiang Luotian gritted her teeth. Naturally, she understood this. She quickly took a deep breath and calmed down. A hint of unwillingness flashed in her golden eyes. She stared at Gu Changa and said, Gu Changa, as the most powerful person in the younger generation, you know that I'm not a match for you, but you bully me like this. Is this how you do things? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Before this, they knew that Jiang Luotian, the princess of the Great Void Divine Tribe, was arrogant and indifferent. They could not believe that these words came out of her mouth. Among the disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy, Yumingkong saw this scene and narrowed her eyes slightly. In her memory, when the Great Void Divine Tomb first appeared, Jiang Luotian sent people here to search for the ancestor's relic. However, she encountered Gu Changa in the tomb. Not only was the ancestor's divinity stolen by Gu Changa, but she was also defeated and almost killed by Gu Changa. Later on, for some unknown reason, Jiang Luotian clung to Gu Changa and visited him in the name of visiting him from time to time. As for the matter of Gu Changa stealing the ancestor's divinity and almost being killed by him, it was as if it never happened. However, in her previous life, Gu Changa was very cold and indifferent to her. Many times, Jiang Luotian went to visit him, but she was met with the cold shoulder and could not see him. However, she persevered. At that time, many people of the Gu family were shocked and impressed. They could not understand at all. Of course, in the end, Jiang Luotian's fate was very tragic. It was rumored that on the way back to the family land, she unfortunately encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was killed by him. In her previous life, Yumingkong sympathized with her and felt that she was unlucky. Of course, more than that, she was relieved. She did not like her perseverance and was worried that Gu Changa would be moved by her. Now, it seemed that Jiang Luotian was also killed by Gu Changa in the end. But now, looking at the scene in front of her, Yumingkong had to admit that there was an indescribable jealousy in her heart. Gu Changa did not expect Jiang Luotian to give in so quickly, but his tone did not change much. Bully! How can you be so sure? That's not what Princess Luotian said just now. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan stared at him coldly. My family knows that we are in the wrong, but Gu Chang'e, you have already killed Jiang Ming and the Great Elder just now. What else do you want? Do you want to kill me as well? As soon as she said this, the expressions of many orthodoxy's sect leaders changed subtly. They glanced at Gu Chang'e quietly. The Great Void God clan had already paid the price for what happened today. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the Great Sage realm was not a piece of cake that could be found everywhere. No matter which orthodoxy it was, they were the cornerstone and indispensable existence. Even the Great Void God clan would feel the pinch and could not be indifferent. However, if Gu Chang'e continued to hold on to it, it would be a little unreasonable. It would make people think that he was too overbearing. Even if he was the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, it would be unreasonable. The powerhouses of many orthodoxies and great sects present would not sit idly by and let the Longevity Gu clan dominate. After all, this was a tacit agreement between the various clans of the upper realm for countless years. One had to admit that Jiang Luoshan was very smart. She easily put herself in a vulnerable position. Plus, she was extremely beautiful to begin with. Her blonde hair was like a waterfall, her facial features were flawless, and her skin was as white as snow. She was as delicate as a sculpture, and many young heaven's favorites couldn't bear to see her like this. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he smiled indifferently. Of course, he knew what she meant. Princess Luoshan, you must be joking. I don't think that I am a cruel person, nor am I someone who would destroy a beautiful woman. Why would I do such a thing? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Let's see if I will kill you or not. His smile was still as casual as before. It was as if he was talking about something as trivial as eating and drinking. However, Jiang Luoshan could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. She felt that Gu Chang'e really wanted to kill her. Give it a try. Who knew what would happen if she gave it a try? She was not stupid. Everyone present had different expressions on their faces. They were also shocked by Gu Chang'e's words. They felt horrified and uneasy. Could it be that he really dared to kill Jiang Luoshan in front of so many people? Why wouldn't I believe you? Since you said so, Gu Chang'e, I will naturally believe you. Jiang Luoshan was not an ordinary person. Although she felt uneasy, her expression remained calm. She looked at Gu Chang'e coldly and chose to avoid the battle without hesitation. Of course, in everyone's eyes, this was a wise move. There was nothing wrong with it. First, she would put herself in a weak position, and then let people know that Gu Chang'e wanted to kill her. In this way, she could smoothly avoid the battle, and she didn't have to worry about losing face. This tactic made many powerhouses of the older generation exclaim in admiration. She was indeed the princess of the Divine Void clan. She could not be underestimated. If that's the case, then I hope the next time I see you, Princess Luoshan, you can show me what you're capable of. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He did not continue to make things difficult for her. But at this moment, everyone heard the threat in his words. In other words, you can escape now, but can you hide forever? This made everyone's expression change. They felt a wave of coldness wash over them. He was not going to give up. Jiang Luoshan certainly heard Gu Chang'e's threat. Gnashing her teeth, she snorted coldly and left in a flash. She went to another area near the ancient palace and the crack. Seeing this, the rest of the Divine Void clan did not stay. They all turned into divine rainbows and dashed in that direction. In the crowd, Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu also hurried to follow them. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. Neither Gu Chang'e nor Jiang Luoshan were people they could afford to offend. What he had seen today made Jiang Chen tremble with fear. For the first time, he deeply felt Gu Chang'e's great strength. He felt desperate and helpless. Even Jiang Luoshan, who was always cold and noble in his eyes and looked down on all living creatures, could not gain any advantage in front of Gu Chang'e. She could only be humiliated. This explained everything. After the Divine Void clan left, the strong practitioners of the other orthodoxies also left. They stopped watching. Today's great show had shocked them and made them gasp in amazement. Even now, their hearts were still unable to calm down. At this moment, Gu Xian'er threw Gu Chang'e a cold look. She could not help but ask. What happened today, won't it have any effect? What effect can it have? Gu Chang'e said casually. Do you really think the Divine Void clan has the guts to fight with me? Gu Xian'er knew Gu Chang'e did not take what had just happened seriously. But speaking of which, it was because of her that this had happened. Gu Chang'e had done this to stand up for her. She was considering whether she should thank him reluctantly. Although she thought Gu Chang'e had done this for her, since he always liked to bully her. Wasn't it natural for him to stand up for her? Can you not cause so much trouble for me in the future? I have to clean up after you every time. However, Gu Chang'e's helpless voice interrupted Gu Xian'er's thoughts. She was a little stunned. She didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would blame her. She said in a murderous tone. How can you blame me for this? I just picked up a piece of broken inscription, and that guy came to me and accused me of stealing it. He even asked me to hand it over. If I don't, he will kill me. Do I have to give it to him? She could not help but feel a little wronged. She had only picked up a piece of broken inscription. That was because it had fallen by her feet. How could she cause trouble for this? Is that so? Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows as if she didn't believe it. I think you are trying to fool my intelligence. How could a piece of broken inscription cause so much trouble? Gu Xian'er looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Why would I lie to you? Do you think everyone is like you? You can't hear a single word of truth from your mouth. Is that so? Gu Chang'e still did not believe her. It's just a piece of broken inscription. Could it be that there is something special about it? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er took out the broken piece of light purple inscription from her sumeru ring. There was a faint glow on it, and there were several indecipherable divine characters on it. It was simple and unadorned, and there were some strange patterns carved on it. Here, this is the inscription. She said. Gu Chang'e took it from her hand and casually glanced at it. He nodded. It is indeed extraordinary. No wonder it caused such a tragedy. With that, the inscription disappeared from his hand. Seeing this, Gu Xian'er's big eyes showed a touch of confusion. She was stunned for a moment, and then looked at him. Only then did she realize what had happened. Gu Chang'e had stolen something good from her just like that. Chapter 384. Gu Chang'e, you, give me back my inscription. I picked it up. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but grind her teeth. She hated Gu Chang'e so much that her teeth itched. Who said that it's yours when you picked it up? Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Why, do you want to snatch it? You can try. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. His expression was matter of fact, and he didn't care that she couldn't wait to bite him. You've gone too far. How could you be so despicable to snatch my things? You're such a bastard. Gu Xian'er was about to explode from anger. Her delicate body was trembling. Unfortunately, her poor figure didn't change at all. She didn't expect that she would fall for Gu Chang'e's trick. He said that just now because he wanted her to take out the inscription. Unfortunately, she was so stupid to believe his nonsense. You're too stupid. How can you blame me? Gu Chang'e sighed and shook his head. Gu Chang'e, quickly give me back my things. Otherwise, I'll really be angry. The kind that can't be appeased. Gu Xian glared at him angrily. She gritted her teeth and looked like she was about to explode. As a money grubber, how could she allow the good things in her hands to be snatched away in front of her? To her, this was simply a disgrace. Gu Chang'e laughed. You're dreaming. You still want me to appease you? Woo-woo. Gu Chang'e, you're bullying me again. Why are you so annoying? Gu Xian saw that he wasn't going to listen to her. She suddenly started sobbing. However, Gu Chang'e reached out and pinched her nose. He shook his head slightly. You better pretend to be crying. If you cry like this, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment. Of course, she couldn't return the inscription. In any case, it contained a trace of the Taishu origin. Other than 727 refining tools, it had no effect on Gu Xian. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e could devour and refine it for his own use. I'll give you a great sage weapon as compensation. It's useless to you anyway, Gu Chang'e said. No, at least 5. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future. Gu Xian sniffled. 2 at most. If you don't want it, you'll have nothing. Gu Chang'e shook his head. 2. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Gu Xian was dissatisfied. Alright, then there's none left. Gu Chang'e smiled. Alright then. Since you want to give it to me, I'll give you 2. Hearing this, Gu Xian was afraid that he would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. However, on the surface, he still looked like he had suffered a great loss. She could also see that no matter how extraordinary that steel was, it couldn't compare to a great sage weapon. After all, a great sage weapon was something that could be passed down in many ancient orthodoxies as a sacred weapon. It was very precious and extremely difficult to refine. At most, the inscriptions on the tablet contained some special substances. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like Gu Chang'e was at a disadvantage. Of course, since Gu Chang'e had agreed to give Gu Xian 2 great sage weapons in exchange, he naturally wouldn't lie to her. Under her eager gaze, he casually picked 2 great saint-level weapons and gave them to her. Gu Xian's scrunched up little face finally cracked into a smile. At least you have a conscience. She snorted. She was in a good mood. She had regained her previous aloof and ethereal demeanor, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. Perhaps it was because she was used to being poor since young, but she always had a natural attachment to all kinds of divine weapons and treasures. When facing these things and in front of Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but reveal her true colors and turn into a money grubber. After that, Gu Chang'e took her to meet up with Yu Mingkong from True Immortal Academy. As for the people from the Gu family, they all followed behind him. Since Gu Chang'e had appeared here, he naturally had to be the leader. The disciples and elders of True Immortal Academy looked at Gu Chang'e with a somewhat unnatural gaze. Although they were very afraid of him before, it wasn't to the extent that they were today. 6 Crown King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others subconsciously avoided Gu Chang'e's gaze, not wanting to meet his eyes. Brother Gu, you were really impressive just now. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the scene of you suppressing Jiang Luoshan and snatching the princess. It's a pity. Wang Zijin said with a smile. She wore a long blue dress, and her face was extremely beautiful. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but curve into a crescent moon shape, appearing extremely charming. It had to be said that in terms of appearance, she was almost beautiful to the extreme, enough to be comparable to Yu Mingkong's flawless beauty. The difference was in the temperament of the two. She was like an orchid in an empty valley, clear fog in the forest, possessing a serene and moving temperament. However, the words she spoke contained unimaginable boldness, as if she was a demoness. I was just joking just now. I made a fool of myself in front of Miss Zijin. Gu Chang'e seemed to have long been accustomed to her joking words and didn't care. After smiling slightly, he glanced at Jiang Chuchu. Seeing her calm expression, he didn't take the initiative to greet her. As far as he was concerned, this kind of face-saving skill was actually dispensable now. It was just that his image in front of others couldn't collapse. Wang Zijin's smile didn't fade. She looked deeply at Gu Chang'e, but didn't say anything. Although Gu Chang'e still had the identity of the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, in her opinion, it was just some kind of agreement between Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chuchu. Of course, in the eyes of the other orthodoxies, this was a deal between Gu Chang'e and the human ancestor palace. The reincarnation of the human ancestor was just a method used by the human ancestor palace to stabilize the hearts of the people. How could Gu Chang'e suddenly become the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Not many people would believe that. This was a tacit secret among the top orthodoxies in the upper realm. However, after witnessing Gu Chang'e's strength today, Wang Zijin suddenly felt that the guess she casually made earlier might be true. With her understanding of Gu Chang'e, she naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the human ancestor. So, why did Gu Chang'e have the human ancestor's nirvana lotus body? This was very thought-provoking. Of course, this was just Wang Zijin's guess. She didn't have any feelings for the human ancestor. In fact, she even had a faint dislike for him. Now, she was curious about how Gu Chang'e did all this. Did you find anything? Just as Wang Zijin was thinking about all kinds of things, Gu Chang'e walked to Yu Mingkong and asked with a smile. There might be something hidden under that palace. Yu Mingkong nodded slightly and pointed at the crack not far away that was spewing out multicolored light. From this angle, one could clearly see that there was a dazzling brilliance emerging from within. An ancient palace that looked like it was made of colorful celestial jade was floating up and down there. Just now, many big shots had already sensed the strange movement inside and rushed in. However, until now, there had been no movement. At this moment, many of the sect leaders of the major sects were also staring at it without blinking. A little further away, those from the Great Void Divine Clan were also staring at it with worry and nervousness. As for the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Ancient Yi Clan, and other forces, they had also sent strong men to wait nearby. All kinds of divine lights were intertwining in the sky. Ancient chariots and white jade carriages were parked everywhere. Many vague figures were standing on them. Further away, there were still cultivators and creatures coming. The Great Void Divine Tomb was too big. At this moment, they were only in a small area deep in the tomb. Because of the strange movement here, many people were attracted. The real and the fake tombs are mixed together. If one is careless, he will die. A strange light flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes. He had noticed Jiang Chen's movement on the Great Void Divine Clan side. Jiang Chen and a mysterious monk had infiltrated the Great Void Divine Clan's team. This was reported to him by the demonic technique puppet. So, Gu Chang'e didn't care about it. What he wanted to know at this moment was whether the Great Void Divine Clan had made such a great effort to come here just for that ancestor's relics. Or was there some unknown secret hidden here? Of course, what he cared about was the divinity. That was something comparable to a supreme venerable doctrine fruit. At this moment, if he wanted to break through, it would be very difficult to find a target. If he could get a divinity, it would be a pleasant surprise. Young Master Gu. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice came into Gu Chang'e's ears. He looked over and found that the elders and disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal had arrived while he wasn't paying attention. The person who had spoken was Xiao Ruoyin. They hadn't seen each other for a while. At this moment, her white dress was fluttering in the wind. She had an otherworldly aura. Maybe it was because of her cultivation, but now her skin was shining with a crystal luster. It was snow-white and delicate, like a piece of fine jade. She was shockingly beautiful. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. The elders and disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal all greeted him. They were very respectful to Gu Chang'e. After all, Gu Chang'e had another identity. The successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. Miss Xiao, why are you here? Gu Chang'e revealed a slightly surprised expression, as if he had just noticed her. The disciples of the True Immortal Academy were also silently sizing up this white-dressed woman. Many of the male disciples couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they were shocked by beautiful things or people. Jiang Chuchu frowned slightly, and then calmly returned to his original expression. Wang Zijin sized him up with interest, especially when she sensed a feeling that was completely different from that of the rest of the people. This white-dressed woman's attitude towards Gu Chang'e was clearly different from the other cultivators. She didn't have the kind of reverence that was rooted deep in her bones. However, she could still feel her nervousness. It wasn't as natural as it looked on the surface. She's quite scheming. She smiled in her heart, feeling that things were getting interesting. Playing tricks on an ocean king, tsk. Gu Chang'e, who is she? Gu Xian'er's cold voice sounded very direct. However, after asking, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She subconsciously looked at Yu Mingkong. I'm asking on behalf of Sister Mingkong. Yu Mingkong smiled and held her small hand, saying, this should be the Xiao Ruoyin that Chang'e mentioned before, the one he saved outside the immortal ancient forbidden land. Chapter 385. Chang'e mentioned it to me before, Li Yao said. Hearing this, Six-Crowned King Jun Yao and the others were a little stunned. She saved someone outside the immortal ancient forbidden land. As far as they knew, the immortal ancient continent had only been open to the outside world in recent years, but the immortal ancient forbidden land had existed since ancient times. Some people said that a remnant immortal was sleeping inside, while others said that it hid the secret of the collapse of the immortal ancient era. It was not the case. This woman in white actually came from that place. They subconsciously thought that she was a guest from the forbidden land. However, Yu Mingkong's words made many people understand. As Gu Chang'e's fiancée, her introduction seemed casual and natural, but it was actually to inform everyone. She was very close to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had never hidden these things from her. Normally, Yu Mingkong would not be bothered to interfere in this kind of thing, let alone explain it to everyone. However, today, she could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Whether it was Wang Zijin or Jiang Chuchu, they all seemed to be inextricably linked to Gu Chang'e. Even the princess of the Great Void Divine Tribe, Jiang Luoshan, who left with her people, was closely related to Gu Chang'e in her previous life. Now, there was a tool, Xiao Ruoyin. This gave her a headache. Why were there so many women around Gu Chang'e in this life? Therefore, her actions were equivalent to expressing her identity and status. She was Gu Chang'e's legitimate fiancée, the future wife who was yet to be married. With Yu Mingkong's introduction, everyone understood Xiao Ruoyin's identity. Although they were slightly surprised, they did not ask much. Gu Chang'e casually asked about Xiao Ruoyin's recent cultivation situation to show his concern. Xiao Ruoyin also answered truthfully, saying that she had been cultivating hard and would not let him down. That's good. I really hope that the day you succeed in your cultivation will come soon. Gu Chang'e smiled. While Xiao Ruoyin was conversing with Gu Chang'e, she was also trying to carefully blend into the circle. She knew that the group of young men and women in front of her had extraordinary identities. Their backgrounds were incomparably terrifying, enough to look down on countless orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm. It was hard to imagine that they were people that she would not normally come into contact with. And Gu Chang'e was obviously the center of this circle. Therefore, while she came to greet Gu Chang'e, she also wanted to get acquainted with this group of young men and women. Xiao Ruoyin was not stupid. She had her own selfish motives and calculations. In her previous world, she didn't need to consider these things at all. She was surrounded by people who wanted to curry favor with her. But now, it was completely different. She was a weak woman with no power and influence. The only thing she could rely on was the thin relationship she had with Gu Changa. She knew Gu Changa, but was she close to Gu Changa? That was simply impossible. Although she had wanted to get closer to Gu Changa, it was just a thought. Her only assets were her body and her beauty, which she had kept herself clean for more than 20 years. But these were not worth mentioning at all in front of Gu Changa. In the distance, seeing Xiao Ruoyin trying to blend into the circle of young geniuses, Jiang Chen could not help but clench his fists tightly. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was being twisted by a knife. He felt helpless and uncomfortable. That was the cold and aloof goddess that he had always admired. But at that moment, she was so humble and careful, trying to ingratiate herself with the enemy he hated so much. And Xiao Ruoyin had no idea what he was really like and what he was up to. "Mr. Jiang, why do you keep looking over there?" Monk Pudu, who was next to him, noticed this. He could not help but ask with interest. Jiang Chen was shocked. He hurried to look away. He pretended to be relaxed and explained, "Nowadays, how many people in the younger generation can be like Gu Changa, surrounded by beautiful women? It's really enviable." He did not dare let Monk Pudu know there was a grudge between him and Gu Changa. The last time he suffered a loss at the hands of the Ji siblings, he still clearly remembered it. Monk Pudu said with a smile, "Emptiness is beauty, and beauty is emptiness. Beautiful women are just a pile of bones. What's there to be jealous of? Mr. Jiang, please don't take it too hard." Above the golden clouds, Jiang Luoshan was wearing a cold expression. She frowned when she heard their conversation. She could not help but look in Gu Changa's direction. "Gu Changa, I won't forget this." She gnashed her teeth. She could not forget Gu Changa's threat. That bone-chilling killing intent and coldness were still lingering around her. It was the first time she had been threatened like this since she was a child. It was even the first time she had felt fear. Her holy soul shivered. It was an unforgettable feeling. It was also a humiliation for her. "Jiang Chen, if you can't find the ancestors' relics this time, you'll die." Then Jiang Luoshan glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. She gave him the final verdict. Asking for fresh flowers, if it were not for him, she would not have had a conflict with Gu Changa. She would not have gotten Jiang Ming and an elder at the peak of the great saint state killed because of her. If Jiang Chen had not been useful to her, she would have killed him to vent her anger. Jiang Chen cursed to himself. Why didn't you act so tough in front of Gu Changa? However, he did not dare show any disrespect. He hurried to say, "Princess Luoshan, don't worry. I'm very confident this time." Boom! At this moment, a great noise came from the crack where so many strong people had gone. The magnificent palace began to tremble as a thick blood color burst out from it. All of a sudden, all the practitioners and creatures looked over. They were shocked. Then they heard several screams. An old man in a purple robe flew out of the crack. He was covered in blood, but he was seriously injured. While he was still in the air, he seemed to have been hit by a dreadful force. He exploded. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Many people were even petrified. They did not dare move. None of the strong people who had entered the crack survived. This place is very dangerous. Youngsters shouldn't enter it recklessly. Many strong people from the True Immortal Academy, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, and the Longevity Gu family were staring at the crack with fear. "Princess Luoshan, the entrance is under that palace. They went to the wrong place." After the shock, Jiang Chen communicated with the artifact spirit of the immortal boat in his mind. Then he told Jiang Luoshan through holy awareness. Jiang Luoshan frowned. Glancing at him and Monk Pudu, she said, "You two go in first." Monk Pudu turned pale. When he was about to refuse, he saw Jiang Chen agree solemnly. "Fine. I'll trust you this time. Monk Pudu sighed helplessly. Then he and Jiang Chen turned into divine lights. They flew toward the crack directly. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan's expression changed. She no longer hesitated and ordered everyone to follow. Are they courting death? A young disciple from the True Immortal Academy frowned. He did not understand. Yu Mingkong looked toward Gu Chang'e. She said in a low voice, "Are we going in?" Gu Chang'e was holding her soft hand. Feeling her delicate skin, which was as flawless as suet jade, he said casually, "No hurry. Let's wait for a while." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.